Chapter 51, Give us a lift. Sek, said Asta as he ran towards Sek, who just came out of the ground with the drill in his hand. Sek looked at the injured Asta and released his spell and landed on the ground. Phew, that was some adventure, said Sek with a smirk, and then immediately punched the incoming Asta. Wah! Why? Complained Asta as he fell down on his butt and looked up at Sek, who punched him out of nowhere. If not for you interfering there, I could have taken him down without causing that much destructing and making it out like this. Consider it your punishment, said Sek. What? I didn't understand what you mean, asked Asta. Just think of it as you getting punished for doing something wrong, said Sek. I still don't understand what you mean. But I am sorry, apologized Asta as he bowed his head. Sek sighed and then said, It's all right. I am used to taking care of your mess anyway. Sek took a deep breath and then sat down on the ground. Finally some fresh air, said Sek, and then lied down. Secret, who was sitting in his pocket, came out as well and stood on top of his chest. Told you we will come out totally fine, said Sek as he patted Secret's head. Sek-san, said Mimosa, who came running towards him and then started panting as she finally arrived. Are you all right? Asked Mimosa while still trying to calm herself down. Yup, totally fine, said Sek. I will just check you just in case, said Mimosa with a blush as she could see some part of Sek's stomach because of his clothes being torn up a bit because of the battle. Hey! What was that back there? Did you wanted to die? Asked Klaus as he shifted his glasses and looked at Sek. Well, was having trouble carrying all of us while avoiding the incoming debris, so I just decided to be the man and do the manly job of let others out of there safely, said Sek. Hey? What manly job? That was a straight-up death wish there, retorted Klaus. Humph, you wouldn't say that if you were a man, said Sek with a smirk. Ha! Are you saying that I am not manly? Said Klaus. Sek just shrugged his shoulders and then stood up. Who knows, anyways, looks like the expedition is over. Hearing his words, all of them turned silent and looked towards the collapsed dungeon, which started to disappear. Looks like it, said Klaus as he looked at the dungeon and then towards Sek. Anyways, I am glad that you made it back safely, said Klaus. My, Mr. Noble is worried for me, said Sek, making Klaus a bit embarrassed as he started giving excuses about how that was not the case. It's fine now, Mimosa. Save up your mana or you will be troubled, lat, said Sek as he tried to stop Mimosa, but all of a sudden the ginger head royal stumbled a bit, seeing which Sek caught her and supported her body. Well, looks like it's already too late. We should rest up for a bit before we decide to go back. Anyone having problems in my proposal? Asked Sek as he looked at the other, totally not noticing the blushing royal in his arms. No problems, said Klaus, hearing which nodded as well. The Black Bulls gave a nod as well, and Sek gestured Noel to come and take care of Mimosa. Oh, and take this for the meantime. Though it might not be of the quality that you are used to, I don't think you would like to move around showing that much skin, right? Said Sek as he gave his slightly damaged shirt to Noel, leaving him only in his tank top, which was damaged a bit as well. Noel, who now once again got reminded of her current outfit, blushed a bit and snatched the shirt from Sek's hand. Humph! Be glad that a royal like me is going to wear something like this, said Noel. But hearing that, Sek immediately snatched his shirt back and said, How can I cause such a discourtesy of making a royal wear clothes like this? Noel got slightly angered hearing his response and started bickering with him, only to end up properly asking and thanking him for his consideration. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Asta came behind them and enveloped the two of them along with Lick into a hug and said, We all made it, guys, with a huge smile on his face. Hearing that, all the Black Bulls smiled, seeing which and Mimosa smiled as well as they saw their friends being happy and being able to find a place where they were welcomed. Later that day, once everyone was able to recover their mana and Asta got healed by Mimosa, all of them decided to go back to their respective HQ. Well, it seems like we will be on our way now. Hey, let's fight the next time we see each other, said Luck as he stood in front of Maybe, replied See you later, Noel-san. Yes, see you later. I will defeat you the next time we meet. No, I will defeat you next time, said and then glanced at Sek and said, I will defeat you too. Try your best, said Sek with a confident smirk, seeing which both and Asta felt annoyed. Take care of yourself, Mimosa, said Sek as he looked at the royal, who looked back at him with a smile and nodded her head. Why, you too, Sek-san? All right, let's get going then, declared Sek as all of them nodded. How are we going back? Asked Noel. The rest of the Black Bulls looked at each other with a questioning look on their faces. We can use Sek's SWO, said Asta. Like hell I will allow you to taint my ex-Dace-chan, said Sek as he looked at Asta. Ha ha ha, let's start running now to go back. The last one to reach home will have to fight me, said Luck. The rookies just stood silently and mentally ignored Luck's suggestion as they were too tired to react to his antics. All of them then turned towards the Golden Dawn members who were preparing to go back. Said Klaus, hearing which nodded and his grimoire started flipping. But suddenly out of nowhere both and Klaus felt someone grip their shoulders, making them turn around. Give us a lift, said Sek and Asta with a serious look on their faces. Hey, we met again, shall we fight now? Asked Luck as he stood in front of with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 52, Back to the Base. After landing close to their HQ, the Black Bulls finally parted with the Golden Dawn members and continued their journey back to their base. After finally seeing their HQ, all of them became a bit relieved and then rushed to their destination. We are back. Haha, it was a fun mission. Charmy, make something for me to eat real quick. The boys immediately declared about their presence as soon as they entered the base, gathering the attention of everyone who were present. Oh, you guys are finally back? How was your mission? Asked Vanessa. La? All right, Sek, leave the food to me, La, said Charmy as she immediately made some chef sheeps using her magic. Oh. Seeing the condition you guys are in, it seems like you went through hell back there, said Magna. Sek snorted at that and then immediately spotted Yami reading a newspaper and went towards him. Yami, who noticed someone coming towards him, put his newspaper down and looked at Sek and stared at him for a while. You, who the hell are you? Said Yami as he narrowed his eyes while looking at Sek. Sek's fist clenched in anger as his grimoire started flipping. Looks like you need to know what 10 times the pressure actually feels, said Sek, and immediately Yami's eyes widened from shock as a look of horror appeared on his face. Yami immediately stood up from his seat and raised up his hand in surrender. I remember you, you are the new brat from my squad who is a few screws loose. Now don't use that 10 times poop urgent Gansey shit. Gotta go. Right now, said Yami as he held his stomach and rushed towards the toilet. For those who forgot, check CH25. Oi! How dare you do that to Yami-san, yelled Magna as he held 2 fireballs in his hands. It's his fault for leaving us back there like that. How the hell were we supposed to come back when we didn't even have a flying broom with us, said Sek, making all of them silent. But I am pretty sure I gave a communicator to Asta, to contact me when you were done with your mission, said Finral, making Sek and Noel widen their eyes in surprise. The whole squad looked at Asta, who tilted his head in confusion. What's a communicator? Asked Asta. Hey, Asta, I gave you something when I dropped you all there, right? Said Finral in a pleading tone, since if not it was technically his fault. Oh, you mean this? Said Asta as he took out a broken communicator from his pocket. Seeing that, all of them facepalmed except for Luck, who started laughing. Sek then looked at Finral and asked, Finral-san, just what did you see in Asta that made you believe that it was totally fine for you to entrust such an important object to him when he don't even have mana to use it? Hearing Sek's comment, all of them looked at Finral with a disappointed look on their faces. Hey! You don't think that it is my fault, right? Right, said Finral in a panicked tone. Finral, just because of you Yami-san is suffering, said Sek. Hey, that was totally your fault, objected Finral, but Sek just ignored that. Because of you Asta needed to ask his rival for a lift, which lowered his non-existent self-esteem, said Sek. Yeah, wait, what is self-esteem in the first place, said Asta as he looked around wanting for someone to answer his question. Hey, what's bad with that, said Finral. Because of you Luck became like this, said Sek as he held Luck's head. He let's faint, hey Magna let's fight, said Luck with a smile on his face. Wasn't he already like that, said Finral with disbelief. Because of you Noelle travelled through most of the way, flashing her cleavage through her torn clothes like a pervert. Hey. What are you even talking about, yelled Noelle as she blushed from embarrassment. Really? That's pretty erotic, I wanna I mean that's pretty horrible, said Finral. Nah, that not big of deal, said Sek flatly denying Finral's statement. It is a big deal, you idiot, yelled Noelle as she kicked Sek's leg, only to regret a second later as Sek was in his bronze body spell in preparation to deal with Yami if needed. Noelle immediately crouched down and held her leg, which pained like hell to her. And now you even caused this, said Sek and pointed at Noelle. Hey, that was totally not my fault, said Finral. That's not how I see it, said Sek and crossed his arms. If we were able to come back here using your portal this wouldn't have happened, you know, said Sek as he shrugged his shoulder. Ugh, fine I apologize for my mistake. As your senior I will. You dumbass, I will kill you, said Yami as he came towards them. Didn't thought he will come this soon, muttered Sek AMD, then immediately held Finral's shoulders and said, Hey, Yami-san, did you know? Finrak just claimed that you got into that mess because of his fault. Sek said and then gave Finral a push towards Yami. Hey, said Yami as he looked at Finral. No Yami-san. That's not. Well then everyone, I will see you all later, said Sek and then immediately rushed off inside the base. Why yeah, me too. I cannot be in these commoner clothes for very long, said Noelle as she too immediately left the scene before she got caught in the mess. Seeing her, the smart people in the squad left as well, leaving only Magna, Asta, and Luck still standing in the room along with an enraged Yami and a scared Finral. Oi! Sek! Yelled Finral as he got caught up by Yami, who looked at him with a murderous look on his face. Sek, who was now back in his room, took a deep breath and sighed, that was a close one. Finral, I will replay your sacrifice later. Now then, the moment I have been waiting for, muttered Sek as his grimoire started flipping once again, and soon a small rectangular transparent plate appeared in his hand. Oh, so the safe can be managed like this as well, said Sek as he looked at the small smartphone-like plate in his hand. After he passed his magic through the plate, he started examining it and soon saw the list of items that he had stored. I need to dispose off the dungeon rubble, there are those Diamond Kingdom mages as well, hey, thought Sek as his eyes widened in surprise, and immediately he used his spell and the huge safe appeared in his room. Once the door opened, Sek's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Ins! The skeleton, who heard his name being called, looked at the opened door in front of him and immediately rushed towards Sek and started smacking him with his bony fists while moving his jaws trying to say something. Sek looked at the skeleton with a confused look on his face and said, I still cannot understand what you are saying. Hearing which Ins looked up at Sek and started at him with his hollow eye sockets and out of nowhere head-butted Sek. But the bronze body Sek didn't feel anything from the headbutt and just rubbed his forehead and said, Oh yeah, the dungeon got destroyed, so most probably you don't have a way back to that garden zone. Ins stared at Sek in disbelief and then fell down on his knees, seeing which Sek felt that the skeleton was feeling sad and decided to pat the skeleton's shoulder, trying to comfort him a bit. Meanwhile, Secret, who saw how Sek was interacting with the skeleton, was looking at the scene with a deadpan look on her face as she started thinking how strange her partner could actually get. Chapter 53, Ins meets the Black Bulls. After comforting Ins for a while, the depressed skeleton finally raised its head and then looked at Sek, seeing which Sek stopped patting his shoulder. Once again, sorry for your loss, but I don't think that there is a way to return back to that dungeon. I am pretty sure it vanished after sustaining too much damage, which was totally not caused by me, said Sek with a sincere look on his face. Both Ins and Secret, who was looking at the human skeleton pair from afar, stared at Sek with a deadpan look on their faces. Ins opened its mouth, but realizing that he cannot speak anyway, he closed it and then stared at the ceiling. So what are you planning to do now? Asked Sek, to which Ins responded with a shrug. Do you have anywhere to go other than the dungeon? Asked Sek, to which Ins responded by shaking his head in denial. Hey Ins, do you know how to write the language that I am speaking? Asked Sek. Ins looked at Sek and nodded his head, hearing which Sek stood up and took some writing material from his desk and brought it to the skeleton. Ask me the questions that you have and I will try to answer them, said Sek as he gave the paper and pen to Ins. Ins stared at Sek for a while but soon took the items from him and started writing. Oh, your writing is good, even though you don't have proper hands, said Sek. Ins, who heard the praise, scratched his skull, acting a bit bashful, but soon got back onto writing the questions. Where are we? We are currently in my magic squad's base in the Clover Kingdom. What year and month is it? Sek read the questions that Ins wrote and answered them. Seeing that nothing problematic was happening, Secret came down and sat on Sek's shoulder, which led to Sek introducing the two of them to each other. Ah, make sure to not mess with Secret. I will become your opponent if you harm her, said Sek and scratched Secret's chin. Sek, kun food is ready, called Charmy. Sek stood up hearing the call and then looked at Ins. Ins, who noticed Sek's gaze, looked back at him and then tilted his skull. I'm confusion. He is thinking something totally problematic, thought Secret as she looked at her partner, but just left it at that as she was feeling a bit happy after Sek's declaration just a few moments ago. Sek, who entered the dining room of the headquarters, looked around and found a totally beaten up Finral and gave his apologies and respect to his fallen senior. There were Asta and Magna, who were quite beaten up as well, most probably because they stood back and would have gotten caught by an angered Yami. Hey everyone! Said Sek as he called out his squad mates. Hearing Sek's call, Finral immediately glared at him while the others just stared at him, wondering what Sek called them for. There is someone that I want you all to meet. We met at the dungeon, said Sek. Hearing that, Noel, Asta, and Luck looked at Sek with confusion, thinking what Sek was talking about. Oi, did you bring someone to our hideout without my permission? Asked Yami as he bit into some meat. Rather than bringing him, he got caught up with me and was forced to come here, said Sek. Hey, said Yami as he looked at Sek with an expression which said, what the hell do you even mean? Well, meet him first and then we will continue the talk, Ins, said Sek, and soon all of them heard some footsteps. Soon enough Ins came in the room as well and stood beside Sek. Seeing him, everyone's, even Yami's eyes widened in surprise, seeing which Ins started feeling uncomfortable. Thinking that it was getting awkward, Ins decided to introduce him and raised his head and opened its mouth to say something. Kya! Screamed Noel, which made the other snap out of trance as most of them immediately moved away. Hey! What the hell is that? Said Magna. Is that really a skeleton? Asked Noel. That skeleton is moving on its own, commented Vanessa. Oi! I will kill you if you try anything with my angel. What the hell is that? Asked Asta. Stop making the ruckus, yelled Yami as he raised his hand to smash the table. La! Save the food, ordered Charmy as the sheeps immediately took the plates from the table. Oh, so you are my friend's new friend. Then that means we are friends as well, said Gordon in his low voice. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Yami smashed the table in anger, silencing everyone in the room as all of them looked at him for his orders. Ins, meet my squad mates, said Sek with a totally unfazed expression on his face, seeing which both Ins and Secret stared at him with a deadpan look on their faces. Oi, brat, who know what the hell is that? Did you kill someone and brought them back with some magic which made him look like that? Wow, talk about creepy, said Yami as he looked at Sek with a grossed out look on his face. Sek stared at Yami for a while and then said, anyways, guys, meet Ins, a skeleton that I met at the dungeon who got caught up with my spell and was forced to come here. And Yami-san, close your pants zipper. Showing that off in public. How gross. Immediately all of them looked at Yami's pants and saw that the zipper was indeed open, and Yami immediately closed his zipper. He then stared back at Sek, who looked back at him with a smirk, and both of them continued to stare at each other. 5 minutes later. Hey, how long are you both going to stare at each other? Till that brat/brute blinks his eye, said both Yami and Sek as they continue their state-off match. 5 more minutes later. Just give up already, yelled Yami. The Dark Lord never gives up. You give up, yelled back Sek as he tried his best to not blink. Ha! As if I will lose to a brat like you. Achoo! All of a sudden Asta sneezed, making some questionable fluids land on Yami's shoulder. Ah, sorry about that, Capt. I will kill you, said Yami as he grabbed Asta's head. Yet. I win, declared Sek and immediately earned a smack from Secret for doing something totally pointless. Ah! Captain Yami! How dare you get your snot on me, yelled Yami as he shook the monolith twerp like a can. Ha ha ha! This is getting exciting, said Luck as he fired some electricity at Magna. Just you wait, you bastard, yelled Magna as he chased after Luck. La, if no one's eating then that means more munchies for me, cheered Charmy as she started eating. Ah, we all get along like good friends, said Gordon with a relieved tone. Oh wait, Charmy. I want some as well, said Sek as he went towards Charmy and started eating as well. Meanwhile Ins just looked around, seeing all the eccentric and weird people in the room and didn't know what to feel about the situation. Chapter 54, Ins Magic. It feels really great to eat something after a mission, said Sek. La, yeah, food tastes even better after work. La, eat more, Sek-kun, said Charmy as she put some more food in Sek's plate. Oh, this is something new, said Sek as he found a new dish that Charmy put in his plate. La. I learned making that just a while ago, said Charmy as she shoved food in her mouth. Here, Secret, want a bite? Asked Sek as he took some on his fork and moved it in front of Secret. Secret stared at it for a while and then pecked into the food. Seemingly enjoying the taste, Secret took some more from the fork, seeing which Sek took some from his portion and put it on another plate before placing it in front of the bird. Enjoy. What about you, Ins? Sure that you don't want anything? Asked Sek, hearing which the skeleton who was sitting beside his while testing its head on his hand shook his head. He was still not able to believe how the people around him were just ignoring a literal moving skeleton and were busy doing their own stuff. Not to mention he was openly accepted by them and was given a place on the dining table as well. Ins looked at the man beside him and saw him happily enjoying food with a short girl and a bird. Not knowing what to think about that, he looked around and saw a man staring at a picture with blood coming out of his nose, a spooky man looking intently at him, murmuring something which Ames could only comprehend as a curse. Keeping it at the back of his mind, he looked further away and saw a passed-out beautiful with a foolish smile on her face, wearing just her underwear surrounded by bottles of alcohol. Another girl with silver hair occasionally glancing at the monoless shirtless boy with a blush on her face. A pair of boys fighting around the room, throwing around lightning and fire without any care, with the lightning boy having a smile plastered on his face while the delinquent kept cursing at the smiling boy. And finally the man whom all of them referred as the captain, sitting silently drinking some booze and picking his nose. Hey, you ignored me, didn't you? Said Finral as he looked at Ins and pointed his finger at him. Ins immediately started shaking his head in denial as he raised up his hands in surrender. Oh yeah, there was a skeleton here, hi, said Yami as he noticed Ins. You totally forgot about me, mentally yelled Ans as he looked at the Yami. So what's the deal about him? Asked Yami. Well, the story goes like this. And that's how I met this skeleton, said Sek after he was done telling his story. That's pretty deep, said Yami with his eyes closed. Anyways, Finral. Get some more booze, said Yami as he put his empty mug in front of Finral. By the way, what should we do with the mages from the Diamond Kingdom that I caught? Asked Sek. Go to the Magic Knights HQ with Finral tomorrow and hand them in. Who knows, you might get some rewards as well, said Yami. Yes, said Sek as he did a guts pose. So what should be done with this skeleton now? Asked Noelle as she pointed at Ins, which made all the squad members focus on him. Seeing the gazes that got fixed on him, Ames tensed up a bit and started looking around in panic. About that, Yumi-san, can he join the squad? Asked Sek. Hey, said both Asta and Noelle as they looked at Sek with shocked look on their faces. You want me to let him join the squad? I don't think there is any squad out there which have a skeleton amongst their ranks, it sounds cool as well. Mumbled Yami. Then he can rise, said Sek, but before he was able to finish Yami interjected him. But why should I let him join? I will give you 2 barrels of your favorite booze as a present, said Sek. Magna. Get a robe for our new member, declared Yami as he looked at the delinquent. I mean as you say, Yumi-san, said Magna as he immediately left the room to get a robe for Ins. Well then, welcome to the team, Ins, said Sek. Wait a minute, how is that possible? How can one become a magic knight without giving the exam? Asked Asta. Oi! I am the captain. Do you have any problems with my decision? Asked Yami as he looked at Asta. But can he even use magic? Asked Noel. Well, even Asta can't use magic, so that's a special case. Haynes, can you use some sort of magic? Asked Sek. Hearing his question, Ins nodded his head, surprising most of them except for Yami and Sek. But then where is your grimoire? And I don't feel any mana from you as well, asked Noel. He is suppressing his mana, said Sek. To a great degree at that, continued Yami as both of them looked at Ins, who just scratched his skull. Anyways, show us your magic first, said Yami as he looked at Ins. Ins, who heard the question, became hesitant all of a sudden and then looked down. Hey now, don't put the effort that the Dark Lord put for you go to waste, said Sek as he placed his hand on the Ins' shoulder. Ins looked at Sek, who gave him a thumbs up and said, just do it. Ins stared at Sek for a while and then gave a nod, seeing which Sek smirked and gave a nod as well. Ins stood up from his seat and took a few steps back, and immediately after that a huge amount of mana filled the room. HOH! Said Yami as he looked at the skeleton who just released his mana. What? What is happening? Asked Asta, who was not able to feel the mana at all. So much, said Luck as sparks started coming out of his body. That's something, isn't it, Secret? Said Sek, to which Secret gave a nod as well. Ins opened his mouth and soon a red glow appeared inside his mouth and something started coming out of his mouth. Soon after that an object materialized in front of Ins's mouth, which all of them recognized as a grimoire. That grimoire doesn't belong to any of the 4 kingdoms, thought Yami as he didn't found any symbol on the book from which he could identify his affiliation. So what kind of magic do you use, Ins? Asked Sek. Mana gathered on Ins's fingertips as a small orb started floating over it. Soon it launched forward and went towards Asta, surprising everyone as all of them got prepared for a fight. Wait, said Yami as he ordered his squad to stop the attack. Whew, looks like my magic is still as effective. I didn't think that being able to speak again would feel this good, said Asta as he stood up and stretched his body. Hey Bakasada? Are you alright? What happened to your voice? Asked Noel with a slightly panicked tone. I am not Asta. I am what you Sekkun call as Ins. This is my magic. Possession magic. Said Asta, or Ins who have possessed Asta's body. Wow, interesting. Then does that mean that the skeleton, said Sek as he looked towards the skeleton but saw that the skeleton was fine as well and was waving his hand. Don't worry, my body is fine as well, and so is your friend whom I have taken over, said Asta. Ins. But still this body really have no mana. How strange, said Asta. Ins, as he tried to use the man in his body. Well, I will give the control back to your friend, said Asta. Ins, and suddenly a burst of red glow came out of Asta's body. What the hell was that? Yelled Asta as he started feeling his own body, trying to make sure that everything was fine. Someone was inside you just now, said Sek. Well, it's fine, right, Yami-san? No problem with him joining the squad? Asked Sek. Hey, what are you talking about? He is already in, said Yami as he looked at Sek as if he was an idiot. Hey Ins? What else can you do? Can you fight? Shall we fight right now? Asked Luck as he immediately approached Ins with an excited look on his face. Let's become friends from now on, said Gosher as he placed his hand on Aim's shoulder, though to Ames it felt like he was being cursed by the man. Even if you are a skeleton, I will let you see my angel's photo, said Ghosh as he showed his sister's photo to the skeleton. Well, aren't you a popular one, Hans-kun? Want to have a drink? Said Vanessa as she approached the skeleton with a bottle in her hand. Ins, who was suddenly surrounded by the squad members, got flustered and didn't know what to do. All right, here you go, said Sek as he took the robe from Magna and placed it around Ins's neck. Oi! Make sure to take great care of that robe, warned Magna. Hey Magna senpai! What about his initiation ceremony? Asked Asta. Oh! I wanna do it! I wanna do it, said Luck as he raised his hand. Oi brat, don't forget about the booze that you promised, said Yami as he looked at Sek. Hey, what booze? Asked Sek, looking at Yami with a confused look on his face. Oi! Don't go back on your word, said Yami. What booze are you talking about? I said that I will get you 2 barrels of your favorite booze. So you will get the barrels, not the booze, said Sek with a smile on his face. You messing with me? How dare you rig me off, said Yami as he took out his sword. I don't know what are you talking about. Now I am going to sleep. Bye. Congratulations Ins, said Sek as immediately rushed off the dining room, seeing which Yami got up and chased him as well with a katana in his hand. Ins, who saw the group of irregulars surrounding him, was not sure how to feel about this situation, but in the end he still felt happy being accepted by them. Thank you Sek, thought Ins as he looked at Sek, who was being whirled around like a rag by Yami. Chapter 55, Magic Knights HQ. The next day after Ins was accepted into the squad, Sek woke feeling refreshed after completing the mission and dealing with the hassle named Yami, who kept attacking Sek for quite a while for tricking him. Standing up and stretching his body a bit, Sek scratched his back and looked around the room and saw Sikray sleeping in her bed and decided to let her rest for a bit longer and quietly leave the room to finish his morning routine before Yami wakes up. After finishing his morning routine and training, Sek returned back and saw that a few people were already awake. Good morning, said Sek. Sikray, who heard his voice, looked at him and saw that Sek was completely drenched in sweat and went to the room to get him a towel. Oh, good morning my friend. It's a beautiful morning. Let's do something fun together, muttered Gordon. Good morning Sek-kun. Want to eat something la? Asked Charmy. Sure, replied Sek with an excited tone, and then saw Sikray, who came to him with a towel in her beak. Thank you Sikray, said Sek as he took the towel from her and wiped his sweat. Sek-kun, we will be going to the HQ, so make sure to be prepared, said Finral. All right. By the way, where is Ins? Asked Sek. Asta is giving him a tour around the base, replied Finral as he looked up from a book he was reading. Oh, looks like he is getting along, well, good for him, said Sek and sighed in relief. He felt a bit guilty for bringing Ins out of his home like that, but seeing that the skeleton himself didn't mind that and was getting along with others made him a bit relieved. After having his breakfast and taking a bath, Sek came to the main hall of the HQ and stood in front of Yami along with Finral. All right Finral, take him to the Magic Knights HQ and deal with the troubles. Make sure to deliver the goods properly, said Yami. Why are you saying it like we are going to deliver some drugs? Questioned Sek. Yami just ignored him and took out a letter from his pocket and said, deliver it to Julius, and gave it to Sek. Hey? We are going to meet the Wizard King? Asked Finral with a shocked tone. Well, he selected the brat for the mission, so I am sure that he would like to meet him, said Yami. All right, said Sek as he put the letter in his pocket and looked at Sikray. You coming? Asked Sek, hearing which Sikray just flew and sat on his shoulder. I wanna go as well, said Asta. No. You will be called if you are required to report, said Yami. But Sek is going as well, said Asta. He is going to send the diamond guys that he caught. Now go you two, shoo, said Yami as he sat back on his seat and shooed Finral and Sek. Finral sighed and opened the portal and said, let's go Sek-kun. Alright everyone, see you later. See you guys later, said Sek as he entered the portal along with Finral. Ha, it feels really good to be here in the capital, exclaimed Finral as he looked around. Oh, a beautiful lady is over there. Said Finral as he immediately moved towards the first beautiful girl that he saw. Sek looked at the man who was the one who was going to lead him and sighed, seeing that he easily drifted away. Well, let's just leave him as a compensation for having him take on Yumi-san yesterday, muttered Sek. Well then, Secret, looks like we are the only ones to do the job. Secret patted his head with her wing, comforting her partner. Well, aren't you a caring one? Now, let's head towards the Magic Knight's building. After walking for a while, enjoying the view of the streets and ignoring the few people who sneered seeing his robe, Sek and Secret reached the Magic Knight's HQ. Entering the building, Sek looked around and was shocked seeing how beautiful the building's interior was and thought, just how much gold is used to decorate this place. Looking around for a while, Sek headed towards the place that looked like the reception and saw a handsome man and woman standing there. Excuse me. Sek stood in front of the man and called out to him. The man looked at Sek and was a bit surprised seeing that it was a man who called out to him, since most of the times the one dealing with males was the lady beside him while he mostly dealt with females. And to be honest, he felt a bit relieved that he talked to him, since always dealing with women was too much for him. The man even disregarded the fact that the person in front of him was a black bull and greeted him with a smile. Greetings. Welcome to the Magic Knight's HQ. What request do you have? I along with my squad were sent on a mission and I caught some mages from the Diamond Kingdom. So I would like to hand them over, said Sek nonchalantly. Immediately after he said that, most of not all the eyes and ears were on him, looking at him with shocked looks on their faces. The man gave a cough and said, Is that so? Just wait a minute, I will relay this information to the higher-ups immediately. Can you please tell me your name and the mission that you were assigned to? Sek Bronzaza from the Black Bulls, and the mission assigned to us was about the recent dungeon exploration near the border between the Clover and Diamond Kingdoms, said Sek. After hearing what the mission assigned to him was and knowing how important was it, the people near Sek started to look at him in disbelief, thinking how could such an important mission could be handed to the Black Bulls. The receptionist on the other hand immediately left to inform the higher-ups about the case, leaving Sek amidst of a curious crowd. Did you see how shocked they were, Secret? Well, not their fault, the Dark Lord is just that awesome, you know, said Sek in a low volume as he looked at Secret, who sighed and thought, I knew that he was acting like that on purpose. Seriously? Secret looked at Sek, who had a smile on his face, and just shook her head and thought, well, that kinds of things makes him unique and interesting and are the things that I and just enjoyed the happy aura that Sek was radiating. Chapter 56, Julius Novacrono. Sek, who was left in front of the reception desk, started looking around, checking out the room he was in. Seeing the Magic Knight, the others in the room started whispering to each other, wanting to know if Sek belonged to a noble family or not. Sek on the other hand totally ignored them and looked towards Secret and asked, how about it, Secret? Are there any high mana capacity people here? Secret, who heard Sek's question, closed her eyes and started focusing and then pointed at the female receptionist. So is she not just looks? How is it compared to mine? Asked Sek, to which Secret just gestured that it was just so when compared to his. Suddenly both Secret and Sek widened their eyes in surprise as both of them felt a huge amount of closing in towards them. Both of them turned, looked towards the direction they felt the presence from, and soon noticed the captains of Crimson Lions and Silver Eagles coming out. Immediately all the eyes that were on Sek shifted towards the two royals who just came in the hall, as the people who wanted to butter them up started thinking of ways to approach them. Even the female receptionist started fixing her appearance, checking if there were any problems, and then looked towards the captains with a smile on her face. But the two captains who just came out stopped on their tracks and glanced at Sek, as they too felt the huge amount of mana in his body and recognized him as the dual grimoire boy. Sek, who saw the two captains looking at him, did the Magic Knight salute, seeing which the captains gave a nod to him and then started walking away. Wasn't that the dual grimoire kid who rejected William? Asked Fuego Leon. Yes, replied Noezel. I heard from Marx that the Wizard King has been keeping an eye on him for a while, said Fuego Leon. He keeps an eye on anyone that seems interesting to him. It's not surprising that he is interested in someone who possesses two grimoires, said Nozel. Haha, he is interesting. Some of my squad members joined him on a mission and they told me that it was a loss for normal person with outstanding abilities was sent to the Black Bulls, said Fuego Leon. Humph, doesn't matter. He is still not out of suspicion, said Noezel. Fuego Leon didn't say anything and just looked at the silver-haired man and then decided to part ways with him and go to their own squads. That was something. Who thought that I will see 2 squad captains here, said Sek. Excuse me, sir, said the receptionist man who just returned. Yes. The Wizard King is requesting your presence, said the man. Sek nodded and was then led by the same man to the room where the Wizard King will be meeting him. This is the room, said the man as he gave a nod and then left Sek, who was looking towards the door with a shocked look on his face, and the same was with Secret. That's some crazy amount of mana that is coming out of this room, muttered Sek, to which Secret nodded, as well as both of them felt that the amount coming from the room was equal if not slightly greater than Sek's. Sek soon calmed himself and then decided to enter the room and gave a knock on the door. Who is there? Called a voice from inside. Sek Bronzeza from the Black Bulls. I was told that I need to come here and meet the Wizard King, replied Sek. Soon after that the door opened and a slim man with mushroom-cut blue hair appeared. Come in, the Wizard King is expecting you, said the man as he walked in, making way for Sek to enter. Sek entered the room and saw a blonde man who was emitting the huge amount of man sitting behind a desk wearing a red cloak. Welcome, Sek-kun. I have heard quite a lot about you, said the Wizard King. Sek immediately gave the Magic Knight salute and said, It's an honor to meet you, Wizard King. Oh, so you know me, said Julius. Well, yes, but actually no. Feeling your mana amount, I guessed that you should be the Wizard King, said Sek. Oh, so he is able to feel my mana even after I suppressed it that much. How is he doing it? Is that some kind of magic? Thought Julius as his eyes started glittering. Julius's gaze soon moved towards Sek's grimoires and immediately curiosity took over him as he disappeared from his chair and appeared in front of Sek and asked, Hey, you have 2 grimoires, right? What type of magic do you use? Does both grimoires use different magic? Was that a magic by which you were able to feel my mana? Why is there an anti-bird on your shoulder? Seeing Julius rapid-firing his question, Sek looked at him awkwardly, not knowing what to answer first, and said, about my grimoires. Yes, both grimoires allows me to use different magic. First is my bronze magic grimoire and the other one is a debuff magic, said Sek. Oh. A metal-based magic. And debuff magic. What kind of magic is that? How does it work? Asked Julius, the glint in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Julius-sama. You should not act like that, said the mushroom-cut Marx. Julius, who heard Marx's complaint, looked at him with his glittering eyes and said, But Marx, aren't you excited after hearing about this new magic? Julius-sama, you still have work that you need to do, said Mark without any change in his expression. Seeing that Julius's shoulders slumped down, seeing which Sek said, that magic is rather complex to use, but is very effective if you know how to use it. I can also combine the spells from different grimoires in certain conditions. Oh! Can you show me that kind of spell? Combination magic is very rare and hard to pull off. Not to mention you can use 2 spells at the same time, said Julius as he got excited once again, seeing which Marx frowned and looked at Sek with a blaming look on his face. Seeing Marx's gaze, Sek ignored the mushroom-cut man and said, Oh, before I forget, Yami-san told me to give this to you, and handed the letter, Yami gave him, to Julius. Said Julius as he snapped out of his nerd mode and took the letter from Sek and opened it. After going through it for a while, Julius smiled and thought, looks like there is no need to worry. Sek-kun doesn't seem to have grimoire stealing abilities, if what Yami wrote in here is true. Julius then looked at Sek and said, Now then, forgive me for this, but let me introduce myself formally. I am Julius Novacrano, the 28th Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom. Sek Bronzeza of the Black Bulls, said Sek. Alright, Sek-kun, shall we get on to the main topic for now? Yami wrote in this letter that you have captured some high-ranking people from the Diamond Kingdom, said Julius. Yes, there is an old man named Lotus and a boy named Mars, who are high-ranking individuals amongst the ones that I captured, said Sek. Good job. But where are they? Asked Julius. They are trapped in one of my spells. Should I take them out? Asked Sek. You have storage magic as well, exclaimed Julius as his eyes started glittering once again. Yes. I recently acquired it, said Sek. Oh. Show me. Show me, said Julius. Julius-sama. Sek, right. I appreciate the fact that you captured them. Please follow me to the prison and let them out there, said Marx as he reprimanded Julius and then asked Sek to follow him. I will go as well, said Julius as he looked at Marx with his glittering eyes, and before anyone could say something he grabbed Sek's shoulder and started pushing him towards the prison. Ha, what am I even going to do with that man? He should know how to behave in front of the new magic knights, said Marx as he followed Julius and Sek, who were already far away from the blue mushroom guy. Chapter 57, Prison. Sek, who was forcefully taken to the prison by Julius, just looked at his surroundings and saw a lot of people behind the cages wearing similar type of clothes. That lady is looking kind of sexy, thought Sek as he looked at one of the female prisoners who had a beautiful appearance, but soon looked away from her when he saw her servicing one of the rather bulky-looking man who most probably is at the top of the hierarchy of the prisoners. I will suggest them to separate the prisoners by gender later, thought Sek as he looked away, not missing the bird who was staring at him. All right, Sek-kun, show that magic to me, said Julius as he finally stopped inside an empty jail cell and then urged Sek to show his magic. Just wait a minute, you magic nerd, yelled Marx, who finally caught up to them and then slumped down and started taking deep breaths. At least get some guards here, before you do that, said Marx, whole panting. It's all right, Marx, I am quite confident in my ability, you know, said Julius. Those people were no match for the Dark Lord before, and that case still will be the same, said Sek. Marx looked at the two weirdos in front of him and just massaged his temples to ease his headache. All right then, if you are that unsure, why not you just stand outside the prison cell? I will take them out after that, said Sek. I cannot do that. I cannot just leave the side of Julius-sama, said Marx. Now, it's all right, Marx. Don't worry that much. Now then, Sek-kun, said Julius. Sek gave a nod and then his grimoire started floating beside him and started flipping. Bronze creation magic, eternal safe. As Sek used his spell, a huge amount of mana gathered, which surprised Marx, while Julius's eyes started glittering at the sight of the spell. Soon the futuristic-looking safe appeared in front of them as Julius just started admiring the safe and started touching it all over. Oh my god, there is so much mana contained in this structure. Its structure is quite unique, but it looks like a safe. I cannot open it, said Julius. Only I can do that, Julius-sama. So can you please step back so that I can open it, said Sek. Oh, is that so? Caster recognition as well. What a great spell, said Julius as he moved back and stood beside Sek. Sek then opened the safe, and as the door of the safe opened, both Marx's and Julius's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Dark Lord Kun. Good morning, said Lotus, who was buried in a heap of gold and rubble mixed together. Good morning, old man, you seem oddly calm, said Sek. I am very calm and collected person after all. But seriously, get me out of here, something is poking my behind and I do not want to know what that is, said Lotus as he looked at Sek. By the way, who are these people? Your friends? Where are we, by the way? Asked Lotus as he tried his best to not move an inch. Let me introduce you. Julius-sama, this is the old man called Lotus, the leader of the mages whom we confronted back in the dungeon. An old man, the one in front of you is the wizard king of our kingdom. You are in a prison, by the way, said Sek. Yahoo, nice to meet you, said Julius as he raised his hand to greet the person who was stuck in the pile of gold and rubble. Oh, such important people came to see me. I am honored, said Lotus with a respectful tone, and he nodded his head to greet the wizard king back. Haha, it's not a big deal. By the way, What type of magic do you use? Asked Julius with glittering eyes as he turned into his nerd mode. Now is not the time for that, said Marx as he came forward and they used his communication magic to call some people to catch the people from Diamond Kingdom. How many of them are there in total, Sek-kun? Is he the only one? Asked Julius. Mumbled Sek as he then used his magic to turn the safe's mouth downwards as everything inside of it started falling out. Ah! Hey, there are elderly in here, said Lotus as he fell on his face. These many people, and this is all the treasure that I was able to gather, said Sek. Of course the rest of the treasure is stored in other place of the safe. After all, just having people in that big safe would have aroused suspicion. So I just threw in some gold and rubble in there along with the men. Ha! I am genuinely Dark Lord. What else can you expect of me, thought Sek as he looked at Julius without any change in his expression. As much as of an idiot he is sometimes, his brain really does work in matters regarding this. Not to mention, his poker face is great as well, thought Sikre as she looked at her partner as she knew what Sek has done. Good work, Sek-kun. You were not only able to catch them but also, gather some treasure from a collapsing dungeon. You are a very brave magic knight, said Julius, hearing which Sek smirked and said, it was nothing. Sek then looked at the people whom he caught and then noticed that an heavily injured Mars was there as well with flames surrounding him. So he was there as well. He is barely alive though, muttered Sek as he walked towards the injured Mars. Dark Lord Kun, thank you for saving us. But it doesn't look like he can survive. He is barely hanging on to his life with his magic, though it is all over once that is used up as well, said Lotus as he looked at Sek with a grateful look and then shifted his gaze to Mars. Sek didn't say anything as he didn't feel much about it since the man who was barely alive tried to kill his teammates. Not to mention Noel was injured a lot because of him. You fought well. That was all that Sek said to Mars and just took a step back from him. Seeing that all the Diamond Kingdom mages who were still conscious looked at the boy who had some flames surrounding him and then looked towards Julius. Julius, who was now the center of attention, just looked at the scene with a calm look on his face. Seeing how you all are acting, it seems like that boy is someone important to the Diamond Kingdom. We cannot let such a valuable source of information die just like that, now can we, Marx? Said Julius. Sigh, it's just as you say, Julius-sama, said Marx as he helplessly shook his head knowing what the Wizard King was thinking. Julius pointed his hand towards Marx and in an instant his wounds started healing at a rapid speed and soon all the deep wounds were healed, making the injured Mars, who was frowning from pain, look a bit relieved. He will be fine now, said Julius. Sek just stood silent and just watched the scene in front of him, but then his gaze moved towards the Wizard King. Good for him, thought Sek as he collected back the gold in his storage and then left the prison cell after the guards came and cuffed the Diamond Kingdom mages using some magical cuffs which prevented them from using magic. Julius-sama. What is it, Sek-kun? If it is not too much to ask, would you have a mock battle with me, said Sek with a determined look on his face. Immediately Marx, Julius, and Sikre stopped walking and looked at Sek with shocked look on their faces. Hey! What are you? Said Marx, but Julius raised his hand making the blue mushroom head stop. Why do you want to do that, Sek-kun? I want to see how much time will I require. For what? Asked Julius with a confused tone. To surpass you, said Sek, surprising all of them once again. Julius stared at Sek for a while and thought, how much time will I require? Hey! It seems like he is confident that he will surpass me. Julius smiled, seeing which Sek smirked as well, knowing that he will get the chance to fight the Wizza. Sorry, Sek-kun. Not possible, said Julius, making Sek's whole body stiffen up at the totally different answer to what he was thinking. Chapter 58, Joke. Sek, who was outright rejected by Julius, silently walked out of the Magic Knight's HQ since Julius was taken away by Marx before he could even ask why he was rejected in the first place. Damn! Didn't expected to be rejected so straightforwardly. Alright, Sikre, let's just go around the town and ease my sorrows, said Sek as he sighed and then headed towards the market area of the town. Secret, who patted his head with her wing trying to comfort him, seeing which Sek chuckled and soon kept the whole matter with Julius at the back of his mind. Well, I will surpass him one day anyway. Just focus on my goal and let's be the great Dark Lord I am, thought Sek as he and Cell soon found Finral with a slap mark on his cheek. Not a word warned Finral as he saw Sek, who opened his mouth to say something but soon closed it after he heard the warning. Well, I am done with the matter at the Magic Knight's headquarters. Really? Yes, so now let's go and get something to eat. You must have tired and exhausted after. Well, let's just go, said Sek as he placed his hand around Finral's shoulders and soon started leading him towards a restaurant. You really don't have any respect for your senpai, said Finral in a dejected tone. Hey, how can you say something like that? Even though not much, I still respect you, said Sek with a hurt look on his face. Increase the respect, you idiot, complained Finral, to which Sek just laughed. A week passed by since Sek and the others returned from the dungeon. During the week, Asta, who got his new sword, decided to get familiar with it, and Noelle got back to her magic control training. Sek, who felt responsible for Ins, decided to help him blend in and got him some clothes that covered his body and a mask and wig to hide his appearance. Ins himself tried to get along with the group of irregulars and mostly used Asta to tack to others since his body was the easiest to take over compared to others. Sek himself got back to his routine of training, even getting a day to get trained by Yami, which in short could be summed up as Yami kicking Sek's ass very easily since they only practiced with the sword. Just like that, the days of the rookies if the Black Bulls passed by, and currently standing in front of Yami, Asta, and Noelle were being given some instructions by their captain. It's been a week since you all returned back from the dungeon. You both need to go to the Magic Knight's HQ to submit your reports on that mission, said Yami. We are going to the capital. Yay, I can fight a lot of strong guys there, exclaimed Luck. Luck, you will be going with Magna on a mission, informed Yami. Okay, let's go, Magna, said Luck with a smile on his face as he fired some electricity at Magna. You bastard! I will kill you, declared Magna as he chased after Luck, who ran away from the room. Wait a minute then, whom are we going with? Asked Noelle. Well, letting Luck go to the capital would have caused trouble. Where is that other brat? Asked Yami. Sek? He must be doing his training, said Asta. Call him as well. All right, exclaimed Asta as he saluted and ran out as well to fetch Sek. What the hell am I doing here? Thought Noelle as she was left behind with Yami as the situation started turning awkward. Yami blew out some smoke from his mouth and said, what the hell is taking him so long? He only went a minute ago, thought Noelle as she looked at her captain, who had an annoyed look on his face. Oi, brat! Yes, said Noelle in a loud tone as she stood straight. Tell me a joke, ordered Yami as he sat back on his seat and looked at Noelle. Noelle, who was suddenly ordered by Yami to tell a joke, looked at him wanting to ask whether he was joking or not, but decided to shut up seeing the annoyed look on his face. What the hell are you waiting for? Asked Yami. You Captain Yami. I am back and I brought Sek as well, announced Asta as he ran towards Yami. Asta. Thank God I am saved, cheered Noelle in her mind as she looked at the monoless shorty. Shut up. You are too loud, said Yami in an annoyed tone as he kicked the approaching Asta. Why? What's the matter, Yami-san? Asked Sek, totally ignoring Asta, who just sent flying by Yami's kick. Oh, brat! You need to go to the capital to report about the mission. Is that so? Fine, I will go and take a bath real quick, said Sek, who was feeling sweaty after the training and left the room as well. Hey kid, I am still waiting for the joke, said Yami as he looked at Noelle. Why me? Alright, let's get going, said Sek as he and the other two rookies came out of the portal. That man is the worst, screamed Noelle as she let out her rage. I know, but we can't do anything about it, said Sek as he patted Noelle's back to calm her down. Hey, what are you two talking about? Asked the clueless Asta, which earned him a smack from Noelle. Sek just let the royal Tsundere calm herself down, and once she was done he started leading the two of them to the Magic Knights HQ. "Hey, those guys are here as well," said Sek as he pointed towards the Golden Dawn members who joined them on the dungeon raid. "Oi! Called Asta. Hearing his shout, the Golden Dawn members stopped and then turned around. "Oh! Asta, Sek. Are the two of you all right?" asked Klaus as he rushed towards them. "Hey, be in your character." Hearing what Sek said, Klaus stood straight and then adjusted his glasses. "I am so glad that you two are fine," said Klaus as he patted Sek's and Asta's shoulders. He is totally ignoring Noel, thought Sek, but just remained quiet as he felt that it was the best choice. Chapter 59, Dream. After Klaus was done checking up on Asta's and Sek's condition, he sighed in relief that the two of them were fine. Thanks for giving us a ride at that time," said Sek. "Don't worry, it wasn't a big deal." Still, when we reached back to our HQ we came to know that our way of returning was with Asta. Knowing him, he would have not even been aware of that. "Yup. Oi! Don't make fun of me," complained Asta as he looked at Sek and who were talking to each other. "Oh! Mimosa, thanks to your magic I am totally fine," said Asta as he raised his hand and looked at the ginger head royal. "Yeah, thanks to you magic I didn't suffer that much," said Sek with a grateful tone. Even though Sek didn't receive any fatal wounds, there were still some on his body that would have hurt a lot, and despite being used to that much pain he was glad that Mimosa healed his injuries. Mimosa, who was being praised by the two of them, immediately turned around and ran away. "Wah! What was that?" asked Asta. "She must have been scared by your abnormally short height," said "Hey! What do you mean by that?" "Well, he is not wrong. You are short. Shrimpsta. Sek, you bastard." Seeing the boys talking amongst themselves, Noel, who was totally ignored by them, went towards Mimosa. "Hey Mimosa! What's wrong?" asked Noel. "And Noel-san? I don't know what is wrong with me." "Hey, what happened? Are you still injured somewhere?" asked Noel with a worried look on her face. But Mimosa shook her head and then looked towards Noel with a blush on her cheeks. "Why, whenever I look at Sek-san my chest feels tight," said Mimosa as she glanced at Sek. Ever since that day, the only thing that I can think of is Sek-san," said Mimosa as she. What?" exclaimed Noel as she heard what her fellow royal just said. Wait a minute, Mimosa. Sek is just a commoner and is crude. And even though he helps me a lot with my magic control and talks kindly to me and is very dependable, wait, why am I praising him? Oh, so he is a kind person as well. Though I guess that's what he was like. He was kind back when we first met as well, said Mimosa with a happy expression on her face. Noel, who saw her bright smile, felt embarrassed and then glanced towards the boys. Humph, I guess he is not that bad despite being a commoner. But, I will see whether he is good enough for Mimosa or not, thought Noel as she looked back at Mimosa, who was blushing and was making weird sounds. It's fine, Mimosa. I don't think there is anything wrong with you, said Noel as she tried to reassure her fellow royal. Noel-san. Are you really sure that there is nothing wrong with me? Yeah, I am sure about that, after all I am experienced as well, said Noel with a proud tone as she puffed up her chest. Experienced in what? Asked Mimosa with a puzzled look on her face, seeing which Noel turned silent as she started imagining various events that happened with her and Asta. Ugh! Noel held her head and started blushing as well, seeing which Sek, who was at a distance where he couldn't hear them at all, shook his head and patted Asta's shoulder. What? You are a sinful man. Hey? Why? Asked Asta as he thought that Sek was telling him that he did something bad. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's continue heading towards the Magic Knight's headquarters, said Sek as he clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. Yes, we should not waste our time here. Let's start moving, said Klaus as all of them once again started moving towards the Magic Knight's HQ. If I remember correctly, this is the way to the Magic Knight's HQ, muttered Klaus. Don't worry, I came here a week ago so I know the direction, just follow me, said Sek as he took the role of leading them. Soon all of them saw the building that they were headed to, and immediately Asta got excited seeing such a huge and magnificent building. Even Yuno was awestruck by the sight in front of him. But Sek pulled them out of trance and continued to walk towards the building. Alright Asta, I know there is no point is telling you this. But please make sure to mind your behavior, said Sek. Don't worry Sek. I know how to behave, replied Asta in a loud tone. Sek and Yuno just looked at Asta with a deadpan look on their faces and just shook their heads. I don't have much expectations from him anyway, thought both of them as they looked back towards the building. As they got closer to the building, Sek felt a familiar magic energy and immediately got serious. Why, your majesty, muttered Klaus with a shocked expression as he saw Julius standing in front of them. Mimosa and Noel and same expressions as well, and soon the three of them kneeled in front of him. Hey, who is this flashy old dude? Asked Asta. Yup, no use of asking you to mind your manners, said Sek as he face-palmed. Idiot! How dare you say something like that to the Wizard King Julius Navacrano-sama, exclaimed Klaus. Hearing that, both Asta and Yuno got shocked and Yuno kneeled as well. Asta was then forced by Klaus to kneel, after which the bespectacled noble looked at Sek to kneel as well, only to find him heading towards the Wizard King himself. Greetings Wizard King Sama. My captain asked me to hand this letter to you, said Sek as he took out a letter that Yami gave him. Oh, Sek-kun. Thank you for this. And greetings to you as well. Now why don't all of you follow me, said Julius as he took the letter from Sek and gestured them to follow him. Seeing that the ones who were kneeling stood up and started following Julius, who was reading the letter that he got from Sek. Soon all of them were taken to an empty area where no one was nearby to hear them as they gave the mission report to the Wizard King. And just like Sek expected, the Wizard King immediately turned into his nerd mode as he saw Yuno's grimoire and Asta's new anti-magic sword. Once they were done explaining how their mission went, Asta immediately came forward and asked, can I ask you something? Yuno, who noticed how Asta was acting, understood what he wanted to ask and came forward as well. How does someone become the Wizard King? Asked both of them in unison, hearing which Julius started laughing. Oh, so the both of you want to become the Wizard King? Hey! You idiots! Yelled Klaus as he looked at the Yuno and Asta. How can you two be so tactless and ask His Majesty something like that? Listen, you two having a noble heart and trust from the people of the kingdom. But Julius interrupted Klaus by raising his hand and said, no. It's merit that matters the most. Having a noble heart means nothing if you can't protect the people. And trust can be gained by gaining merit. He then looked at Asta and Yuno with a serious look on his face and asked, do you know what the people expect from the Wizard King? In response to the question, both Asta and Yuno just stared intently at Julius. It's the merit that makes the people of the kingdom expect that the Wizard King can protect them, that makes them realize that you are the best, said Julius as he looked towards Sek. Do you aspire to be the Wizard King as well? It's similar. My dream is to surpass all the Wizard Kings. To become such a great person that not only does my name goes down in history, but also make others to look up to me and think, I want to be like him. Just like how the first Wizard King was. Till this day his title is given as an honor to someone. Well, in simple words, my dream is that I want to be the very best, like no one ever was, said Sek. Hearing that, all of them looked at Sek in silence, but soon a smile appeared on Julius's face and with a sagely nod he said, that is indeed quite a great and difficult dream you have. It's a dream that is worthy of being called the Dark Lord's dream, replied Sek with a confident and proud expression on his face. Haha, well, nevertheless. Your dream as well requires you to gain a lot of merit. And if you want to be the very best, then the merit that you will require is way more than you can imagine. It won't be fun if it would have been easy in the first place. Is that so? Well, anyways, before you guys came here we were in the middle of holding a decoration ceremony for the knights who were rewarded an outstanding number of stars, said Julius. Decorat, said Asta with a puzzled look on his face. Decoration ceremony. It is a ceremony to reward those who have done really well. I would like if you all could join. Really? Exclaimed Asta. Yet, now follow me, said Julius as he led them to the room where the ceremony would occur. Now Asta and you said that you wanted to become the next Wizard King, right? In that case, do both you think that you can accumulate more merits than these guys? The door then opened and the sight of 3 squad captains and some members of their squad came enter their eyes. Chapter 60, Decoration Ceremony. Entering the room where the decoration ceremony was about to take place, Sek immediately felt an intense gaze making him stop for an instant. Turning his head towards the direction where he felt the gaze from, Sek saw a familiar black-haired big-chested witch looking at him with an expressionless face. Well, I guess Anna is being Anna. Smiling awkwardly towards the Crimson Lion Magic Knight, Sek waved his hand, seeing which Anna waved back at him. Julius, who was talking with Marx about something, looked around the room, making all the people who were present in there curious. But soon Julius smiled and said, "Well, looks like everyone is finally here." Following Julius's gaze, everyone saw a portal appear near the door and soon Yami came out with a cigarette in his mouth. Yo! Hearing Yami's casual greeting, everyone in the room frowned except for the Wizard King, who just smiled, and the Magic Knights captains, who face-palmed at Yami's greetings. "Yami-san? Why are you here?" asked Sek. "Why do you think? It's all your fault, you brat. Because of you I was not able to go to the pub." Looking at Sek with an annoyed look, Yami smacked his head. "Hey? What does that even mean?" asked an angry Sek, who was suddenly beaten for no reason. "Now that all of us are finally here, let's start the decoration ceremony." Everyone once again focused back on Julius, making Sek stop himself from retaliating against his captain. "PSST, brat," whispered Yami. "What? You see that braided bangs guy? You mean Capitaine Nozzle? Yeah, braided bangs guy, when I give you my signal, use that poop urge enhancing spell of yours on him." Immediately looking at Yami to check if he was serious or not, Sek was left speechless by what just came out of Yami's mouth. "Are you really serious?" "Yeah, it will be a good sight," said Yami with a smile. Nodding his head, Sek turned back to look towards Julius, who was done with the introductory speech of the ceremony. "With 7 stars earned, Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lion Kings, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class." A boy from Crimson Lion stepped forward and walked towards Julius, who presented him with something that looked like a medal. He then gave some words of praise and some pointers to the young Vermilion before the boy went back to stand amongst his squad members. "With 6 stars earned, Anna Flare of the Crimson Lion Kings, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class." Hearing her name called out, Anna stepped forward, and the same events followed, with her getting a medal and some praise and advice from the Wizard King. After getting her medal, while returning back, Anna glanced at Sek, who on noticing her gaze smiled and gave her a thumbs up, making the expressionless girl feel happy. The ceremony continued, with members from various squads being called out and getting awarded by Julius. Sek, who waiting for Yami to give his signal, was totally not interested in the ceremony, as he knew that if he screwed up what Yami asked of him, he will get his ass kicked by his squad captain. And finally, with 10 stars earned, Sek Bronzeza of the Black Bulls, I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, 3rd class. Sek, who was not focusing when heard his name being called out, gave out a surprised voice and looked towards Julius with a confused look on his face. Everyone in the room, even Sek's friends, looked at him with surprised looks on their faces, since none of them ever thought that a Black Bull member will get such an award. Finally snapping out of trance, Sek moved forward and stood in front of Julius. Smiling at the blonde-haired boy in front of him, Julius gave the medal to Sek, who looked at it with a smile. "Although being just a newly recruited magic knight, you showed how capable you are with your strong and durable magic." Taking the medal from Julius, Sek smiled with a confident look on his face. "I thank you, Your Majesty." Returning back towards his squad mates, Sek noticed Anna, who was looking at him with an expressionless look on her face and with her fists clenched. Seeing that Sek was looking at her, she gave him thumbs up, seeing which Sek chuckled. "See, secret, my first step to be recognized as the Dark Lord. The first chapter in the tale of my glorious purpose." Secret, who was sitting on top of Asta's head, returned back and sat on Sek's shoulder and looked at the medal. Congratulations, Sek. Klaus, who saw that Sek was back, immediately congratulated him. He sincerely felt happy for Sek, seeing which Sek felt good as well. Thanks. See this, Asta, Noel. Do you know what does this mean? Seeing that his fellow rookies shook their heads, Sek grinned and said, this means that from this moment on I am actually your superior. Immediately the two frowned as they heard what Sek told them. Asta was about to retort, but Yami stepped forwards and said, good job, brat. Now did you see how was it your fault that I was unable to go to the pub? If you didn't get that many stars, then I would not have to attend this, whatever it is called, ceremony to begin with. You better treat me to some booze. You got that? Sek, who was excited after getting his medal, immediately agreed to treating Yami. I know that it will put a burden on my salary, but still it's fine. He did help me a lot by arranging all those missions for me, though I guess he was just pushing them on me, but still I really appreciate his help. Sek thought as he looked at Yami with a grateful look on his face. Interrupting Sek and the others, Julius smiled and said, well done all of you. Now then, there's a simple reception set up for you, so go and enjoy yourselves. Oh, I almost forgot. I've invited some special guests today. Make sure you get to know each other well. Saying that, Julius soon left the room as Marx informed him something. While Julius was leaving, everyone was focused on him, seeing which Yami immediately gave his signal. Not even wasting a second, Sek gathered magic energy on his fingers without using his grimoire so as to not gather attention, and fired a small and weak, yet effective spell towards the captain of the Silver Eagles. Yami immediately covered Sek from Nozel's sight and after waited for Julius to leave, as both him and Sek fist bumped, seeing that their plan went without any problems. Chapter 61, The Captain Under Pressure. Well then, brats, I will now go talk with the braided bangs, and the others. Can't miss the fun, now do we? Saying that, Yami walked towards the Captain of Silver Eagles, not wanting to let the silver head get out of here. Sek, who understood what he meant, just shook his head and said, I want to see that as well, but it's better to not get anywhere close to them. Oh, there goes the Blue Rose Captain slowly following Yami. Congratulations, Sek-kun. Popping out of nowhere, Anna stood behind Sek and immediately congratulated him, making Sek, who was focusing on the captains, jump up a bit from surprise. Thanks, congratulations to you as well, Anna. How have you been? I am great. It's been a while since we last met. It sure is. Let me introduce you to them. Saying so, Sek, who was being looked by his fellow squad mates and the Golden Dawn members he knew, turned towards them and introduced them to Anna. Seeing this, I can conclude that there are two bitches near Sek-kun. Anna thought as she looked at Noel and Mimosa with her usual expressionless face. The royals who were being stared at by the Crimson Lion Mage were confused as to why she was staring at them, but soon noticed a small smirk on Anna's lips, which was followed by her crossing her arms and lifting her boobs, which clearly showed the two royals who was the dominating one amongst the three of them. Sek-kun, want to eat something? Immediately after showing the difference in prowess, a slightly smug Anna looked towards Sek and took him towards a free table. Oh, I want to eat as well, said Asta as she followed Sek and Anna. The other boys followed as well, leaving behind Mimosa and Noel, who were still a bit surprised and felt that they were somehow mocked by Anna and Gerchest. Both of them looked down towards their boobs, and immediately Noel glanced towards Mimosa's and frowned. Aye, it's fine, I am still growing. Noel thought as she looked at Mimosa's chest with an envious look on her face. And Noel-san? Is something wrong? Feeling a bit scared by Noel's gaze, Mimosa asked Noel if there was some problem. No. There is no problem. Let's just go and join them. Mimosa nodded, and the two royal girls soon joined their squad mates. At the same time, at another part of the hall, Yami walked towards the two captains and called out to them. Yo, Fuego Leon, braided bangs. Hearing Yami calling them so casually, Nozel frowned a bit, not because he found Yami annoying but because he felt a weird rumbling in his stomach. Yami, it's rare to see you at the decoration ceremonies. Fuegoleon walked towards Yami feeling oddly surprised to see Yami attend the decoration ceremony. The idiots from my squad don't usually come here, so it's not important to come anyway. Saying so, Yami took a puff at his cigarette and noticed someone from the corner of his eyes. Oh, it's her cold and prickly majesty. Can you please be silent? You are very annoying, replied Charlotte with a cold look on her face. Why Yami? What is he doing here today? He never comes to ceremonies like this. Talk about harsh. You're never going to find a guy who'll marry you with that attitude. Averting her gaze from Yami, Charlotte closed her eyes and thought, why did I insult him again? More importantly, how can you say something like that? Oi, braided bangs, what happened? You are not looking well. Looking towards Nozel, who had a slight frown on his face, Yami asked in a casual tone without much change in his expression. Narrowing his eyes towards Yami, Nozel turned back to his expressionless self. I am totally fine. Nonetheless, I never thought to see the foreigner here. Why the hell are you all being so surprised by me coming here? Well, your regular absence from decoration ceremonies is nothing new. Even though it is compulsory for all the captains to attend. Hey, I don't see all of us gathered here? Even Van Jans is not here. Saying that, Yami looked around searching for a familiar mask-wearing man. That is indeed surprising. Van Jans is always present for the decoration ceremonies. Must be busy, taking a dump or something, said Yami as he looked towards Nozel, who frowned at him. What? Shut that disgusting mouth of yours, foreigner. Huh? What's wrong with taking a dump? Even you must be taking one from time to time as well. Who knows that you want to take one right now as well? Saying that, Yami immediately covered his mouth with his hand and tried to hold back from laughing while Nozel's frown deepened at Yami's words. TCH, men really are disgusting. Charlotte looked at Yami with a cold look, who looked back and stared at her. Feeling Yami's intent gaze, Charlotte looked away with a blush on her cheeks, feeling embarrassed on being stared at by Yami. I should have asked the brat to use that spell on Charlotte too. Yami thought as he continued to prevent Nozel from getting away from the room. Asta, you told me that you would behave. Replied Asta with his mouth filled with food. Never mind, just forget it. OAI. Looking towards Asta, who was eating without any care to the judging and piercing stares, Sek sighed and looked towards Yuno. So, how does it feel to know that you and that idiot grew up and came from the same place? Asked Sek. Who are you talking about? I don't know him, replied Yuno with his usual expressionless face. Yet, I will say the same thing when someone asks me about him in future. Sek-san, want to try this? I think it tastes good. Turning their heads, Yuno and Sek saw Mimosa standing with a cup in her hands. Is that so? Thanks, Mimosa. Taking a sip from the drink that Mimosa offered, Sek smiled and said, Yup. It tastes great. Thanks. Mimosa smiled at that and started talking to Sek as well as she slowly and unconsciously closed in the distance. So she is the bitch, hey. Anne thought as she saw Mimosa trying to get closer to Sek. Looking towards the table, Anna took some things to eat as well and took a bite. Seems like you are enjoying, Anna. Yes, I am enjoying. The food is great, Sek-kun. You sure are great to ignore all those gazes and act as if everything's normal. I am used to those gazes. What about you, Sek-kun? You are not bothered by them as well? Hearing her question, Sek leaned in towards Anna and whispered in her ears. Well, it can't be helped. My greatness is bound to receive envy, you know. That's how the world is. Yet, muttered Anna with her expressionless face as she tried her best to hold herself back from turning her head and accidentally touch his lips. I really want to take him somewhere with just the two of us. Anna thought, but just sadly smiled as Sek moved his face away. I should get something as well. What do you think will be good, Secr? How about this? Getting interrupted by Anna, Sek looked towards the black-haired girl holding out her hand with a plate in it. Is that so? Well, let's go and get a plate. Here, open wide, Sek-kun. Am I getting the harem protagonist treatment? Sek thought as he looked at Anna, who was looking at him with a serious expression on her face while holding something bite-sized in her hand. And after waiting for about half an hour, I finally heard the splashing sound and a huge load got off my body. Stop talking about taking a dump already, mentally yelled Nozel as he saw Yami laughing out loud and telling him about his adventures. Arg, I really want to go. And this foreigner? Where are Fuegoleon and Charlotte anyways? Thought Nozel as he looked around, soon noticed that both of them were gone back to their respective squad members. Hey, how dare they leave me with this foreigner? All of a sudden Nozel felt some weight on his shoulder and turned his head only to find Yami with a glass of wine in his hand. Now let me tell you about the time when I was on the battlefield, when all of a sudden I felt the urge to take a dump. I really want to kill this man. Nozel thought as he looked at the tactless Yami telling him his story, as the rumbling in his stomach started to intensify. Oi Nozel, your face is really pale. Are you sure that everything is fine? Asked Yami. Humph, keep your hands to yourself. Nozel snorted as he shrugged Yami's hand off his shoulder. You were bothered about that? Then why do you have that "I really want to take a dump" expression on your face? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Said Nozel in an angry tone as he was starting to press sunrised. There is no shame in that, you know, just go if you want to go. Humph, just be quiet. There is a certain class that I have, though I guess that someone like you would not understand that. Oh, he is really feeling it. I know that look. That brat's spell is really dangerous. Yami thought as a shiver went past his spine. Yami, who was lost in his thought, missed Nozel, who was clutching his stomach and walking slowly towards the exit, since he felt that if he took any longer the pressure would do a huge damage to his reputation. Chapter 62, Noel's Siblings. Sek and the others, who were eating silently while maintaining a certain distance from the mannerless mannerless boy, finally started to hear the mocking comments made by the nobles. Noel, you hear them? That's what you sounded like when we first met. I am gonna kill you if you mention that one more time. How much longer are you gonna do that? Said Noel as she glared at Sek, who has been reminding her the same thing again and again, and it doesn't help her since what he was saying was true. Don't know, it will take a while for me to forget that. You left a pretty strong impression on our first meeting. Oh come on. Well, they say that the first impression is the last impression. So deal with it. And it's not like your first impression could be any worse than that, idiots. Saying that, both Sek and Noel looked at their fellow rookie with his mouth filled with food. I can already see that in the future he will be called a mannerless mannerless magic knight. This stuff's really great, said Asta as he finally swallowed what he was eating and then immediately started stuffing his mouth. I really can't argue about it, said Noel as she looked at Asta with a disappointed expression on her face. Why would the Wizard King even invite such low-class scum? Haha, the way he is eating is totally unsightly. I don't even feel even an ounce of magic from him. Them capturing that dungeon must have been sheer luck. Man, listen to them tear into me. Good thing I'm used to it, said Asta as he heard the others. PSST Noel, do you have good relationship with that silver hair lady? Nabra Oni-sama? Well. Perfect, then I will say it without censoring it. That bitch is annoying, said Sek in a whisper, making Noel feel a bit surprised by his sudden words. Filthy peasants, said one of the nobles, but got no reaction from Asta. You alright, Anna? Asked Sek. Yes, their comments don't bother me much. I was asking about you being so close to me that your shoulders and arms are constantly touching in a way that my plate was about to fall a number of times, but okay, it's alright if you are fine. I am glad, said Sek as he looked at Anna with a smile on his face. It's really getting hard to hold myself when I am this close. Thought Anna as she stared intently at Sek, who looked back at her wondering why she was staring at him. Is there something on my face? Yeah, just stay still, said Anna as she tried to wipe Sek's mouth, only to get her hand swatted away by Secret, who stared at the Crimson Lion Magic Knight with her usual cold expression. Seeing that all the people who were near Sek looked at Anna and Secret with surprised look on their faces. Wiping his mouth on his own, Sek thanked Anna with a wry smile on his face and apologized for Secret, who just sat on his shoulder. We are the ones who embody Lord Vengeance and the Golden Dawn ideals. And speaking of peasants, don't the Crimson Lions have one of them as well, said the Golden Dawn member as he looked towards Anna, who simply ignored him and focused on Sek. With all due respect. That goes for you as well, Klaus. Aren't you ashamed, being here with your lack of skill? And you, Mimosa, I heard that you were wounded early on in the dungeon and left the front line. To think that your royalty of Vermilion line is laughable. Oh, so nobles shit talk other nobles as well, you learn something new every day, muttered Sek. I am terribly sorry, said Mimosa. No, Mimosa was. Seeing his superior glare at him, Klaus, who was trying to defend Mimosa, stopped and looked down. Now. The most useless fool here, is you, said Noel's older brother Solid Silva as he walked close to Noel. Wouldn't you agree, said Solid as he poured the glass of water on top of Noel's head. But before the water fell on top of Noel's head, Sek, who was standing beside her, moved his hand and made a cup of his bronze magic to prevent the water from falling on Noel's head. Seeing what he did, the whole room turned silent, as even Noel, who didn't know what was happening, started to get anxious since her brother didn't do anything to her. Drinking the water that he got in his cup, Sek looked back at Solid, who was looking at him wide-eyed. Thanks for the liquid, Mr. Solid. It was quite an experience to know that nobles usually don't pass the glass and just its contents. I will remember that, said Sek with a smile. Wa Solid Nii-sama. Noel, who finally heard her brother's name, turned around to see her brother looking at Sek with an angry expression, while also noticing that all the people in the room were staring at Sek. Do you even know what you just did? Asked Solid. Drank the water that you just offered? Oh, I see, it was meant for Noel. Hey. I apologize for not taking that into consideration. At first I thought that you were going to pour water on Noel's head, but remembering how classy and elegant nobles, not to mention royals, are, I didn't think that you will do something so immature that us commoner kids do in their childhood while playing. So I thought that it must be something else that I am not familiar with, said Sek. Hearing that, all the people who clearly knew what Solid was trying to do looked at him with a pitiful gaze, while at the same time the nobles looked at Sek with angry expressions on their faces. Sek really is brave, muttered Klaus as he looked at Sek, who was now the center of attention of the whole room. Being at a loss of words to say to the commoner who just insulted him, Solid glared towards Noel and thought, it's because of her that I am humiliated. Humph, coming back to how useless you are. You can't even control your magic. You're such an embarrassment, said Solid as he ignored Sek and decided to deal with him later. Backing her brother up, Nabra walked forwards as well, and with a grin on her face started insulting Noel as well. Meanwhile, Sek started looking around the room and thought, Yami-san is just looking at us with a bored look, probably observing how we deal with this situation. Good thing is that Braided Bangs is not here in the room, and knowing how good my spell was, he wouldn't be here for a bit longer. But all of a sudden Noel, who was insulted a bit too much by her siblings, turned around and started walking out of the room, making Sek snap out of his thoughts. Crap, I got trailed off in my thoughts. Asta, who finally stopped eating, grabbed Noel's arm, stopping her, and said, there is no reason to run from these jerks. Asta. So much for the promise to behave here, said Sek as he saw Asta stand up on top of the table. You two should move a bit away from the table, said Sek as he looked at Mimosa and Anna, who nodded and stepped back. Asta, who was totally pissed at the people in the room, started to use his protagonist's talk magic. But before the overpowered magic could take effect, one of the members of the Golden Dawn used his own magic and wrapped Asta in sand. That's enough, you scoundrel. You shouldn't even be allowed to talk. Silence. I won't shut up, yelled Asta as he used his anti-magic sword to slice through the sand. Listen up, you all. I am going to pile up merit, become the Wizard King, and shut you all up. Yup, things can't go peacefully even if you try your best, thought Sek as he sighed, seeing his monoless friend on top of the table. The whole room turned silent as all the people looked at Asta with an expression on disbelief. Becoming the Wizard King. Don't make us laugh. Saying so, both Nabra and Solid's grimoires started flipping. Water binding magic, sea serpent's coils. Solid used his magic without any hesitation and a big water serpent appeared and started to move around Asta before rushing for a strike. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. Using his magic, Sex touched the body of the snake, freezing it in an instant. Don't look at me, you started it, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Fire debuff magic, blaze touch. And immediately magic energy gathered in Sek's hand and melted the ice snake, making water to spill on the floor only to evaporate the next instant. Mist binding magic, mist spider's threads. Seeing her brother's spell being cancelled easily by Sek, Nabra changed her target from Asta to Sek and fired her spell. Ice debuff on my left hand and fire debuff in my right. Touch the incoming mist in order and everything will be right. Ooh, that rhymed, said Sek as the incoming mist turned into water and then evaporated as well. Hey, you know the rules and so do I. Wizard King told that they are his guests, so let's not act rash, though if we are going to continue just make sure that I won't stay silent, said Sek as he glared at Noel's siblings. Meanwhile, at another part of the Magic Knight's HQ. Why are there no toilets close to that room? Thought the captain of Silver Eagles, who being under the pressure was not able to walk easily, much less fast. Chapter 63, Fight Against the Nobles. A mere commoner to stand in my way, looks like I need to deal with you first, said Solid as he glared at Sek. Turning towards Solid, whose grimoire started flipping pages, Sek sighed as his other grimoire started floating as well. Oi Sek! Asta, stand back. Let me handle things from here. But... Holy water bullet! And immediately a stream of water started moving towards Sek at a great speed. Gaster Blaster, said Sek, and a bronze animal-like skull appeared in front of Sek and fired a beam of magic energy towards the incoming bullet, piercing and destroying the water bullet without any difficulty. Seeing how easily his magic got crushed, Solid frowned and immediately gathered water to make a shield in front of him. But contrary to what the onlookers were expecting, the beam passed through the shield as well and landed on Solid's gut, knocking the air out of it. Sand creation magic, Sand Armored Guard, called out one of the Golden Dawn members as a huge knight-like figure made out of sand appeared around Asta and held his body in its arms. To act in such a way at a festive occasion like the decoration ceremony, you will be punished. Extase extend, said Sek as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it towards the sand guards and cut of its arms and freeing Asta out of its grasp. Retract. So you will continue to act like an idiot too? Honestly, I thought you were the smart type. Guess I was wrong, said Sek as he looked at the Golden Dawn member. Mist magic, solid mist clones. Using the opportunity when Sek wasn't looking at her, Nabra used her magic and created a number of clones around Sek. Oh come on, shadow clones really? Alright, if we are going down that alley, they. Sand restraining magic, sandbox. And immediately a large amount of sand started gathering around Sek. Shadow clones, sand coffin, alright then I will add on to this party as well, believe it. Magic bullet, giant raise nan. Gathering a spiraling mana orb in his hand, Sek slammed it on the sand below him, throwing it around, and then turned towards the clones and fired the orb towards the real Nabra, who immediately panicked and jumped back, making the orb crash near her feet, causing an explosion which sent her flying and destroyed all her clones. Art is explosion, fool ya fool, said Sek as a smirk appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Who the hell do you even think you are? Said Solid as he glared at Sek with hatred. If considering the decoration ceremony that happened before this nonsense, then I will say that I am a higher ranking magic knight than you, said Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. Why you? I'm not holding back anymore, said Solid as he started gathering his mana to fire his spell. Sensing the amount of mana that the royal was gathering, Sek narrowed his eyes a bit and then glanced towards Yami, only to find his captain digging his nose without a concern on his face. Well, if we are going all out then, Vritra, said Sek as back gauntlets and leg guards appeared around Sek's limbs. Water creation magic, sea seer. What is going on here? Suddenly hearing the cold voice, Solid's face immediately turned pale, whereas Sek also got surprised after hearing the familiar voice. Turning their heads towards the door which opened just now, all the people in the room saw Nozel looking coldly at them. Glancing around the room, Nozel's gaze fell upon Nabra, who was looking bit roughened up because of Sek's earlier attack, and immediately his mana started to pressurize his surroundings, making everyone except for the captains and Sek motionless. Feeling the large amount of mana gathered in his surroundings, the tentacles from Sek's sacred gears came out and started to move around close to him, absorbing the mana around them. Looking towards Sek, Nozel started walking towards him with a cold look on his face. "Are you trying to shame the name of the Silva family?" asked Nozel. "I have no such intentions. I don't know what those two have in their mind though," said Sek while glancing towards Solid and Nabra. Stopping for a bit and looking towards his siblings, who averted their eyes on meeting Nozel's, the captain of the Silver Eagles soon ignored them and turned back towards Sek. "A commoner that foolishly tried to disrespect royalty, how shall I punish you?" said Nozel in a cold tone. Sek, who was facing the man with weird bangs, didn't even trembled from the pressure that the man was giving out, and instead was about to push back as well. Oi, what nonsense are you even talking about, dumbass? You were not even in the room when all the shit happened." But all of a sudden Sek felt familiar rampaging mana around him and turned towards the man who interrupted the captain of Silver Eagles. Yami walked towards the two of them while releasing his own mana and smoking a cigarette. "Don't stand in my way, foreigner," said Nozel as he pointed his hand towards Sek. "That's enough," called out another voice, which made Nozel stop releasing his mana and glance back at the man who joined the conversation as well. "You should know about the situation before you take action on it," said Fuegoleon as he looked at his fellow royal. "You should be ashamed of yourself, not only as a magic knight but as a royal as well," said Fuegoleon. Yami, who retracted his mana as well, walked towards the two captains as well while giving a pat on Sek's shoulder on his way. "Good job, dumbass," said Yami as he walked towards Nozel and Fuegoleon. Relaxing a bit, Sek felt a presence behind him and turned around and saw Leopold standing there staring at him. "Ha ha ha ha, it's just as Mimosa said. You're quite amusing. All right, rejoice. I, Leopold Vermilion, declare you my rival." Looking at the self-declared rival with a deadpan look on his face, Sek deactivated his sacred gear and said, "What a drag," and slumped his shoulders. Chapter 64, The Self-Proclaimed Rival. Just as Leopold declared Sek to be his rival, the Dark Lord gave an annoyed sigh and turned towards Asta, who was still holding his swords. "What are you waiting for? Keep those swords back," said Sek, hearing which Asta realized that he was holding his swords and kept them back in his grimoire. "You idiot, I told you to behave when we were here. And you, how can you wimp out for all of a sudden?" said Sek as he smacked both Noel and Asta, making his fellow rookies HD their heads and groan in pain. "Oi! It was their fault for. Stop it, Bakista," said Noel as she shut Asta's mouth with her hand so as to prevent him from pissing of any more nobles. "I am sorry, FO. Nope, no apologies will be accepted. Once we get back, you two need to get straightened out. This idiot needs to learn how to behave, and as for you, Noel, looks like we need to make you grow some spine so that you can handle whispers these assholes on your own from next time. We can't have you breaking down in front of them every time we meet," said Sek with a smirk. Asta and Noel looked at Sek with mild surprise as his tone, which seemed like he was scolding them, changed all of a sudden. Both of them nodded their heads and didn't say anything further, since Noel felt that what Sek said was true, and as for Asta, he simply forgot about what he was angry about. As expected of my rival. Helping his squad mates to get them on the right track. I like it," said Leopold as he nodded sagely. The trio rookies from Black Bulls looked at Leopold with a deadpan look on their faces, not knowing what the hell he was talking about. "Sek, bring us to right track," thought Noel. "Hey, what the hell is this idiot spouting? Right track my ass," thought Sek. That guy is wearing even more makeup than Noel. Nobles are weird, thought Asta. "What was your name?" "Keek." "Leopold-san, it's Sek." "He's Sek-san," said Mimosa. "Haha, Sek, That's a great name, my rival," said Leopold as he slapped Sek's shoulder. "Earlier I saw him using this hand to pick his nose. thought Sek as he glanced at the hand that was smacking his magic night robe. Ha ha, come, now. Rejoice. Rejoice, said Leopold. Ah, he is so forceful, and stop slapping that hand, Oni robe, thought Sek as he took a deep breath and said, I am a huge freak who like maids more than anything else. All my favorite books are about maids and I visit maid cafes every single day, and I like maid figurines too, and in my spare time I wear maid costumes and breathe heavily while I stare at myself in the mirror. See. Saying his part, Sek gave a nod and walked away from the royal, not noticing Anna, who was hurriedly writing something in a notebook. Oi, wait, said Leopold as he grabbed Sek's shoulder, whose face scrunched up as he saw the same hand again his other shoulder as well. Oh come on, I was sure that speech would have left you disgusted and make you keep a distance from me, said Sek in an annoyed tone as he shrugged Leopold's hand off his shoulder. Haha, I am not someone who will easily give up against my rival. Whisper, and on the occasion of us being rivals, let me tell you this, I like maids as well. Whisper, that was not the point of my words. Whisper, don't tell me, you don't like maids. Whisper, of course I like maids. Seeing Sek and Leopold whisper bicker to each other, Sek's friends looked at them with a confused and weird look on their faces. As expected of Sek-san. To be able to get along with Leopold-san so soon. To not only be able to meet Sek-kun but learning about one of Sek-kun's taste. This ceremony is getting better and better, muttered Anna. Secret, who sitting on top of Noel's head because of fight, glanced towards Anna and thought, I know most if not all his tastes, and just looked at Anna with a mocking look on her face, though her expression didn't change much from her usual one. A royal acknowledging a commoner as his rival, said Nozel, gathering the attention from most of people in the room. Hearing that, Fuegoleon started defending his brother by giving logical explanations, but the other royal didn't even cared about his opinion, and both of them started to release their magic. Amidst all this, Yami and Sek moved away from the crowd and got close to a wall with a serious look on their faces. Oi brat, are you feeling that as well? Unfortunately yet. Good, said Yami as he used his mana skin to strengthen his body and punched the wall, destroying it immediately. This surprised all the people who were present in the room, but both Sek and Yami ignored them and jumped through the newly made hole as Sek looked back at the others and said, enemy attack, and then followed Yami. Falling down through the sky, Yami and Sek looked at their surroundings and saw the destruction that was done to the capital, as both of them immediately narrowed their eyes. Yami-san. Save the idiots and show hell to the dumbass, said Yami as both of them landed on a nearby roof. I will go that way, said both of them in unison as the two of them stared at each other with an awkward look on their faces. I will go that way. Once again the two of them pointed in the same direction and said that at the same time, causing another awkward moment. A few veins popped up on Yami's forehead as he grabbed Sek's head and clenched it tightly. Go that way, dumbass, yelled Yami as he threw Sek away with full force and then started running in the opposite direction. Fuck you, Yami-san, yelled Sek while he was still flying in mid-air after being thrown away by his captain. Chapter 65, Saving the Citizens. Sek, who was approaching the ground at a great speed, took out his grimoire and prepared to land in front of a group of zombies who were moving towards the citizens of the Clover Kingdom. Bronze magic, bronze body. Everybody stay calm, yelled Sek, but the citizens didn't even heard him because of panic. Realizing that, Sek took a deep breath and yelled, everybody stay *king calm. Suddenly hearing the loud noise ordering them to stay calm, all the citizens looked up and saw the incoming Dark Lord and widened their eyes in surprise. It's a magic knight, magic knights are here, declared one of the people who saw Sek coming towards them. Smirking after noticing that all eyes were on him, Sek started thinking about making an entrance and shifted his body in mid-air and clenched his fist tightly. Predicting to land in midst of the group of zombies, Sek didn't held back and with his enhanced strength punched the nearest zombie to the ground, causing a rather strong tremor which made all the nearby zombies fall down while raising a huge dust cloud. Shielding their eyes because of the sudden event, the citizens slowly opened their eyes and looked towards the dust cloud with a hopeful expression on their faces. Do not panic and try to stay close by. There are other groups of creatures like these in the surrounding areas as well, said Sek as he walked out of the dust cloud without any scratch, making the citizens sigh in relief, which soon turned back into shock when one of them commented, "He is a black bull." Seeing the sudden hesitation in their eyes, Sek's brows started twitching, but knowing full well why that happened, Sek sighed and turned back towards the zombies. "Don't worry, you are currently under the protection of the Dark Lord," said Sek so as to reassure the scared and panicked citizens as his sacred gear appeared. Many tentacles started to surround his body, which soon shot forward towards the zombies and restrained them, preventing them from moving any further. "Absorb," muttered Sek, and immediately the tentacles around the zombies started sucking out their mana, and in a few moments the zombies turned back to ash. Seeing that the magic knight, despite being a black bull, took down the strange people chasing them, made the people widen their eyes in surprise, and soon some of them started cheering while many of them thanked Sek. Sek retracted his tentacles and then spread around and started absorbing the mana from the flames that were burning down the buildings, and soon got dome with his surroundings. "Alright, now let's get to the next area," thought Sek, and was about to run away, but suddenly he felt someone pulling his hand and looked down and saw a group of children and people surrounding him. "Oni-san. My mother, please save her," said a young boy with tears in his eyes, and snot from his nose. "Wipe your face, kid," thought Sek as he took out his handkerchief and wiped the boy's face. "My son and his family too. They are caught in the other area," said an old woman with a worried look on her face. "My papa too," said a young girl who was crying in a woman's embrace, whom Sek presumed to be her mother. "Oi, you are not going to leave us here, right? Who knows when more of those guys will appear," said a man, hearing which many others started raising their voices as well. "Well, this is a mess," thought Sek as his grimoire started flipping pages and mana started gathering in the area. "I am sorry, but I need to take care of other areas as well. You all can either follow my lead or do whatever you want. I don't know how long will it take for the other magic knight to arrive here, since I came to help as soon as I felt something was wrong," said Sek. Saying his part, Sek fired a line from his sacred gear towards the roof of a house and them got onto the top as well to get a better view of the area. Making a mental map of the surroundings, Sek landed back down and said, "All right, you all, in order to be safe and sound, you all would be doing this." Explaining to the people while leading them towards a safer area, Sek made sure to keep out any zombies and put off the fire if he saw one in his way. Many other people joined the group as well, and amongst them many of them got reunited with their families. Most of the new people who joined his group were skeptical of following a black bull, but knowing that it was their only saving grace, they followed him and were glad that they did. They dropped seeing him as a black bull and started recognizing him as the strong and brave blonde magic knight who saved them, and reached out to them before the magic knights from the other squads. Seek, being unaware of their thoughts, was busy ordering a group of people who had magic, which was helpful in putting out fire and saving people from under the rubble, while also letting those who could heal, help the injured, while making sure to keep the zombies far away from them. "Man, it is a huge hassle to handle such a large group," thought Sek as he looked at the huge number of people behind him and frowned. Because of being in such a large group, he had to make sure that no zombie from any side gets close to them, and this, coupled with clearing the rubble, putting out fire, and calming the injured, was getting too much for him. In order to overcome that, he decided to let the people help out as well, since he was sure many of them would have some magic that would be helpful in the situation, and did exactly that too, only to regret it as soon as he asked them to do so, since now he had to monitor if these people were actually being helpful or not and look after them as well. "How long are the others gonna take? Just take them off my hand," thought Sek as he suddenly felt his pants getting pulled and sighed. He looked down towards a scared kid who has been pulling his pants for a while, to the point where Sek was afraid that the kid would take his pants off. "What now?" asked Sek. "Oni-san. That. What is that?" said the kid as he pointed in a direction, making Sek look there as well. As soon as Sek noticed what the kid was pointing at, his eyes widened and a big smile appeared on his face. "That kid, is my prayers getting answered?" said Sek as he saw a huge humanoid creature coming towards them with 3 people on its back. "All right everyone, other magic knights are here. So don't panic. They are magic knights," announced Sek as he saw the people starting to panic after seeing the huge golem. Walking towards the earth golem, Sek was about to call out and ask them to lead them to safety zones since he didn't know where to take the citizens. But instead of speaking, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that the golem was not slowing down, and he could feel that it had no intentions to do so as well. Frowning a bit, Sek looked back, stood aside and looked towards the tanned woman who was controlling the golem with a glare, who glanced back at him and gave a snort in response, totally ignoring Sek. I really want to slap that man-hater bit, thought Sek, but was surprised when he saw the tanned woman getting kicked off her own golem by a familiar black-haired Crimson Lion magic knight who jumped off the golem as well while making sure to kick the man-hater off the golem as well. Sek-kun, are you alright? You are not injured, right? Asked Anna, totally showing what her priority was to Sek, who just smiled and said, nope, and good job faking that accidental kick. Sighing in relief that Sek was alright, she gave a small, nearly unnoticeable smile to Sek as she thought, she is lucky that I didn't tan that bitch in my flames. Thanking her, Sek walked back to the group of citizens who were following him and notify them that the people who just came really were magic knights, since many of them turned hostile towards the people who tried to attack Sek, who saved them. Seeing the situation, Sek just blinked his eyes in surprise, since he didn't believe that they will stand up against other magic knights for a black bull. The Dark Lord's charm is too great, thought Sek as he started reporting the situation to Charlotte, ignoring Sol, who was glaring at him, who ignored Anna, who was glaring at her. Chapter 66, Let me catch a break. Captain Charlotte, I have cleared the area around here. The fire has been put out as well, said Sek as the captain of Blue Rose looked at the Black Bull Magic Knight before turning towards the people who were looking at her with a mixture of emotions. Fear, lust, relief, admiration, anger, confusion, jealousy, respect, etc. Though anger, relief, and lust were the more prominent ones. Nodding her head once, Charlotte looked back at Sek and said, good work. This will easily make others look over how you and that brute just jumped off after busting through that wall. I followed what my captain told me to do, said Sek as he glanced at the few kids who were stuck to his legs trying to hide behind him. Oi, what did you say to Nasan? Said an angry soul. Don't scare the kids, they are already having a hard time to deal with all this, said Sek as he glared at the tanned man-hater and adjusted his pants, which were being pulled by the kids, who were surprised by the soul's sudden outburst. Soul, shut up, calmly said Charlotte as she glanced at her subordinate. But said Soul as she tried to voice out her displeasure, but stopped as she noticed the looks of anger from many people. Hey, don't be scared, I will protect you, but I won't be able to do that if you all pulled my pants down, you know, said Sek as he tried to calm the kids down, who just looked back at him with a scared and pleading gazes. Smiling helplessly at the kids, Sek slowly freed his pants from their hands and looked back at the crowd of people behind him and then turned towards Charlotte. Do you know where to take the people in situations like the one we have here? I don't think staying in one place with these many people is a good idea, muttered Sek. Charlotte, who heard what Sek said, nodded, seeing which Sek sighed and looked back at the crowd. We will. All right everyone. We will be going to a relatively safer place. Get back into formations like we discussed earlier. Those who have injuries, do make sure to get yourself healed up and not hold back the whole group. Make sure to keep an eye on the kids. Keep you guard up. Not even giving a chance for Charlotte to speak up, Sek gave orders to the people, which made them go back to what they were doing before Charlotte and the others came along. Captain Charlotte, please lead them. Being a new recruit, I don't know where the shelter is, said Sek as he looked at the blonde captain, who just looked at Sek and thought, even the subordinates of that man's squad don't listen to others. Soul, use your magic to lead the group. As for the two of you, we will be keeping a guard from all sides. I will cover the back of the group while you two take a side each as well. Sek, Soul, and Anna gave a nod as both Sek and Anna immediately walked away and took their sides. Seeing that, Charlotte looked back at Soul, who used her magic to make a huge golem and got on top of it. Follow them, ordered Charlotte as the citizens started following the earthen giant, seeing which Charlotte got back to observing the surroundings and soon took her position as well. Meanwhile, at other districts, other magic knights arrived as well and started to deal with the zombies and take control of the situation they were in. Asta along with Noel and Leopold were watching Fuegoleon deal with Raids, who was spouting some nonsense about his magic being greater than any noble and all. Soon enough Fuegoleon defeated and restrained the former Purple Orca member, which made all the zombies fall down lifelessly on the ground, making the Magic Knights the winners of the first battle. Sek and Anna, who saw that the zombies that they were about to fight fall down without even taking any attack, were surprised and started looking around as they noticed that the other zombies were falling down on the ground as well. "Looks like someone defeated the caster," said Charlotte as Soul kicked around the lifeless bodies, spouting something along the lines of how only she was allowed to touch Charlotte's body. The news soon spread amongst the crowd as they started cheering the Magic Knight squad who saved them. Needless to say that the popularity of Sek was higher amongst the group who were saved by him, as some of them also cheered for Charlotte and Anna as well. Now this is what being a Dark Lord really is," said Sek as he nodded sagely after hearing the people thanking and cheering for him. The kids who were following Sek earlier were now looking at him with shining eyes, as some of them even told him that they were going to become a magic knight like him. Seeing the totally innocent and admiring gaze of the children, even Sek felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head and said, "Sure, I know that you all can do it. Work hard and make sure to be safe." "Yes. Thank you Nii-chan," said all the kids in unison as they gave Sek one last group hug, which something that Sek returned with a defeated sigh and thought, "I really am feeling glad that I saved these kids." A small smile appeared on Sek's face as he hugged the kids tighter because of the excitement and said, "You guys really made the Dark Lord happy." "Ah. Too tight. Too tight. Oh sorry." Immediately breaking the hug, Sek apologized to the kids with a helpless smile, seeing which the kids laughed at the blonde man and soon went back to their families. Now being the handsome, manly, and attractive Dark Lord Sek was. Not to mention the suspension bridge effect from the recent event, many people from the crowd glanced at Sek with suggestive gazes. But before Sek could notice any of those gazes, Anna appeared in front of the people who were glancing at Sek and just looked back at them with a total silence and an expressionless face. Many people were confused by what was happening, but some of them soon backed off. Seeing that the weak-willed were down, Anna smiled a bit before she looked back at the people who were still looking at Sek and thought, "I really want to release my magic to scare them away, or to make them disappear for good." But soon she snapped out of her thought as she heard the voice of someone she was familiar to. "Anna." "Yes, Sek-kun." Immediately turning towards Sek, Anna looked at him with a small smile, trying to be welcoming, since one of her fellow squad members told her that she didn't look welcoming at all. Sek ignored the weird smile on Anna's face as he crouched down and placed his hands on the back of two girls beside him. "These two want to say something to you." "Me?" Tilting her head in confusion, Anna looked at the two girls who were fidgeting. The two girls looked back at Anna and took a gulp. "TT, thank you for saving us earlier," said the girls in unison as they bowed their heads in front of the Crimson Lion Mage. Widening her eyes in surprise, she looked back at Sek, who just smiled seeing the surprised Anna and shrugged his shoulders. "You are welcome. And it was my duty to save you too," said Anna as she looked back at the girls who just smiled at the female magic knight before running back to their families. Seeing the kids run back to their families, Sek gave a pat on Anna's shoulder and said, "Looks like you got two fans. Good job, Anna." "Thank you. But I think that you got many admirers as well." "Well, you can't help that. It is me after all. I am great and am just built different," said Sek with a shrug of his shoulders, but soon his eyes widened in shock as he sensed a lot of mana below his feet and noticed a black portal appearing below his and Anna's feet. "Let me catch a break for Fu*K's sake," said Sek in an angry tone as he noticed a similar portal appearing below Charlotte's and Soul's feet. Chapter 67, Strong and Superior. Feeling his legs sinking in, Sek's sacred gear appeared around his body and tentacles started extending out rapidly. He then looked forward and saw Anna's breasts right in front of his face as she closed in towards him to protect the blonde Dark Lord. Nice, thought Sek as he saw the hypnotic jiggle in front of him. But soon he snapped out of trance and immediately hugged the Crimson Lion Magic Knight tightly as the tentacles that were already latched onto some building pulled them out of the portal. "Phew, that was close. You all right, Anna?" "Anna, asked Sek, only to notice that the black-haired girl whom he saved just now was embracing him. Yes, Sek-kun. I am fine. Thanks to you, said Anna as she placed her head on Sek's shoulder and did something that Sek presumed to be sniffing him. Though that thought soon disappeared from his mind as he immediately turned to look towards the place where Charlotte and Sol were standing. Looks like they were unable to escape, muttered Sek as Anna lifted her head from his shoulder and looked towards the same direction. The caster is too talented to pinpoint the magic knights and make a portal directly under them, said Anna as she squinted her eyes. Oi, dumbass! Suddenly out of nowhere, Sek heard a familiar voice and turned his head and found Yami standing on top of a roof while carrying Charlotte over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Yami-san! Were you not pulled in by a portal? Nah, no portal appeared below me. I was coming here anyway and saw you all getting sucked in and just saved the prickly queen on time, said Yami. Ha! Looks like the enemy thought that there was no use pulling you in anyways and just ignored you. What did you say, you dumbass? That aside, why didn't you try to save me? Am I not the one and only Dark Lord of your squad? Hey, no way I would have done that, said Yami with an expressionless face. Hey, that hurt my feelings, complained Sek as he looked at Yami with a hurt look on his face. His gaze then fell on Charlotte, who was a blushing mess and was panicking while still being carried by the captain of the Black Bulls. Soon his gaze met with hers as both of them stared at each other for a while, with Sek being calm and Charlotte turning paler and paler by the second. Soon Sek turned his gaze from the captain of Blue Rose and looked towards Anna, who was staring intently at him. He is just a bit away from me, thought Anna as she continued to stare at him, but soon a small smile appeared on her face. Seeing the unexpected smile on her beautiful face and that too at such a close distance, Sek was surprised and felt that his heart started beating faster. But out of nowhere, Sek felt another presence closing in on him and turned his head only to see a blur pass by him. Wow ow ow! Turning back to his side, Sek saw Secret, who came just now, sitting on his shoulder and pecking Anna's hand of Sek. Whoa! Secret! Stop! Stop! Hearing his voice, Sek stopped for a bit, but only after making sure that Anna let go of Sek. She then looked back at him with her usual expressionless face and saw a few scratches and dust and dirt on his face. She wiped the dirt off his face with her wings and then smacked him with the wing as well. Hey! What was that for? Complained Sek as he looked at the anti-bird, who just averted her gaze with a snort. Oi, dumbass, stop fooling around. We are going, ordered Yami as he put Charlotte down, who was glaring at him with a slight blush on her cheeks. Coming, Yami-san. Replying to his captain, Sek retracted his tentacles and got ready to follow him. He then gave a glance to Anna, who stood up, glared at Secret, but soon nodded her head as the two of them jumped down on the streets and started running towards where Yami and Charlotte were rushing off to. While running, Sek felt a huge burst of mana from the opposite direction and immediately looked towards Secret, who was sitting on his shoulder. That spirit power is bullshit. The amount of mana that just came out is different from what came out of him at the dungeon, thought Sek as he could feel the current amount of mana that was available for Yuno's use. And it was way more than Sek had at his disposal. But he is still not better than the Dark Lord. If he has a fairy, then I have a dragon inside me. Though it does still not awaken, but still I am better than him, thought Sek as he felt a bit jealous of the elemental spirit that was in the possession of the Wind Mage. He also tried to call out to the dragon within him, but as usual, the dragon didn't respond to his call, making the Dark Lord a bit pissed. Because of that, Sek unconsciously increased his pace and soon his grimoire started floating beside him. Bronze creation magic, bronze bike. And immediately his motorbike appeared in front of him. Not wasting a second, Sek took his seat and channeled his mana through the vehicle, which gave out a loud noise like a roar, making the captains and Anna look at him. Yumi-san, I will be going ahead, said Sek and rushed off without waiting for a reply. Yami just stared at his subordinate, who just rushed off without his approval and started slowing down. Seeing him slow down, Charlotte slowed down as well and asked, "Why are we slowing down?" "That brat needs to break his limits soon," was all that Yami said as continued to run slowly towards the location they were heading towards. Sek, who had a serious look on his face, was driving at a fast speed. He soon saw the figure of Asta and Leopold fighting off several robed mages and got prepared to take them down. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun plus lightning debuff magic, paralysis touch plus ice debuff magic, frost touch. Sek's hands started glowing as both of his hands transformed into miniguns. One was slightly bluish while the other was slightly yellowish. Magic gathered in the hand-turned weapons as the barrels started rotating. Magic bullets started firing rapidly out of the guns and headed towards the robed mages who were still unaware of the incoming Dark Lord. "You guys are just unlucky to be facing Dark Lord when he is not in the mood to drag out the fight," muttered Sek. "Arg, what was that?" was all the robed mage who got hit by the first shot could say before his body stopped responding. A layer of ice appeared all around his body. Soon the other joined their frozen homemade as only one of the robed mage who stopped the bullets in time using a lizard made out of a gel-like substance. "Oh! This is some interesting magic, just like the anti-magic," said the bespectacled girl in the robes as her gel salamanders started freezing up. All of them who saw the people around them freeze up looked towards Sek, who was now close enough that the bike's noise became audible to them. "Sek! My rival! TCH! Another magic knight! Oi Valtos! Can you not even do a simple job?" yelled a guy with an eye patch. Sek, who noticed that he missed a few of them, transformed his hands back to normal and increased his speed. Soon he jumped off his bike and let it run straight towards the frozen gel lizard as he landed in front of Asta. Taking X-Dace out of his sheath, Sek pointed it towards the remaining enemies and started charging his sword. Just as his bike crashed against the frozen gel lizard and broke it, Sek fired the stored mana towards the remaining enemies. Bang was all that came out of his mouth as a beam shot forward out of X-Dace's tip, blasting the people that got hit by it in the walls. Frost touch and paralysis touch. Gathering the mana on his fingertips, Sek fired multiple magic bullets wrapped in his debuff magic towards the people whom he just attacked and restrained them as well. "There, all done," said Sek as he looked around his surroundings to check if he missed anybody else. Meanwhile, Asta, Noel, and Leopold were looking at Sek with their mouths wide open. The evident shock of how easily Sek took down all the people who they were having difficulty against made the two Black Bulls remember once again how strong and superior their squad's Dark Lord really is, while Leopold was just left speechless after seeing the actions of his rival. "Stop showing off that mana already," thought Sek as he could still feel the spirit's mana in the surrounding. Chapter 68, Don't Cry. After finishing his job of taking care of the mobs, Sek looked back at his squad mates and noticed that they were quite beaten up. His gaze then fell on Noel, who was trying to stop the bleeding from Fuegalian's arm. His eyes narrowed a bit as he took X-Dace out of its sheath and focused on the mana stone embedded in it. "Seeing that I was not captured by them means that they have yet to know about the mana stone that is in my possession," thought Sek as he looked towards his side and noticed Yami and the others running towards them. Soon Yami and the others arrived and Anna immediately started checking Sek's body for injuries. After she made sure that Sek was fine, she sighed in relief and then looked around. There are quite a number of mages around here. Yeah, and they were well trained as well. If all the magic knights that were present in the capital were to be teleported away, they surely would have destroyed the capital. "You are saying that they were trained but you took them down quite easily?" Leopold said as she looked at Sek with amazement, but soon he frowned and looked towards his armless unconscious brother. Seeing his gaze, Sek and Anna looked towards him as well. Sek then gave a pat on Leopold's back as the three of them moved towards the fallen captain. "How is he?" "Is my brother fine?" asked Leopold as he looked at Noel, who was trying her best to stop the bleeding. "He is not the kind of person who will fall from something like this. Have some trust in your brother," Yami said as he looked at Leopold. Sek stared at Fuegalian for a while before he turned around and ran towards one of the frozen mages he fought against. Absorption line, blaze black flare. A whip encased in black flames shot forward from Sek's gauntlet and wrapped around one of the frozen mages. Soon the man defrosted and was about to attack, but before he was able to, Sek pointed his finger at him in the shape of a gun and fired a mana bullet at him. "Debuff magic, sleep." And immediately the man fell and went to the land of dreams. He then grabbed the man by his collar and dragged him towards Fuegoleon and the others. "Oi, what the hell are you doing?" asked Leopold as he looked at Sek with a strange expression. "Making sure that your brother can FAP once he wakes up." "What? Just get to the side." Saying that, Sek dropped the man beside Fuegoleon and then gestured to Noel to get away from him as well. Noel followed and got away from Fuegoleon as Sek crouched down near the man and removed the cloth around the wounded region, making Leopold frown. "What are you doing?" asked Leopold with anger in his voice, but Sek ignored the ginger head and made some preparations. Soon the pages in his grimoire started flipping as he touched both Fuegoleon and the man he brought. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. Reciting the name of his spell, his hands started glowing as a pained expression appeared on his face. Seeing that he was doing something to his brother, Leopold tried to barge in and stop Sek, only to be stopped by Yami, who just focused on his subordinate. Anna too decided to stop Sek since she saw the pained look on his face, but stopped herself from doing so as she didn't want to stop Sek from doing what he chose himself to do. She believed in him and believed that Sek knew that something like that would happen, yet he decided to do so. "I will stop him if it looks like it is going to be dangerous," thought Anna as she clenched her fists to stop herself from doing something reckless. Meanwhile, Sek, who was using his magic, was suffering from an infuriating amount of pain as he was transferring the damage that Fuegoleon sustained to the enemy mage through his body, and was himself feeling that pain that Fuegoleon would have suffered. Soon the other noticed the glow on Fuegoleon's severed arm and widened their eyes in surprise as they saw that the arm started to grow back. They looked at Sek with a shocked expression on their faces, while Yami continued to look at them seriously and thought, "His spell is like Julius's, but it looks like he is suffering from pain himself as well. He sure is gutsy one to do something like this." Sek looked at the glowing, regrowing arm and clenched his teeth. He really wanted to scream out loud because of the pain, but stopped himself from doing that since it would look uncool for the Dark Lord to scream out loud from pain. "Damn it! This is hurting like hell. I too want to just fall unconscious like him," thought Sek as he looked at Fuegoleon with an envious look on his face, but didn't stop his magic. It was not very Sek-like to give up midway, and it was his mentality that made him continue the process despite the pain. A few minutes passed by as Sek continued to heal Fuegoleon. Sek, who was finally about to finish the healing, started getting excited. He clenched his teeth, and as soon as Fuegoleon's arm healed, Sek looked towards the other man and transferred all the pain that he gathered into his body. Immediately after that, the other man's arm got severed just like how Fuegoleon's was, and blood sprayed out of his body. "I am done." Declaring that the process was over, the other got excited but soon got shocked after seeing Sek fall on the ground while holding his arm and the sudden shower of blood that happened because of the man's arm being cut off out of nowhere. Anna and Noel immediately went to Sek's side as they saw the Dark Lord holding his arm, which was hurting like hell, while tears gathered in his eyes, which were being held back by Sek. "Can't cry. Dark Lords don't cry from pain," thought Sek as his grimoire started flipping, and he pointed his finger at his forehead and used a spell. "Debuff magic, sleep." And in an instant, his body loosened up and he fell asleep without caring for the question that the people around him had. "Oi, dumbass! That blood ruined my pants," yelled Yami as he looked at the unconscious Sek, whom Anna picked up and laid his head in her lap while patting his head. Chapter 69, It Feels Good. Sek, who was unconscious after using his spell, was sleeping calmly without any care of the world. Anna, who sat down and decided to give him a lap pillow, was silently patting his head with a small unnoticeable smile on her face. Seeing the scene of his partner lying unconscious in Anna's lap made Sekre slightly pissed, though she still stopped herself from pecking a hole in Anna's head as she didn't want Sek to be disturbed. She slowly flew down towards Sek and landed on top of his chest and stared at the unconscious Dark Lord's face. While this scene was happening with the Dark Lord, on the side the other magic knights were looking at Fuegoleon's regrown arm with awe. Leopold was hugging his still unconscious brother tightly while muttering his relief and thanks to Sek. Asta, being Asta, was happy seeing that Fuegoleon was safe. Noelle was blushing furiously as she was supporting the injured bare-chested Asta's body. Charlotte was wrapping up the man whose hand was traded off for Fuegalians. And Yami was looking at his pants which were soiled by blood with an annoyed look on his face. Geez, I bought these just recently. Oi dumbass, I will make you pay for it, said Yami as he looked at Sek. Seeing him asleep, Yami took a whiff of his cigarette and then looked around the surroundings. Still, looks like it all ended quite faster than I expected, said Charlotte. Oi, prickly queen, don't you know something troublesome happens when those kinds of words are said at moments like this? Shut your disgusting mouth. Anyway, we still need to find the other magic knights. We don't know where they are, but they must be teleported quite far away, said Charlotte as cursed at Yami. Why do you have to sound like that, Charlotte? Yami will hate you if you keep acting like that, thought Charlotte as a chibi Charlotte rolled around in her imagination while holding her head. While the two captains were talking to each other, one of the mages who attacked the kingdom, a bespectacled girl whose body was encased in a layer of ice, glanced around her surroundings. Ah! I was right to cover myself with my gel magic before that spell hit me. Still, this magic is fabulous. I want to get my hands on that boy and do some research. Also, I want Asta as well. His anti-magic is something way more interesting than any magic that I have seen, thought Sally as she looked at Asta and Sek. Asta is injured and that boy who attacked us earlier is unconscious. It is the best time to catch them. But I don't have a way to get out of here since Valtos is captured as well. Seeing the unconscious and weakened lab rats, Sally started to get tempted but made sure to not catch their attention since two captains were nearby as well. Let's ask Rie, thought Sally as the magic communicator that was present near her ear lit up. Ria-san, we got caught, help us, was all that Sally said without thinking twice. Just as Sally used the magic communicator, Yami's eyes turned sharp as he immediately used Ki. Sensing Sally's movements with Ki, Yami looked at the frozen girl with a slightly serious look which made the supposed to be frozen girl widen her eyes a bit in surprise. Yami sighed and blew out a smoke cloud from his mouth. He then took out his katana and said, Oi, prickly queen. This is why you should never raise a flag. Hearing his words, Charlotte looked at him with a confused look on her face but soon frowned as she felt the disturbance in the mana around her. A huge black portal appeared around the frozen mages, and people wearing the same kind of robes as the frozen ones came out of it and started attacking the magic knights. Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya / Yami immediately intercepted the incoming attacks with his own, and seeing that made the other magic knights snap out of the trance as they got prepared to fight as well. Ah! More of those wit cloak guys, Cam. I will be taking you, Asta, declared Sally as an arm made of gel launched towards Asta and engulfed him immediately, successfully trapping the monoless boy. Asta! My other rival! Now the other one, said Sally in an excited tone as she looked at the unconscious Sek and launched another slime tentacle. Sek! My original rival! Noel and Leopold looked at Sek with a concerned look on their faces since they knew that he was still unconscious. They followed the tentacle that was moving towards Sek at blinding speed with horror in their eyes. Fire magic, raging flare. But before the tentacle could get even anywhere near the unconscious Dark Lord, a wave of fire engulfed it and destroyed it without much trouble. Noel, Leopold, and Sally looked at the scene with surprised looks on their faces. Meanwhile, Anna, who was looking at Sek with a loving smile while gently patting his head, suddenly looked up at Sally with a cold expression on her face. Try touching even a single strand of Sek-kun's hair and I will turn you to ashes, said Anna with a threatening glare as her grimoire started floating beside her. Sek, who felt the sudden temperature change, frowned a bit but remained asleep, albeit he looked a bit more uncomfortable than before. He started moving around to get back into a comfortable position and started adjusting his body. Anna, who was feeling his movements, felt ticklish as Sek moved around, but for some reason, she felt happy and hot from time to time. Ah, that won't do. I need him for my research, so give him to me. Gel magic, sticky salamander. Using her magic, a high amount of gel gathered around her as Sally got on top of the huge salamander and looked down on Anna, who looking back at her. Salamander, go! Pointing her hand forward, Sally made the salamander move towards Anna and Sek. Seems like you won't listen peacefully, said Anna as she looked down at Sek. Don't worry Sek-kun, I will give my 100% and won't let anything happen to you, said Anna with a smile on her face. But just as she said that, the smile on her face got stiff and so did her whole body. Anna, who was looking at Sek with a smile, suddenly turned silent as she felt something. She turned to look behind her and was speechless at what she saw. Sikray, who was worried about what suddenly happened to Anna, decided to look at what Anna was looking at, flew on top of her head, and followed her gaze only to see Sek's hands on Anna's butt. I am going to give my 200% was all that Anna said before she looked forward at the incoming salamander. A slightly excited smile appeared on Anna's face along with a blush on her cheeks. Sek, who was still unaware of what was happening around him, started to unconsciously squeeze the plump and soft object in his hand. A high amount of mana gathered around Anna as her blush intensified. Won't. That's cute lot of mana, said Sally with an excited look on her face as she looked at Anna. Charlotte and Yami, who were fighting the newly arrived enemies, also felt the huge amount of mana behind them and were slightly surprised that the one who was releasing that much mana was the peasant from Crimson Lions. Oi, you two dumbasses! Take Fuego Leon and run, ordered Yami as he fired another dark slash at the enemies around him. Noel and Leopold immediately followed Yami's order as they too felt the mana that was increasing around them to a dangerous degree. Fire magic, fire tornado! The chaotic mana that was surrounding Anna suddenly started to become dense, and in an instant, a fire tornado appeared near the salamander and started pulling everything around him towards itself with great force. Some of the unfortunate mages who got caught up in Anna's attack tried to resist being pulled away. But in the end, the suction force of the tornado was too strong for them and countless bodies got engulfed in the terrifying spell and got burnt to crisp. Anna, who looked at the huge fire column in front of her, was totally speechless. She then looked down and looked at Sek and thought, I got a bit wet, it feels good. Chapter 70, Better. After the tornado made up of fire subsided, the robed people who weren't caught in the attack immediately rushed away from the magic knights, and soon black portals appeared below them, allowing most of the robed magicians to escape. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord, who was drooling while fondling something soft, was being glared at by Sikray, while Anna was looking at him with a slight blush on her cheeks. If only I was in my original body, thought a certain anti-bird as she looked at her partner who was sleeping in someone's lap. Sek-kun is looking so happy. Ah, it's making me happy as well. His hands are so big and rough, yet his touch is oddly satisfying, thought Anna as she looked at Sek. The other magic knights looked at the black-haired girl who used the huge fire spell. Suddenly were still a bit shocked, except for the captains who were now busy capturing the robed magicians who were left behind. Later that day, Sek, who was unconscious for quite a while, finally started to wake up. It's fine, just leave him to me. You must be tired, right? I am absolutely fine, so you need not worry about me. Sek, who was starting to regain his senses, heard two people near him who were most likely bickering. What's the hell is going on, thought Sek as he slightly opened his eyes and tried to lift his body. Sek. Sek-san. Sek-kun. Seeing Sek finally gaining his consciousness, his friends around him started making a ruckus. They were both happy and worried about him, but Sek just ignored his surroundings as he still felt a bit groggy after waking up. Sikray. Immediately asking about his familiar whom he was not able to find anywhere, Sek started looking around only to see that a lot of people were around him, and for some reason Anna was directly in front of him with their faces just a bit away from each other. Sikray, who heard her partner call for her as soon as he woke up, made her a bit happy as she flew off Asta's head and landed on Sek's shoulder. Feeling the familiar weight on his shoulder, Sek looked in its direction and smiled at seeing the familiar expressionless anti-bird. So there you were. Wait a minute. After finally realizing what he was doing before he fell asleep, Sek jolted up and looked around carefully as he saw the magic knights from the decoration ceremony all around him. Judging by my surroundings, I guess that the situation is stable for now, said Sek as Klaus gave a nod. Sek, are you okay? You aren't injured? Asked Klaus. Sek-san. Are you all right? Are you injured somewhere? Does it hurt somewhere? Asked Mimosa, who dashed past Klaus, who just fell to his side by the sudden impact. I am totally fine. No pain at all, said Sek with a smirk. Then why did you fell unconscious? Asked Klaus. Well, let's just say the pain of having your hand cut off and then making it grow slowly is not something you would like to experience, unless you are into that stuff, said Sek with lifeless eyes as he looked at his arm, which suffered from the extreme amount of pain. Hearing his words, the ones who didn't witness the situation got pale and glanced at Sek's arm, while the others who did witness the scene of Sek healing Fuegoleon were still shocked after hearing what Sek experienced because of his spell. Sek's gaze then fell on Anna, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked, "What happened, Anna? Are you injured or hurt somewhere?" "No, my legs are just a bit numb," said Anna as she, Asta, and Noelle explained how she took care of him once he fell asleep. Hearing that, the Dark Lord immediately crouched down to match Anna's eye level and said, "Thank you for taking care and saving me. And I apologize." But before he could finish, Anna raised her hand and placed it on Sek's mouth. "There is no need to apologize. I did that because I wanted to. So don't apologize to me. Your gratitude is enough for me," said Anna with a small smile on her face. Sek looked at her for a while before he nodded and stood up and extended his hand for her to get up as well. Anna took his hand and blushed as she remembered the hand which groped her butt earlier. Secret and Mimosa looked at the two of them with slight envy as Secret just slapped his head with her wing. "Ow! What was that for?" Sek, who got the sudden wing slap, looked at the culprit only to see the bird look back at him before she extended her wing and caressed Sek's cheek. Sek sighed seeing the familiar action and realized that the bird on his shoulder was worried for him as well. He smiled at Secret and thanked her before he looked back at Anna, who stumbled a boy because her legs were still numb. Immediately catching her body, Sek looked at her face, which got buried in his chest, and was about to ask something when he felt the girl taking a deep breath. He was about to ask about what the hell was she doing, but before he was able to, Julius and Marx came, which gathered everyone's attention. Even Anna stood straight but was still leaning against Sek as her legs were still not responding. Julius then explained the situation about Fuegoleon, who, just as Sek expected, was still in a comatose state. He also explained about the duty of the Magic Knights and what the people expected from them. Soon Noelle's siblings left the group as Nozel led them with a slightly pissed-off expression on his face. Leopold then came out of the building by supporting his body against the walls and declared something about getting stronger and all. Asta. Sek. As fellow rivals who faced the life and death situation, I promise you two that I will get stronger. Stronger than you two as well, so make sure to not slack off, declared Leopold as he looked at the two Black Bull rookies. Well, there is no harm in trying, best of luck, said Sek. But just keep in mind, if you want to get anywhere close to the level of the Dark Lord, you need to throw away your humanity, said Sek with a grin as he pointed his finger at himself. Hearing that, Leopold grinned back at him with a look filled with confidence as Asta looked at Sek and asked, Sek gave up his humanity? So Sek is not a human? As if solving the biggest mystery, Asta pointed his finger at Sek with a shocked look on his face. Hearing his answer, the rest of the people near him looked at him with a deadpan look as they sighed. Really, Brew? Said Sek. Sek, what are you? Asked Asta. Obviously, better than you, replied Sek in a calm tone. Ha! What the hell did you say, you bastard? How the hell are you better than me? Well, for starters, I am bigger than you. Ugh! How does that matter? That doesn't count. Oh! Yeah, I have a bigger sword than yours, declared Asta as he took out his huge anti-magic sword. My sword is bigger than your toothpick down there, said Sek with a smirk. Asta, who took a few moments to realize what Sek meant, soon gritted his teeth and looked down, knowing that what Sek said was true, but there was no way he was going to accept that. He glared at Sek, who just smiled back at him. Chapter 71, Dark Lord's Trauma. A few days passed by since the whole capital zombie attack occurred. And needless to say that because of his contribution to protecting the citizens of the capital, the Dark Lord was promoted once again, though every magic knight who participated in that event got a promotion too. That's not important. The main thing was that Sek was now a second-class senior magic knight. He also got quite popular amongst the people of the capital as being an odd Black Bull member who saved the citizens during the attack when most of the other magic knights were not even close by. But despite all of these achievements, the Dark Lord didn't get conceited and just led his daily life. Currently in the Black Bull's HQ, or more correctly inside Sek's room, Sek, Vanessa, and Secret were pondering over a serious matter. "So what do you think I should do, Vanessa-san?" asked Sek as he looked at the pink-haired woman. Vanessa, who was reading a letter without even looking up, said, "No matter how you look at it, it's an invitation to a date." Just as those words escaped Vanessa's mouth, Secret, who was sitting on Sek's shoulder, started pecking his head with all her strength. "Reject it! Reject it! Reject it!" What other answer could there possibly be, were the thoughts that his familiar anti-bird had. "Ow ow ow ow! Cut it out, Secret, ow!" Sek, who defended his head from the barrage of beaks, caught the bird in his hand and held her still. Vanessa acted as if nothing happened and put the letter back in the bed and said, "Well, this Anna person is just asking you out. I think that you should do what you want." Sek looked at the letter that was placed on his bed and started having many thoughts with a very, very serious look on his face. Seeing him have such a serious look on his face, Vanessa's eyes widened a bit as she thought, what the hell is so complicated about this that it is making him have such seriousness? "Hey Sek, it's just a date, you don't have to worry this mew." That's what she said. Just as Vanessa was about to finish her sentence, Sek yelled out loudly as he immediately stood up. Both Secret and Vanessa were shocked by his sudden outburst as they looked at the blonde boy with surprised looks on their faces. "It's the same shit that bitch Stella told me and then shoved a gun down my throat when I tried to reject her," thought Sek as the memories of the bitch from his previous world resurfaced. Sek shook his head so as to clear his thoughts and said, "No, that's not the problem. Anna is nothing like her, but what if she's just trying to act like that in front of public just like that bitch?" "Calm down Sek, calm down. And who the hell is this bitch that you are mentioning?" said Vanessa as she made Sek sit back on his bed. Secret, seeing her partner like that, got worried and hopped onto his shoulder and started patting his back. Sek took some deep breaths and soon calmed down and said, "No one, just a bad memory that is best kept buried. Anyways, on to the current agenda." Sek held the letter in his hands as he ignored the pink-haired woman and the anti-bird and said, "I don't think it will be a problem, actually scratch that. I am going on this date. I need to face this someday anyway. After all, the Dark Lord's charisma will invite such situations from time to time." Sek, who had a resolute look on his face, immediately got a wing slap from Secret, who once again started pecking his head with all her might. "Ow ow 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 ow," cried Sek as he fell from the bed. Vanessa, who looked at the scene in front of her, chuckled and said, "Phew phew, well, it's interesting to see that someone like Sek-kun, the Dark Lord, will have such trouble with going on a date with a girl." That comment immediately reached Sek's ears as he shot up from the floor and said, "Oh please, it's just such a trivial matter that it never crossed the Dark Lord's great mind, that's all." Well, it was partially true, since Sek, who since his childhood was so fascinated by magic which was not present in his previous life, never had a single thought about dating someone. He just practiced his magic to get stronger to reach his goal of becoming the Dark Lord and just enjoyed his life without thinking much about it. Plus the shitty romantic life in his previous world left a slight trauma on him. Plus she protected me while I was unconscious, so I want to repay her as well," said Sek. He decided to go on the date. "Well then, good for you then. By the way, why did you call me for such a matter?" asked Vanessa. "Well, I just wanted to make sure that I was comprehending the letter correctly. So I sought after someone who had some experience with these types of things. And you seem to be the best option in the squad," said Sek. "What about Finral? He should have been a better candidate for this. Can you tell me the number of times he got himself to date a girl?" said Sek as a look of realization flashed on Vanessa's face as the whole room turned silent. Meanwhile at some other part of the Black Bull's HQ, Finral, who was reading a not-so-children-friendly magazine, felt as if an arrow pierced his heart. Chapter 72, Mixer. The next day at the Black Bull's HQ, a man could be seen sitting on top of the building with a thoughtful expression on his face. The said man was Final, the the space magician of the Black Bulls. And currently, he was in a great dilemma about who to invite for a mixer that he arranged. Asta's a delight, so I am definitely taking him, thought Finral as he nodded several times. Now the main question is, who to take in as the third member. Someone who won't spoil the mixer and also not make the ladies too much attracted to himself, thought Finral. Deciding to do the thinking as he looks over all the members, Finral opened a portal and jumped through it. After looking at most of the members of his squad, Finral decided to invite Luck as the third member since the other members were somehow not fitting his criteria. Yosh, now let's just get Asta and be set on our way, declared Finral. Yet. I will beat the crap out of everyone at the mixer. Ha ha ha, said Luck in response, making Finral asking to himself whether bringing Luck was a fine idea or not. But soon he stopped thinking about that and went to look for Asta, as he was nowhere inside the HQ, which meant that he must most probably be in the training area. And just as he thought, Asta was indeed there, though he was not alone, as Sek and Ins were there as well, making Finral groan. Out of all the members whom Finral considered to be the third member, Sek was not one of them, because currently, Sek's popularity amongst the people of the kingdom was very high, and taking him along might lower the chances of him hitting up with a girl. Well, I can just hope that he would not be interested in the mixer, and if not, I can just say that the three people are already selected, thought Finral as he decided to call Asta. But the moment he decided to call Asta, he saw Asta and Sek, who were sparring with their respective swords, throw their swords away and glare at the skeleton, who was looking back in their direction. Oi, why did you take over my body again? Yelled Asta as Ins immediately fired a magic bullet from his finger at the monoless boy and possessed his body once again. But didn't you two say whether I would like to join the sparring session or not? Asked the possessed Asta. We meant on your own, not by possessing him. I was just curious whether you have some kind of attack magic or not, said Sek. Smacking his bony fist on his bony pal, Ins gestured that he understood and gave a thumbs up. He then gave the control back to Asta and took some distance from the two, who took their swords back and just waited for the skeleton to use his magic. Ins, you need not worry, just take it at your own pace. Yeah, you bony bastard, bring it on. But just as the two teens who were holding swords said that, the atmosphere around them started to change and a huge amount of mana started gathering around Ins, and his grimoire started floating beside him. Sek, who felt the amount of mana that started gathering around Ins, widened his eyes in shock and got serious. Even Asta, who could not feel mana, could somehow tell that the situation was serious and took his stance as well. Ins, who noticed the two swordsmen prepared to take his attack, started gathering even more mana, but soon realized something and started looking around, when suddenly his eyes fell on Finral and Luck. Not wasting any time, Ins pointed his finger at Finral and fired a magic bullet at him. And not even a moment later he was now in possession of his body. That shorty doesn't have any mana, but being in a body with a little amount of mana is not that great of a feeling as well. Saying his part, the possessed opened a portal and appeared beside Ins's real body and said, now as you asked, Sek-kun, twerp, here comes my attack magic. Why is Finral senpai fighting as well? And why at his side? Asked Asta with a shocked look on his face. Idiot! That's not Finral-san. Ins has taken over his body so that he can speak. Oh. Got it. Ins, who let the two kids in front of him finish off their talk, moved his bone arms to the side as a vortex of wind started forming. Possession magic, mana possession elemental burst. Thrusting his hands forward, Ins fired the two giant and powerful vortex at Sek and Asta. Both of them immediately took some distance from each other as Asta held his sword up preparing for an attack, while Sek sheathed his sword as his grimoire started floating beside him. That certainly is a string attack, but not something that the Dark Lord can't handle. Bronze creation magic, hands of giant. TCH, now even the bone bastard is using magic similar to Yuno's. What's so great about that handsome bastard and his magic? yelled Asta as he saw the vortex of wind coming towards him and slashed it with his anti-magic sword, making the wind dissipate all over the area. Meanwhile, Sek opened his hands wide and so did the two giant bronze arms as well. He then smirked as he moved his hands with full force and clapped his hands together, making the two giant arms clap as well, which in turn made a strong gust of wind push back the vortex coming towards him, and soon the two of them cancelled each other out and pushed everyone back from their spots. "Haha, see, that was nothing for me," said, as he narrowed his eyes to prevent dust from entering. "Ha, that what you get for using Yuno's crappy magic," said Asta as he trusted his sword in the ground so as to not get blown away by the wind. "Hey, this looks fun, I want to fight as well," said Luck with an excited expression on his face. "I just wanted to go on a mixer," yelled Finral, who was now back in control of his body, desperately clinging onto a tree branch as he saw the parts of a skeleton being blown away by the wind. Chapter 73, The Date with Anna. After both Asta and Sek were able to neutralize An's magic, they decided to help the skeleton that got blown away in pieces and started reassembling him. But to their surprise, the bones that were scattered away soon started glowing and then rushed towards each other to assemble the body once again, and soon Ans was back to his normal skeleton form. Surprised by the sudden scene in front of them, both Asta and Luck looked at Ans with amazement. "Oh yeah, Asta. Asta. Want to go to a mixer? Finral was asked me and you to go with him there. He said it will be fun. We can fight there too," said Luck with an excited look on his face. Finral, who was still hanging on the tree, mentally cursed Luck and then glanced at Sek. "Ha, you are taking Asta and Luck to a mixer. Well, it's good for them. Well, anyway, have fun you guys," said Sek as he picked up the black bull robe that he found earlier and placed it around Ans's neck, who just gave him a nod. Sek nodded as well and then looked behind as he saw someone coming towards them. "Sek, hurry up or you will be late," said Vanessa. Is it already that late? Well then, see you guys later. Have fun," said Sek as he went back to the HQ, leaving behind the others who were confused about what he had to do in the evening. Asta then asked Vanessa if she had any idea about what Sek was going to do, and in the end both him and Finral were shocked after hearing that he was going on a date. "Well, then I am going," said Sek. "Take care," said Vanessa. "Make sure to get something delicious, La," said Charmy. Giving a nod to the two girls, Sek got out of the HQ building and saw Noelle forcing Magna to take her somewhere. She is most probably going to where Asta and the others are. Well, leaving that aside, Sek's grimoire started flipping as magic gathered in his hands. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. As his bike appeared, Sek got on top of it but soon noticed Secret, who flew down and took her place on the bike. "You coming as well, Secret?" asked Sek, to which Secret just turned towards him and put on her small shades. "Sigh, well, as you wish," said Sek and poured mana into the bike and soon zipped away. Meanwhile, Secret, who was sitting in front of him, glanced back at her partner and thought, "I am only doing this because his mother asked me to take care of him, and it is necessary to protect him from that bitch." Unaware of the thoughts of the anti-bird, Sek drove to his destination and soon arrived in front of the town where they agreed to meet. Deciding to enter the town, Sek got off his bike, deactivated his magic, and started to look around. While walking towards the meet-up destination, Sek noticed Anna, who was in her casual clothes, from a distance and took a deep breath. "Alright, Sek Bronzeza, it's showtime," thought Sek as he walked towards Anna, who was walking towards the destination. "Anna-san." Hearing her name being called out, Anna turned towards Sek and widened her eyes slightly. "Hello. Thanks for coming on such short notice," said Anna. "Thank you for inviting me," said Sek as he looked at the black-haired girl in front of him. "This is getting awkward," thought Sek as both of them just stood silent in front of each other, with Anna starting at Sek. "If it is going to be like this, I don't think that I have to take any action," thought Secret as she looked at the two of them from Sek's shoulder. But little did the anti-bird know that she just raised a flag, and a lewd one at that. "Sek-kun." "Yeah. If it is not a bother to you, can we hold hands?" asked Anna without any hesitation. Hearing that, the people around them got silent and stared at the two of them with awkward looks on their faces. Many people were now looking at Sek as if wondering what will the boy reply to the girl's question. Sek was quite surprised as well by her sudden question and wondered if she was planning something. But he then noticed a faint blush on Anna's cheeks and with an awkward look on his face moved his hand forward. "Sure, I don't mind," said Sek as Anna's eyes twinkled a bit. She then held his hands lightly and stood there without saying anything, but soon a smile that Sek knew was rare for her appeared on her face. Sek and the people around them blushed as they saw the expression on her face. "Thank you, Sek-kun," said Anna as she looked up at Sek with a soft smile. And then for the first time in his life, the Dark Lord felt a throb in his heart. Sikre, who suddenly felt a bad premonition, immediately glanced towards her partner and saw him staring at Anna with a gaze that for some reason she didn't like at all. "Don't fall for it," mentally yelled Sikre as she swatted Sek's head with her wing, making the Dark Lord snap out of his trance. Sikre then glared at Anna and thought, "She is dangerous." Anna immediately noticed Sikre when she swatted Sek's head and noticed the bird glaring at her. "Ow, what was that for, Sikre?" "Sek-kun, are you all right?" asked Anna. "Yeah, anyways, shall we look around for a while?" asked Sek, to which Anna nodded with her usual emotionless face while she continued to hold his hand. "My beak is really itching to peck a hole through their hands," thought Sikre as she looked at the lewd scene. Chapter 74, Identity Revealed. After the whole hand-holding ordeal with Anna was done, both Sek and Anna started to head to the place Charmy told him about. And believing that Charmy was someone who would never recommend places with bad food, Sek decided to follow his squad mate's advice and decided to take Anna there. Anna had no problem with that, since not only it was something that Sek recommended, but also because at the current moment, she was unable to process information correctly as she was lost in her thoughts while still holding Sek's hand. Sikre, who saw the two of them, was still a bit dissatisfied, but she felt a bit of relief too. She glanced at Sek and noticed that he was now back to his normal behavior and was not acting like how he did when the fire bitch, Anna, asked to let her hold his hand. Sek was now just leading the black-haired girl who was in her own world while greeting some people who recognized him from the zombie attack incident. He was back in his Dark Lord mode as he felt excited when some children looked at him with admiration. Sikre sighed seeing how simple her partner was and just hopped onto his shoulder and rubbed her head against his cheek. Sek, who felt the familiar sensation on his cheek, looked at Sikre with a smile and asked, "What's with the sudden kindness? Did you get mesmerized by the Dark Lord as well?" Sikre snorted at his comment, making Sek give a dry laugh before he started at the anti-bird and said, "Feeling calm again? Or are you still moody?" Sikre just looked away from him, gesturing that she was still pissed at him, but soon looked back at him only to notice his soft smile. Sikre just looked at Sek, who soon brought his hand close to her and caressed her head, making the anti-bird lean against his finger. But soon that caressing stopped as Sek declared that they arrived at their destination, making both Sikre and Anna snap out of their trance. "Why so soon?" were the thoughts that the two girls shared as Sek soon freed his hand from Anna's and then went to check how the place was. Anna slowly followed behind him while Sikre just looked forward while still sitting on his shoulder. "It's a tavern rather than a proper restaurant. Hey Anna, if you are not comfortable here we can just check out some other place." No problem Sek-kun. I am totally fine with this place," said Anna. After getting her consent, Sek opened the door of the tavern and got inside. He then looked around and noticed that a lot of people were in the tavern happily talking while enjoying their food and drinks. "Well, ain't it a lively place," muttered Sek as he smiled seeing the people around him. "Oh, welcome young man. Will you be eating here?" asked the bearded man who was filling the mugs with drinks. "That's the plan. Any seat available for 2 people?" "That corner there," said the old man as he gestured towards a corner as he carried the various drinks to the other customers. Sek and Anna soon took their seats and sat in front of each other. Sitting silently in front of each other, Sek felt that the situation was very awkward. "So Anna, I know that this is late, but thanks a lot for keeping me safe while was passed out during the zombie incident, said Sek as he took out a present from his safe and presented it to Anna. Anna, who saw the present in Sek's hands, widened her eyes in surprise and said, Sek-kun, you don't have to do this. I would have saved you regardless of something like this. After all, asked Sek. You not only saved MS but gave me a way to move forward as well, said Anna with a low voice as Sek just tilted his head in confusion. Do you remember that time when you told me about the incident when you helped a child back in my hometown by giving away some food? Yeah, so, wait, I am having a feeling that I just raised a couple of flags just now, said Sek as he widened his eyes in realization. He stared at Anna, who looked confused by his comment and thought, black hair, the kid had them as well, huge boobs, noise, that weird passion of staying close to me even though she doesn't have a reason to. Are you the kid from back then? Asked Sek, to which Anna just gave a nod and lowered her head. Hey, now that's some news. Anyway, here's a present for you, said Sek as he passed the gift to Anna as if the previous incident never occurred. Both Sikray and Anna looked at Sek with amazement, not believing how he just brushed the sudden revelation aside. On the other hand, the Dark Lord was feeling happy as he thought, so I was great back then as well, hey, to make a child whom I helped not only remember but also become strong because of following my advice. Ah, it's tough being so great. Unaware of his thoughts, Anna was speechless and was unsure about what to say now. But that problem soon resolved as Sek looked back at her with a smile and asked, so looks like we met each other all the way back then. Sorry, I thought that you were a boy for all this time, so it never crossed my mind that you could be the kid whom I helped. NN, no need to apologize, I guess I looked very boyish back then, even the other kids used to tell me that, said Anna as she shook her head. Haha, well, no need to worry. So, why don't you open it? Asked Sek as he glanced at the present. But just accept it. If you are not comfortable taking it for helping me, then let's just say that I am giving this to you as a present for the date, said Sek. Anna smiled as she heard that and gave a nod before she started opening her present. Soon she opened the box and saw a single earring with a red gem. An earring. Not just any simple earring, it's a magic item that is capable of storing mana inside it and can provide you whenever you are in need. Though there is a limit to how much it can store, said Sek. Anna and Sikray were surprised as they heard the effects of the earrings, and seeing their expression, Sek was glad that he did take the trouble of finding something suitable in the pile of artifacts and riches in his storage. Though, in the end, he was not able to find the other one and decided to give her the one that he was able to find. Isn't it too precious? I can't possibly take something like this. I say otherwise. Protecting the life of the Dark Lord is no small task, and for that, I do say that it is a suitable gift, said Sek. Sorry, Sek-kun, but I think I made it clear that I will not take anything for saving you. So you can have it back, said Anna as she put the earring back in the box and moved it towards Sek. Sek looked at the box in front of him and slid it back towards Anna. No. Anna looked at the box in front of her and slid it towards Sek. Both of them locked eyes with each other as their small confrontation of passing the gift started making Sikray shake her head at their childish behavior. Soon the old man who was at the counter came and smacked both Anna and Sek for causing a ruckus and keep sitting there without even making an order. In the end, with him being unable to give the gift to Anna, Sek sighed and said, "We will settle this later, but first let's order." Anna nodded but made up her mind that she wouldn't accept that gift, which was something that Sek realized as well and sighed. Soon their food and drinks arrived, and surprisingly Anna ordered alcohol, making Sek wonder if she was a strong drinker. And he soon got his answer. Sek-kun is so unfair. Do I really look like a boy? Asked a red-faced Anna who was totally wasted in just half a mug. Krrr. Even Sikray, muttered Sek as he saw the drunk wobbly anti-bird walking towards the fellow drunk. Ah, Sek-kun's birdie, said Anna as she saw Sikray in front of her. Secure looked at the girl in front of her and continued to stare for a while, but soon raised her wings and started slapping her cheeks with all her might. Take this! Take this! Take this, thought Secret as she let loose of her frustration on the fire bitch. Sek just looked at the scene in front of him and wondered if he should inform Secret that she is so drunk that she is not hitting Anna at all, who was laughing hard seeing the bird doing something weird. Chapter 75, What does squi something mean? Sek. 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 Haha. Fell the power of the Dark Lord, said Sek. Ka you brat. Don't underestimate your elders. Sek looked at the well-built man in front of him with an excited expression on his face. The old man, as if noticing his gaze, looked back at him and glared at the blonde boy in front of him. Currently, at the tavern where Sek and Anna were dining, a small arm wrestling contest started of nowhere, and seeing that both Anna and Secret were asleep, Sek decided to take part in it as well. And at the current moment, Sek, who had 4 consecutive wins, was now against his 5th opponent. Both Sek and the old man gritted their teeth as the old man's hand started to slowly descend. You shitty kid, said the old man as he tried to push Sek's hand back. I am not a kid. I am the Dark Lord, declared Sek as he used all his strength to push the man's hand and made it touch the table. Dark Lord. The crowd erupted in excitement as all the drunk people near him shouted out loud as well. Sek laughed proudly as the crowd became even more excited, but then suddenly his gaze fell on the table where Anna and Secret were dozing off. It's already pretty late. I guess we should be leaving now, thought Sek as he pushed through the crowd and put Secret in his pocket before he carried Anna on his back, giving her a piggyback ride. He already paid the tavern owner and just left the building as the others waved him goodbye. Coming out of the tavern, Sek noticed that most of the stalls around him were already closed, signifying how late it was. But where should I drop Anna? I don't know where the Crimson Lion's HQ is, muttered Sek and then glanced at the drunk girl on his back. Well, no choice then, thought Sek. The next morning when Anna woke up, she felt a severe headache because of her hangover, which made the expressionless lady's face scrunch up in pain. She then rubbed her eyes and then looked around and was confused by the unfamiliar room she was in. Sniff sniff asterisk. I reek of alcohol, oh shit. What did I do in front of Sek-kun, muttered Anna as she remembered the events from last night. After calming down for a bit, she came out of her room with a small piece of paper in her hand. Room 302, muttered Anna as she knocked on the door. But no response came. Knock knock asterisk, Sek-kun? Sek-kun. And after a while, the door opened, and a barely awake Sek came out of the room. Oh, Anna Yang, good morning. Good morning, replied Anna. Soon Sek started freshening up and got ready. Meanwhile, Anna just waited in Sek's room and just hoped that she didn't do something horrible or embarrassing in front of Sek while she was drunk. Sek soon came out and told Anna what she did after she got drunk and informed her that he booked the rooms in an inn since he didn't know where her squad's HQ was. Sighing in relief that she didn't do something too embarrassing, Anna thanked Sek for taking her to the inn. No problem. Anyway, how much should I pay you for the room? Asked Anna as she took out her wallet. No need for that, I already settled the bill last night, said Sek as he shook his head. That won't do. I should be the one paying. Not to mention all the trouble you took to carry me here. Don't fret about it. It was not a big deal. Don't lie, Sek-kun. It must have been troublesome. Not at all, so just leave it at that, said Sek, but Anna didn't relent at all. Then how about you treat me to a meal on the next date and we settle it with that, said Sek. Hearing his words, both Anna and Secret widened their eyes in surprise and looked at Sek. You want to go out with me again? Asked Anna. Ha! You want to go on another date with this girl? Thought Secret as she looked at her partner. Realizing what he just said, Sek said, Ah, right? If you are not troubled by it, do you want to meet sometime again? Sek, although was not blushing like a girl, but was still embarrassed a bit to ask out a girl. It was something he hadn't done in either of his lives since in his previous life any girl he started to take interest in mysteriously disappeared. Anna's brain short-circuited as she heard what Sek said. But soon she snapped out of her trance and furiously nodded her head. "I would love to meet with you sometime again," replied Anna, hearing which Sek smile. "All right then." After that, both of them had their breakfast and left for their respective squad HQ. "What the hell happened here?" asked Sek as he looked around the totally wet common room of his HQ. "It's Bakista's fault," said Noelle as she pointed at the monoless idiot. No, it wasn't my fault. Noelle did it," complained Asta. The two fellow rookies started arguing with each other. Ignoring the two of them, Sek asked Charmy about what happened here and found out the reason. Soon Yami came out while yawning and looked around the messy room. "Hey, what the hell happened here?" asked Yami, not really caring about the situation. Asta slipped and fell on top of Noelle and touched a few of her no-no zone. She then got embarrassed and squirted water all around the hall, or so Charmy told me, said Sek as he joined Charmy in her brunch. "Yes. That's what happened. Although, what does squi something mean?" asked Asta as he looked confused. "Verwawawa, how dare you," said an embarrassed Noelle. "Sheesh, get a room to do all these nasty stuff," said Yami as he picked up his newspaper and headed to fight a battle against his mortal enemy, the toilet. Chapter 76, Training with Yami 2. Clang clang asterisk. "Not good enough. Are you even trying, you dumbass? TCH, then how about this? Clang cling clang cling asterisk. Oh, you are picking the pace now. Keep going." Currently at a clearing in the forest near the Black Bull's HQ, Yami and Sek were having their occasional sword fight training. "Ha!" cried Sek as he found an opening and tried to attack Yami. But Yami immediately used his katana to block Sek's strike and got pushed back because of the force. Both of them looked at each other with serious looks on their face as Sek pointed his sword at Yami and said, "Today is the day that I will beat you." Yami rested his sword on his shoulder and said, "We will see," and then dashed towards Sek intending to attack. Sek, who saw his captain going on the offensive, immediately parried the incoming attack. But the attack didn't stop at that. Yami immediately changed his sword's direction as he noticed Sek trying to attack him. Clank! Blocking the incoming attack, both Sek and Yami went to a standstill as Sek tried to push through. But Yami, being the physically stronger of the two, pushed Sek back and broke Sek's balance. Sek, who stumbled a step back, noticed the incoming katana and immediately used the flat part of his sword to redirect the attack away from him. Seeing that, Yami smirked as he noticed Sek's dead-set eyes on him. Sek, who was successful in redirecting the attack, immediately regained his balance and glanced at Yami, who now gave him an opening. Not wasting even a second, Sek's sword cit through the air in an upward slash. Yami, who noticed the incoming slash, slowly took a step back to avoid it, only to immediately widen his eyes in shock as he saw Sek take a step forward as well and change his attack's direction from a vertical upward slash to a horizontal slash aimed towards his chest. "Parry this, you filthy casual," yelled Sek. "Oi! Do you want to kill me?" yelled Yami back as he bent his body backward, avoiding the sword, which was still able to cut some of his hair. "Stop dodging, you bastard! Take it like a man," yelled Sek as he saw Yami avoid his attack by such a small margin. He then swept Yami's leg with his own, making his bent body fall on the ground, and tried to attack him once again, only for Yami to block his attack with his katana. Yami then immediately kicked Sek away, gaining some distance from him, and got back on his feet. Sek, who had his gut kicked by Yami, coughed and glared at Yami, who just wiped some sweat off his forehead and said, "Phew, that was close. Oi! Dumbass, I will beat the shit out of you." TCH, even that was not enough. "Kirito mode on," declared Sek as he made another sword with his magic and took his stance. "Hey, it's 2 against 1, that's not fair." "Everything is fair for the Dark Lord," stated Sek as he rushed towards Yami. Yami narrowed his eyes as he saw Sek rushing towards him. Being more serious than before, Yami put his katana forward and blocked the 2 swords that were coming towards him. Too light? Shit, thought Yami as he noticed the smirk on Sek's face. "Caught you," thought Sek as a malicious smirk containing all his frustration appeared on his face. Sliding his swords over the edge of Yami's katana, Sek redirected his swords away from Yami, only to stop the moment his swords got out of the katana's range and change his attack direction once again. Yami, who saw the incoming attack, tried to move his katana to block it, only to find one of Sek's swords blocking his katana's path. Shit, thought Yami as he got hit by the blunt sword which contained all of Sek's brute strength. Hell yeah! Take that, you bastard! The Dark Lord finally wins, yelled Sek as he did Guts pose with an excited smile on his face. He then looked at Yami, who had his mana skin on, and said, "You used your mana skin, so you lose." Yami looked at Sek with an annoyed expression on his face and said, "You were just lucky this time, you dumbass. But still, good job," and clapped his hands. Seeing Yami clap his hand with a helpless expression on his face, Sek's smile widened as he felt that all the time he spent practicing his sword was worth it. Let me reward you for luckily defeating me this time," said Yami as he picked up his katana. Hearing that, Sek looked towards Yami and noticed his grimoire started flipping. "Focus on my sword," said Yami as he held his sword tightly. Without even questioning his, Sek focused on Yami's katana and noticed his dark magic gathering on the katana. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. Calling out the name of his magic, Yami fired a dark magic slash towards the sky. "Looks like I don't need to tell you what to do with that, right?" asked Yami as he glanced at Sek, who was already into deep thinking. "Yeah, I guess so, cloaking magic, hey," muttered Sek as he took out his debuff magic grimoire. Yami looked at Sek for a while and then lit up a cigarette and thought, he is going to be more annoying to deal with now, and then walked back to the HQ, leaving an excited Sek behind. Meanwhile, somewhere in a world filled with total darkness, a sudden flickering of light appeared as a deep voice echoed there. "Looks like I got a new host." But as soon as those words came out, the light started dimming down and soon disappeared, leaving the world in darkness once again. Chapter 77, Sek and Charmy's Ingredient Hunt. A few days passed by since Yami and Sek had their training spar, where Sek barely defeated Yami. And since that day he was focusing on the trick that Yami showed him. Currently, in the common room of the Black Bulls HQ, Sek and Yami were cleaning their swords. "You don't need to clean that sword of yours, right? Why the hell are you wasting my precious powder?" asked Yami as he wiped the blade of his katana. "Oh come on, don't be so stingy, Yami-san. I know that I don't need to, but how can I not care for my precious partner? Besides, Xtace-chan is like a soulmate to me. So cleaning her is just my way of showing my gratitude." Saying so, Sek smiled, seeing his sword. He then looked at how Yami maintained his katana and followed the same with his own Xtace. Finished with their cleanup, both Sek and Yami lifted their swords and showed satisfied smiles. "Now then, on to the next thing," said Yami as he stood up and put his katana back into the scabbard. Sek looked at Yami curiously as he saw his captain walk away. "That is not the way to the toilet, where is he going?" thought Sek. "Oi dumbass, gather everyone here within 10 minutes. Hearing Yami's command, Sek put his sword back as well and went to call the others. 10 minutes later, all the members of the squad gathered at the same place and stood before Yami, who handed them their salaries. "Is it just me, of my pay increased way too much compared to the last month's? Oh, I forgot that I got promoted," thought Sek as he looked at his salary. "With this, my job is done. Ah, also tomorrow's a day off," said Yami as he started walking away, only to be confronted by Luck and Vanessa, who started asking him to fight and drink with them. "Well, a day off, hey? I wonder what should I do? Any suggestions, Secret?" asked Sek as he poked the anti-bird sitting on top of his shoulders. "La, Sek-kun, Sek-kun." Suddenly, hearing his name being called out, Sek looked at his short senpai. "Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" asked Charmy. "Nothing as of now." "Then come with me. I heard a large number of ingredients roaming around near a village." "Let's go and get them all," exclaimed Charmy as she raised her fist in the air. "Ingredients?" You mean monster hunting? Sure, I don't mind. What about you, Secret? Want to go with Charmy Senpai? Asked Sek, to which the anti-bird just stared back at him. Sigh, well, if it means that he will stay away from that fire bitch, Anna, thought Secret. Then it's decided. Let's get going then, declared Charmy as various sheep appeared around Sek and Charmy. Hey, you mean right now? Asked Sek as the sheep held Sek and started running on Charmy's command. Seeing the two leave, Asta and Noel just waved them goodbye as Noel looked at Asta and asked, Bakista, are you not planning to follow them? Normally you would be yelling and screaming by now about how you will defeat Sek or something. Ah, I really want to go and challenge Sek, but I have something to do tomorrow, that's why I can't go with them, replied Asta. Something to do? Asked Noel. Yeah, I am going to meet Rebecca and her siblings tomorrow, replied Asta. Hey! Hearing his words, Noel remembered the red-haired girl that Asta met at the mixer. He is going to meet that girl. I feel like I am missing something really interesting right now, muttered Sek as he took another one of the many snacks that Charmy prepared for their journey. La, try this one as well, said Charmy as she offered another one of her new dishes to Sek and Secret. Sek and Secret looked at the new dish that the little senpai offered them and gulped. Both of them were already filled to their limits, but the food looked so enticing that they were unable to resist the temptation. I will have to burn all these calories tomorrow, thought Sek as he took a plate from Charmy and offered some of the food to Secret. By the way, Charmy senpai, why are we leaving so early? It's still night. Is there something specific you are aiming for? Asked Sek. La, you are correct, Sek-kun. You see, there is this tree monster that only roams during the night. I want to. Oh! There they are! Charmy, who was in the middle of her explanation, suddenly yelled out loud and pointed at a group of trees. Sek and Secret looked toward the place she was pointing at and saw various trees, but were not able to tell if they were any different from just their appearance. But Sek and Secret were both adept at sensing mana and could indeed tell that the trees were not normal. Suddenly the trees started shaking, making Sek and Secret a bit wary. La! After them, my sheep! Ordered Charmy as the sheep that were carrying them and were around them started running towards the trees. As if in response to that, the trees got uprooted from the ground and some sort of legs became visible. Kya-a-a-a-a. Faces appeared on the trunks of the trees, and Sek and Secret could clearly tell from their expressions that they were not the least bit friendly. Well, looks like I will be burning those calories right now, said Sek as one of his grimoires started hovering beside him. Mana started gathering around the trees and Sek became serious as well and started preparing a defensive spell for the incoming attack. Yay! The trees screeched in unison as roots started emerging from the ground. But contrary to Sek's expectations, instead of rushing toward them in some sort of attack, the roots rose up and formed a wall in front of the trees. La, this is bad. The trees will run away and hide in the forest, and it will be very difficult to find them there, said Charmy in a panicked tone. Hearing that, Sek looked staring at the wall of trees in front of him and then turned back towards Charmy. Charmy senpai, throw me up in the air. La. Hearing that, Charmy looked at Sek, but seeing the confident expression on his face, she ordered her sheep to throw Sek up in the air. Sek, who was now up in the sky, looked past the wall of trees as both of his grimoires started floating beside him. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun and ice debuff magic, frost touch. Mana gathered around Sek's hands as two miniguns appeared in front of his hands. They are fast for just being trees, muttered Sek as a smirk appeared on his face and he pointed his hands towards the trees. Now let me show you the Dark Lord's shooting capabilities, said Sek as he channeled magic to the miniguns. The guns started rotating and bullets made up of mana launched toward the tree monsters. One of the monsters, who felt the bullets closing in on them, looked toward Sek only to be hit by a bullet. The moment the bullet hit the tree, it stopped moving as a layer of ice appeared all over its body. Seeing one of their buddies stopping suddenly made the other monsters look toward Sek as well, making them meet a similar fate as their frozen comrade. Sek, who was done with his job, looked towards the ground and landed in the arms of the sheep. He then rushed toward the other sheep who were near the wall of trees and just sighed as he heard the cheerful voice of the excited Charmy from the other side of the wall. Chapter 78, I was being serious though. After Charmy was done collecting the fruits from the tree monsters, Sek defrosted the trees and set them free. Seeing the tree monsters run back to the forest, Sek sighed and picked up a fruit that Charmy collected. So was that it, or do you have some more plans? Asked Sek. La. We are just getting started, Sek-kun, declared Charmy as she pumped up her fist in the air. Well, as long as you let me taste those delicious dishes as well, said Sek as Sekre landed on his shoulder and nodded her head as well. Charmy showed a thumbs up to Sek as she took out a map from her bag. Sek smiled seeing his excited senior and just fell back on the sheep standing behind him. After Charmy was done collecting the fruits, she ordered her sheep army to take her to the next location. Sek and Sekre asked Charmy about the place they were heading to, and after knowing that it was going to take a while, the two decided to take a nap on top of the fluffy sheep. Seeing that Charmy chided the two for not being enthusiastic about the food, to which Sek and Sekre just snorted and went back to sleep. Just wake me up when we reach the place, or when you think we are in a danger, said Sek as he drifted back to his sleep. And just like that, Sek and Charmy continued their adventure, with Charmy showing Sek some hunting tips that even the hunter whom he used to accompany before didn't know about. Sek, who had been hunting since he was a kid, had a newfound respect for Charmy and asked Charmy to teach him more of her methods. Charmy, being Charmy, immediately decided to do so as she heard Sek praise her. And just like that, their hunt was over. Later that day, Charmy and Sek finally came back to the Black Bull's HQ, only to see some of the members not being there. The people present in the HQ were Yami, Finral, Gordon, Gray, Vanessa, and Ans. Oh, my dear friends, I am glad that you are back. Now let's sit together and listen to the adventures that you had, said Gordon in a soft voice. Gordon-san, let's do that later. I am going to take a bath and then head to bed straight, said Sek as went to the bathroom. Later that night, Sek, who was tired from hunting, was sleeping when suddenly he heard a loud bang, making both him and Sekre jump up in surprise. Oi, dumbass, wake up! Turning towards the source of the voice, Sek found Yami standing there along with Finral, who was being dragged by Yami. What happened, Yami-san? Some guy just dropped here and said that they needed back or something. The others are totally wasted. So get your ass up and come downstairs, said Yami as he turned back and went down while dragging Finral along with him. Sek rubbed his eyes for a while but soon got up and put on his uniform. What the hell is wrong with people? What kind of situation it might be that they need backup, muttered Sek as he went down. Hurry up, dumbass, said Yami as he lit his cigarette. Where are Asta and Noel? Are they still not back? Asked Sek as he looked around the room. They are the ones who need the backup, said Yami as he puffed up a smoke. Sek blinked his eyes at the sudden information and just stared blankly at Yami and Finral. Potoli, thought Sek, and then looked towards the bird sitting on his shoulder. Sekre, wait for me here. It might be dangerous, said Sek as he looked towards Sekre seriously. Sekre looked at her partner's face and was about to peck him, but seeing the serious look that Sek was giving her, Sekre nodded and then rubbed her head against his cheek. Be careful out there, thought Sekre as she flew off his shoulder. Sek then stood beside Yami and Finral and gave a nod, gesturing that he was ready to go. All right then. Oi, open a portal to their location, said Yami as he looked at Finral. Why yes, shouted Finral as he opened a portal. But as soon as the portal opened, both Sek and Yami felt the amount of mana coming from the other side of the portal and took out their swords. The duo then jumped through the portal and immediately noticed the speeding projectile that was launched in their direction. Sek was about to deflect the projectile with his sword, but Yami beat him to it and slashed it with his katana. The two then landed on the ground and Sek's eyes immediately landed on the blonde man with a white robe. A magic power comparable to mine, thought Sek as the blonde man gave a small smile on seeing the new opponents appearing out of the portal. Captain Yami. Sek. What are you two doing here? Asked Asta. Why am I here? Well, obviously, I'm a little lost. Give me some directions, damn it, said Yami as he puffed out some smoke out of his mouth. I was kidnapped by the tank top wearing suspicious man, said Sek as he pointed at Yami. Hey? What the hell did you say, you bastard? Said Yami in a threatening tone as he glared at Sek. Captain, you were lost. And you kidnapped Sek, yelled Asta. Hearing the annoyingly loud noise, both Sek and Yami looked at Asta as Yami grabbed Asta's head and started crushing it. Of course not, you moron. I was joking, dumbass, said Yami. I was being serious though, muttered Sek as he looked away when he noticed Yami glare at him. Chapter 79, I should not catch one of those with my bare hands. We are magic knights. Of course, we're going to show up, said Yami as he continued crushing Asta's head. He dragged me out of bed and now we're in this mess, thought Finral as he looked at the amount of destruction around him. By the way, didn't I tell you to take a day off? Want me to give you a permanent vacation? Asked Yami in a threatening tone, making Asta scream in pain. Ow, 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 ow. Yami-san, we have someone waiting for you to get over with what you are doing, said Sek as he looked towards the blonde man with flashy clothes. Yami too then looked towards the man and finally let go of Asta. So, what's the deal with him? Asked Yami. Apparently he's the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, replied Asta. The Eye of the Midnight Sun, exclaimed Finral. Huh? I thought he'd be some big, burly guy who could eat a cow in a single gulp, but he's just a scrawny-ass beanpole, said Yami. He wears too much makeup and jewelry as well, said Sek as he focused himself on any incoming attack that might come his way. He knew that light magic was supposed to be the fastest magic there was, so he just wanted to be on the safer side. The zombie-looking guy then landed beside the blonde man and said, "That's the Black Bull's captain, and the other kid is the one who hindered our plan at the capital." "Shall I summon the third eye?" asked the zombie-looking man. "No, I've always wanted to fight him, since he uses dark magic," said the light magic user. "It's going to start soon," thought Sek as he unsheathed his sword. "Finral-senpai, get the kids and the injured to the town. Asta, if you think that you will slow us down, then go with him," said Sek. "Sure, leave it to me," replied Finral. "I can still fight," replied Asta as he looked at Yami's back and got excited, thinking that he was finally going to see him in action. Just as he said that, Finral asked Ghosh and some white-haired kid if they were fine and all, and after he made sure that they were okay, he turned towards Yami and said, "All right, Yami-san. I'm leaving the rest to you guys." "Oi, you better come back," said Yami as he glared at Finral. Hearing that, Finral started sweating and started making excuses. But soon after that, Sek felt mana building up and noticed a blade of light launch towards Finral. "Honestly speaking, I expected it to be faster. Well, can't complain though, it's hard to fulfill the Dark Lord's expectations after all." Yami intercepted the blade of light with his sword, making it shatter into small particles. "The hell do you think you're doing to my ride?" said Yami as he glared threateningly at the light magician. "So those blades just got speed, hey?" "They shattered immediately when they hit his katana," thought Sek as he raised his sword and pointed it towards the light magic user. Extend, and almost instantly Sek's sword extended forward and pierced through the light magician's stomach. Or so it seemed, but the light magic user just barely dodged the fatal wound. "Oh, you really are fast. Even luck is not able to dodge one of those. But still looks like you did get hurt," said Sek in a slightly surprised tone. The light magic user looked at his stomach and saw that the blade did slice through a part of his waist, making him frown. "You." But before he could complete his sentence, Sek moved his hand, making his extended sword move along with it and slice through the light magic user once again. Surprised by the unexpected outcome, the sword struck the wound once again and cut him even deeper. But the light magic user didn't lose his composure and moved once again at light speed and appeared behind Sek and the others. "Oi, dumbass, wait for my instructions." The makeup man was about to say something, said Yami as he looked towards Sek. Do you want to hear his monologue? I mean, he is the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and oi, idiot, heal up or something while we are chatting, don't just watch us talk, said Sek as he looked at the bleeding man who was almost cut in half. He might have some important shit to share with us, said Yami as he totally ignored the terrorist leader. Hey, we can just torture him and get info out of him later when we are done with kicking his ass, said Sek as he too ignored the terrorist leader. The light magic user who just got advice from Sek had some nerves popping on his forehead as his grimoire started flipping. Light magic, healing ray of light. The man started glowing as the wound started to close up at a great speed. Listen here, it feels better when you beat someone after he is done with his monologue, said Yami, totally uninterested in the now healed up enemy. Yeah, I do agree with that. It makes the difference between me and the opponent clearer, said Sek as he nodded sagely. Seeing the two not even looking at him, the light user clenched his fists as his grimoire started flipping. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Multiple swords made of light magic appeared behind the man as all of them pointed toward the black bulls. Finally sensing the amount of mana gathering near them, both Sek and Yami looked towards the light swords and thought, oh, he was here too. And immediately light swords started raining on them. Yami looked at the incoming blades and just let Ki guide him and started intercepting the swords. Sek on the other hand didn't know how to use Ki, but his senses were already sharp enough to keep up with the incoming blades of light as he too started intercepting the light swords. Amazing, exclaimed Asta as he saw both Yami and Sek easily deflect the swords that he couldn't even follow with his eyes. Calm down. I should not lose my cool, thought Patoli as he looked at Yami and Sek. He is using magic to strengthen himself and cutting my light magic with a sword cloaked in dark magic, but that's not all. His gaze then fell on Sek and he narrowed his eyes. He on the other hand is just using magic to strengthen himself. What is that sword? Thought Patoli. He felt anger well up from the inside as he looked at Sek. How about this then? Thought Patoli. He is about to move, thought Sek as he felt mana gathering inside the light magic user's body. And just as he thought, Patoli appeared behind Yami as light magic started gathering on his palms. But without even looking behind him, Yami cut the light magic with his sword. So, this is the power of the great magic knight heretic, said Patoli. Seriously, I want to learn that as well, thought Sek as he wished to learn Ki as well. Oi, dumbass! Stop using that sword of yours. It's way too much of a cheat for a battle of this level. You won't break your limits like that, said Yami as he tried to pierce the man only for him to move up in the air at light speed. Well, depending too much on items is not a good habit, said Sek as he looked at Xdace once more before he sheathed it. Anyway, let's just make it challenging, said Sek with a smirk as a new sword made up of his magic appeared in his hand. But just as he said that, a black portal appeared below Sek's feet. Really, the same trick as before. Do you guys even less, complained Sek as he jumped to dodge the portal only to see a flash of light in front of him as a hand appeared in front of him. Sek closed his eyes because of the sudden brightness but still reacted fast enough to slash toward the incoming person as he felt his sword cut into some flesh once again. Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastard! You are against the Dark Lord, said Sek as he grabbed the stunned man in front of him and threw him through the portal at full force, making Patoli appear in front of Voltos, who was about to fire a mana bullet through the portal. The light magic user crashed into the zombie-like man and both of them got hurt in the process. It's very disappointing considering that he is supposed to be the leader, thought Sek as he looked at his hand, which was bruised because of blocking the light magic attack. I should not catch one of those with my bare hands, muttered Sek as he opened and closed his palm and scrunched a bit because of the slight stinginess he felt. Why you? Sek looked towards the source of the voice and saw a slightly angry elf. The warm-up is done, I guess. Now let's get serious, said Sek. Chapter 80, let me finish my story. Seeing the elf glare at him, Sek just narrowed his eyes and smirked at the elf. The elf clenched his teeth as anger soared inside him, but it faded away soon as he heard the groan of the zombie looking below him. Sheesh, doing a kabadon in front of us. Get a room you two, said Yami as he blew out some smoke. Sek looked at his totally chill captain and thought, well, I mean, with the two of us here, he is not that much of a threat. Valtos, are you okay? Asked the elf. Lick-sama, I apologize for my intervention, said Valtos. Don't worry, you tried your best. But I think that you should leave those two to me, said Licht as he stood once again. You foolish humans, never seem to understand your place, said Licht as his grimoire started flipping pages. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Multiple swords of light started gathering behind Licht, seeing which Sek's grimoire started flipping as well. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Sek applied the dark magic on the sword he was holding as he knew that it would be easier to deal with light magic with a sword enchanted with dark magic. And as soon as Sek finished applying dark magic on his sword, the rain of swords made of light magic started. Seeing that, Sek turned serious and started intercepting the swords. It's faster now, thought Sek as he destroyed the first sword that appeared in front of him. And soon multiple light swords started attacking Yami and Sek. TCH, it's getting a bit challenging, muttered Sek as he felt a bit of difficulty in keeping up with the speed of swords. It was true that he could still see the incoming attacks, but now they were appearing more like a blur to him. Previously he was able to deal with the attacks just by his instincts that were honed through his various years of being chased around by magic beasts during the hunt, but now the attacks were getting a tad bit more difficult to keep up with. TCH, getting full of yourself thinking that using faster swords could let you have an advantage against the Dark Lord. Let me show you what a real attack feels like, thought Sek as his grimoire started flipping pages. Oi dumbass, you giving up already? Geez, what a wimp, said Yami in a mocking tone as he kept on destroying the swords while looking at Sek and taking a puff from the cigarette which was in his other hand. Sek, who heard Yami's mocking tone, widened his eyes in surprise and immediately his grimoire stopped flipping pages. Did that asshole just call me, the Dark Lord, a wimp, thought Sek as his eyes widened in shock. He looked towards Yami, who was intercepting the attack without any difficulty while casually looking at him and smoking a cigarette. That bastard is totally showing off, right now, thought Sek. Who the hell are you calling a wimp, you bastard? Yelled Sek as he kept on using his sword to deal with the light swords which were grazing him from time to time. Who the hell did you call a bastard, you dumbass? Asked Yami in a cold tone as he started to move towards Sek while still deflecting the swords. Do you have the time to focus on each other? Asked Licht in a slightly annoyed tone as he saw Yami and Sek ignoring him once again, with Yami not even damaged by his attack. Licht stopped attacking Sek and focused solely on Yami, who noticed that, stopped moving towards Sek and got a bit serious. Sek, who was finally free from the incoming attacks, soon took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, to ignore the Dark Lord during a battle. That elf is going to pay for this. Oi, Sek, are you alright? Yelled Asta as he came running towards him. Hey, you were still alive? Asked Sek. Oi! Don't just kill me yet. Anyway, are you fine? I am the Dark Lord, you idiot. I am never not fine, said Sek as he looked towards Yami and saw him talking with the elf. But you got hit by those swords. Meh, they are fast but weak. My bronze body magic is enough for dealing with that. But it still pisses me off seeing how his attacks are faster for me, said Sek. He then looked towards Yami and said, well, no good will happen by just standing here. I am going back to deal with that elf bastard and make him pay for ignoring me. Seeing Sek walk towards Yami, Asta immediately followed behind him, and soon both of them stood near the light and dark magic users. But, he kicked all their asses and became the boss of a group. The end, said Yami as he slashed the final light sword. Well? What do you think of my response, Fable? Well, it's half of my life, actually. You bastard! You dare mock Lick-sama, yelled Valtos. Shut up! Your face is scary. Why are there lines on your face? Yelled Yami in response. Oh, you all are exchanging stories, hey. Then let me tell you about the tale of the number 1 hyperactive, knuckled ninja. The tale of Naroi. Let me finish my story, yelled Sek as he saw the incoming light sword and destroyed it. I don't have time for your useless stories, said Licht as he looked at Sek. He then looked at Yami and said, as a foreigner, I suppose my story had nothing to do with you. Would you mind stepping off the stage, then? And immediately light swords which were even faster than the previous ones started raining down on Yami. Seeing that Sek immediately got ready, but Yami raised his hand to stop him and started dealing with the swords. I wonder how long can you avoid a fatal blow, said Licht with a calm look on his face. I really want to show that elf what fatal would actually are, muttered Sek as he saw swords grazing Yami from time to time. But as if not even hearing his question, Yami asked, are you the guy who took out Fuegoleon? Hearing his question, Licht affirmed and started telling about how he set up a plan and all. Yami got slightly pissed at the elf and immediately went on the offensive, seeing which Sek looked at his sword and thought, what am I even doing here, if I won't even get to fight? Chapter 81, Key. Seeing his captain and the elf fighting a literal battle of light vs dark, Sek looked toward Asta, who was looking at the battle with awe. Well, it is a great fight. But seeing how chill Yami-san is against that elf bastard's light speed attacks is making me a bit pissed. Well, seeing that I am not getting my turn anytime soon. Let's get back to practice, muttered Sek as he lifted his sword. You are going to practice right here? Asked Asta. Yeah, I mean Yami-san is kicking his shining butt. So I don't think that we need to worry that much. Not to mention I am on the backup if things start to look bad for Yami-san, said Sek. Who is the backup here, you dumbass, said Yami as he landed beside the two boys and smacked Sek's head. Ignoring the fact that Yami just smacked him, Sek looked toward Licht and noticed a couple of cuts around his body. He then looked at Yami and said, teach me this trick that you are using to fend off those light attacks. Hey? Do you want to learn my secret technique? Asked Yami as he looked at the beat who asked him before he was going to make him learn to sense ki. Alright then, but I will explain only once. The next time I am going to charge 500 yells. Oi short brat, get here as well, said Yami as he smacked another light sword. Hearing that, Asta stood near the two and started hearing Yami's explanation about ki. After he was done telling them about ki, he raised his sword and smacked a magic bullet that came towards Asta from behind. Good timing. Practice on that scrawny dude with slanty eyes, said Yami as he pointed at Voltos. Hey! On the scrawny dude with slanty eyes? That's too sudden. Of course, I can't, said Asta. From where I come from there is a saying, a warrior never goes back on his word. You said you were going to become the Wizard King, didn't you? Surpass your limits. Right here, right now. There's no other way. Asta stared at Yami for a while before a determined look appeared on his face. Yes sir, yelled Asta as he took a stance. What about me, Yami-san? The scrawny dude is slow for me. He won't do, asked Sek as he pointed toward the zombie-looking guy. You are going to deal with that light show, said Yami as he pointed his sword at Licht. Sek nodded and then stepped forwards and said, then that means you are not going to interfere in my fight. Hey, who said that? 10 minutes, that's all I am giving you. Learn ki within that limit, said Yami as he kicked Asta, who tried to sense the bullet only through his ears. Hey? Only 10 minutes? That's way too less, yelled Sek as he looked back at Yami. Ho, well I guess it's way too much to ask from a dumbass like you, said Yami with a sigh. Just you wait, that elf bitch is going down within 5 minutes, and that includes me leaning this key shit as well, said Sek with a being popping on his forehead. Sek looked towards Licht, who was looking at them with his usual calm expression on his face, and said, the moment I master this key thing, you should be prepared for the consequences of ignoring the Dark Lord earlier, and then gestured for the elf to continue. He then closed his eyes and immediately cleared his mind and then took a deep breath. Concentrate, concentrate, clear your mind. Control your breathing, thought Sek as the sounds around him slowly started to disappear. Yami's eyes immediately widened as he noticed the change in Sek's ki and a huge grin appeared on his face. This dumbass really is a monster of some sort, thought Yami. Light, who was provoked by Sek, pointed all the light swords behind him towards Sek but still decided to take a bit of caution and fired just a single sword at him. Seeing the sword fly towards Sek at full speed, Yami licked and Asta looked at the scene with suspense, wondering what was going to happen. And just as the sword reached near Sek, the three widened their eyes in shock. Haha, it was my mistake to expect much from a human, said Licht with a laugh as he saw Sek's sword flying out of his hand in a completely different direction. Sek. Ouch. What was that for? Yelled Asta as he saw Sek being hit by the sword. Don't shout, that brat is about to break his limits, said Yami with a serious look on his face. Not hearing what Yami said, Licht started firing light swords at Sek, which continued to hit him. Though all of them got destroyed as soon as they hit Sek's body because of his bronze body spell. I've wasted a lot of my time on you. It's time to get this over with, said Licht as the light swords started shining even brighter and immediately launched at Sek at an even faster speed. What a surprise, you took the words right out of my mouth, said Sek in a calm tone as he opened his eyes and looked towards the incoming light sword and punched it with full force. Seeing the staring light sword being destroyed by Sek's punch, Licht's eyes widened in shock as Sel looked at his fist with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. It was a bit off, looks like it will take a bit of practice to get the precision up to a level. Seeing Sek ignoring him once again, Licht got even more pissed at the blonde guy in front of him and started firing all the light swords towards Sek. Feeling the mana coming towards him, the Dark Lord glanced at the incoming light attack and said, well, let's strike while the iron is still hot, and started punching the incoming light swords at full speed. Haha, this shit is amazing. So this is what Ultra Instinct feels like, exclaimed Sek as he was punching through the volley of light swords without even properly being able to see them. Shit, this is reminding me of some bad memories, muttered Yami as he saw Sek punching through the light attacks. He remembered the figure of a woman using fire magic to punch the hell out of him with an excited expression on her face. A shiver ran down his spine as he looked at Sek, who was now advancing towards Licht at full speed while dodging at punching through the light swords. Soon he got quite close to Licht and started gathering mana over his fist. Reinforce my body with reinforcement magic, gather magic around my arm in layers, thought Sek as purplish mana started gathering around his fist. Seeing the familiar mana, Yami looked at Sek with surprise and said, Oi! I will sue you for copyright. Shut up and just witness the might of the Dark Lord, yelled Sek as the blank pages in his grimoire started shining as words started appearing in it. Dark debuff magic, dark cloaked magic smash. Smash! Yelled Sek, as the mana gathered around his fist, launched forward in form of a shock wave of dark magic, destroying all the incoming light swords in an instant, and headed towards Licht, who immediately moved from his spot along with the fallen Voltos. Soon the elf appears at a different spot as Sek looked at him with a smirk and said, be prepared to face the might of Dark Lord. I am not going to hold back now. Chapter 82, Deciding Blow. Licht, who saw the shock waves of the dark magic used by the blonde magic knight in front of him, narrowed his eyes as the said magic knight just cracked his knuckles. Looks like I have to take this bug seriously, muttered Licht. Feeling that the elf got a bit serious, Sek just smirked as he got ready to deal with the next wave of attacks. But all of a sudden he felt something with his ki and immediately turned around only to duck the next instant, dodging a fist aimed at his face. So this dumbass really learned how to sense ki this quick, talk about creepy, said Yami as he looked at Sek. What the hell was that for? 10 minutes still aren't up, yelled Sek as he glared at his squad captain. How dare you copy my magic, you dumbass? Do you even know how long it took me to come up with those names, said Yami as he pointed his finger at Sek. You don't come up with the names. The grimoire does, yelled Sek back. For copying my idea I demand payment, said Yami as he opened his hand asking for money. Like hell, I am gonna give you money, said Sek as he started back at Yami. Licht, who saw the two of them ignore him yet again, was getting very irritated at the duo. To mock me to this extent. Veins popped up on Licht's forehead as he saw the two men arguing. His mana flared up, making the two of them finally stop and look at the elf. Oh yeah, we still have to deal with this guy, said Sek. So he was still there, hey? He sure is persistent like a cockroach, said Yami as he puffed his cigarette. CCO. Did you just call me a cockroach? Yup, said Yami as he stared at the elf. The elf remained motionless for a while when suddenly his grimoire started flipping. A large amount of mana gathered around the elf as a whip made of light appeared in his hands. Light magic, bright judgment whip. The long whip made of light started thrashing around, destroying the cave they were in. I will crush you all like the bugs that you all are, declared Licht as he violently thrashed the whip around. Sek, Yami, and Asta immediately started dodging the falling rubble as they gathered around. Sek's and Yami's grimoire started flipping as both of them formed a barrier around them. Bronze magic, magnum shell. Dark magic, black cocoon. The two magics overlapped each other and formed a barrier around the trio as the rubble fell on top of them. That's why I was saying instead of letting the dude monologue, we should deal with the bastard, said Sek. Hat, if you would have dealt a deciding blow this wouldn't have happened, said Yami with a snort, making Sek glare at the man. The two glared at each other for a while, and once the crumbling stopped, the two of them along with Asta jumped out of the rubble. You bastard, how dare you to drop all that rubble on me, said Yami as he pointed his katana at the elf. The elf along with the zombie guy stared at the trio, although the zombie guy was shocked seeing the three of them make it out of his master's spell without any scratches at all. Now let's take it up a notch. Oi chibi dumbass, deal with the scrawny-faced guy. All right. Hope you are ready, scrawny-faced dude. Good, I will deal with the light show, said Yami. Wait a minute. That light bulb is my opponent, interrupted Sek. Hey, what are you talking about? 10 minutes are up. Your turn's over, said Yami. That didn't count, I took a break during the time the rubble fell on us, said Sek. Sounds like a you problem. Should have dealt a deciding blow when you had the chance, said Yami as Sek continued to argue with his captain, ignoring the elf once again. Then how about this? You fight him for 5 minutes and after that, I switch in and fight for 5 minutes, after which you switch back and so on, suggested Sek as he tried to bargain. Hey, now why would I do that for? If you can deal with him in your turn duration I will give you 1000 yells, said Sek as he moved his hand forward. Deal. Not even thinking twice, Yami shook Sek's hand and looked at the elf with an excited look on his face. Those 1000 yells are mine. It's been a while since I've let loose, said Yami. Oi, light show, try to last at least 5 minutes. You can do it, cheered Sek as he looked towards the elf. You two are seriously annoying. Hey! You are cheering for that guy, yelled Yami as he looked towards Sek. The clock is ticking, Yami-san, said Sek with a smile as he looked at the angry man. TCH. Clicking his tongue, Yami tightened his muscles as mana gathered around him and erupted in the form of powerful pressure. Licht, who was angry beyond reason, fired light swords at the man as Yami lifted his sword and gathered dark magic around it. He then fired a dark magic slash at the light swords and rushed toward the elf. Come here, you 1000, yell light bulb. I am gonna smash you, yelled Yami as he jumped toward the incoming light swords, slashing them apart and following the elf. You can do it, light bulb, just 4 minutes more and you can go down without any issues, yelled Sek as he saw the clash between the light and dark magic users, making sure to jump in as soon as the time was up. You two are pissing me off, yelled Licht as he looked toward the two black bulls he was up against. Shut up and just get hit. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. The blade of dark magic destroyed the light spell, seeing which the elf teleported once again. Stop being a pussy and take it like a man, complained Yami as he ran towards the elf. Move again. Seeing the man rushing towards him, Licht made a sword of light in his hand and rushed towards Yami as well. Seeing that, Yami slashed at him as the two blades clashed against each other, making the two of them stop in their tracks. The two soon separated as Yami said, "You have a 4-leaf clover grimoire, which means that you are a citizen of the Clover Kingdom, right?" But instead of answering him, the man rushed toward Yami and started attacking him with his sword. Yami blocked the sword and jumped back, seeing which the elf smirked and said, "You are wide open," and immediately changed his light sword into a light whip and used it to attack Yami. Yami on the other hand just looked at the elf as his magic gathered around his katana. He cut the whip into pieces as he immediately jumped toward the surprised elf and with his full power tried to cut him in half, only for the elf to move away at light speed as a dust cloud appeared around the area he was standing before. Licht then appeared in midair and started telling Yami about the discrimination in the Clover Kingdom. Yami just sighed and looked at the elf with a disinterested look on his face and said, "I am not seeing the point here. But I know one thing, I hate your guts." Jumping back into the fight, Yami started fighting the elf once again as Sek looked noticeably worried. "Shit. At this rate, Yami-san will win soon. Oi, take a bit more time, you bastard. Don't you want to break your limits in the toilet or something?" Sek's gaze then fell on Asta, who was struggling with his fight but didn't interfere just yet. He could see that Asta wasn't struggling much, and knowing him, he knew for sure that he will soon find a way to deal with his opponent. Sek looked back toward the Yami Licht fight only to see that Yami was just in front of the elf with a spell charged up around his sword. Fugue. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. The dark magic slash traveled toward the elf without giving him any time to dodge the incoming attack, and a huge cut appeared on the elf's torso as blood spilled out. "You just had to last one more minute," yelled Sek as he saw the elf fall to the ground. "Captain Yami!" yelled Asta, who miraculously was able to deal with his opponent at the same time. "Nicely done, chibi dumbass. Bigger dumbass, get those 1,000 yells ready," said Yami as he pointed at Sek. "Tch, whatever. I didn't want to fight that weak elf anyway," said Sek as he kicked a pebble near him. Chapter 83, Well, looks like I haven't fucked the plot that much. While Yami was talking with Sek and Asta, Licht got back up on his feet, albeit stumbling a bit. "You got me," said Licht with a calm expression on his face despite looking quite beaten up. Hearing him, the three black bulls looked back at the elf, who out of nowhere started explaining his theory about Yami's magic. "You are right. By the way, what's up? You can use recovery magic, can't you? So hurry up and heal. But while you're healing yourself, I'm going to get real close and chop you up even more," said Yami as he held his dark magic radiating katana up. Now, Yami-san, don't forget the deal that we made." Suddenly hearing a familiar voice interrupting him, Yami looked toward Sek. "Hey? What deal, dumbass?" asked Yami. 5 minutes are up," said Sek with a smirk on his face. Realizing what Sek meant, Yami looked back at Licht, who was still standing, and clicked his tongue. "Oi, that didn't count, that bastard was monologuing for a while," said Yami as he pointed his katana. Sek, who was now doing his stretches, looked at Yami and shrugged his shoulders. "Sounds like a you problem." Sek then turned his attention towards Licht, who was looking back at him, and said, "I hope you are prepared to face the Dark Lord. I'll admit that you are quite strong and very troublesome for our goal, but still compared to Yami Sukiro you are not that dangerous," said Licht. "Don't underestimate the Dark Lord, no one had a good time after doing that," said Sek as he finally got ready to get back into the fight. "Thanks for the heads up, but I don't. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster." Not even allowing Licht to finish his speech, Sek attacked. An animal skull made of bronze appeared beside Sek as a beam made up of concentrated mana came out of its mouth and headed toward Licht. Because of being injured and exhausted from his previous battle with Yami, Licht was a bit late to react. The beam hit Licht's stomach, and that was the moment when Licht moved away with light speed. But the damage was done, and Sek was sure that even with healing magic, Licht was not fast enough to heal that wound in time. The Gaster Blaster charged up once again as it turned toward the location where Licht appeared. And once again fired the concentrated mana blast at him. "You know, I am quite grateful that you wrecked this cave earlier. Firing this attack in a closed space would have been quite dangerous after all, said Sek as he kept on firing toward Licht, who was now on the run, though he got hit by the attacks quite several times. The accumulated damage and fatigue were hindering his movements, and Sek was taking full advantage of that. So, want to discuss once again why it is a bad idea to underestimate the Dark Lord, said Sek with a smile as he saw the flashes of light around him. You are quite an evil man, said Yami as he looked at Sek. It was his fault for talking that much in the middle of a fight, said Sek. You are just pissed about the fact that he told you that you are not as dangerous as me, said Yami. Haha, I don't know what you are talking about, said Sek as he laughed. Still, it's an effective way to deal with him. Well, as long as that dumbass doesn't get far away enough to be able to do something with his speed, said Yami. And just as Yami said that, Licht's eyes widened as he looked up towards the sky. The ceiling of the cave was destroyed by him, and not taking another moment he rushed out of the cave and got quite far up in the sky. Yami, Asta, and Sek looked up where the elf was, and Sek said, you just had to word it out for him, hey. Didn't think that through. Also wasn't expecting that shiny bastard to be listening to our conversation, said Yami as he scratched the back of his head. Light, who was now quite far up in the sky, started healing as he looked at the black bulls with an angry look on his face. That's it, no more playing around. I will blast them all away with my strongest spell, said Licht. So how are we dealing with him now? He will be quite troublesome to deal with, now that he got into his favorable distance, that is, said Sek. Don't know, break some limits, said Yami as he puffed his cigarette. As you say, Captain Yami. I will break my limits and come up with a super duper cool move that will finish this, said Asta. Yeah, you do that, Asta, said Sek as he looked back at Licht. While the three of them were talking, Licht was dome healing up to a functional state and got ready to fire his attack. His grimoire started flipping as a huge amount of mana started gathering around him. The black bulls who were looking at the elf getting brighter and brighter were getting serious, as both Sek and Yami knew that the spell was quite bad news considering the amount of mana contained in the attack. Dark magic, black cocoon. Seeing the orb of dark magic surrounding them, Sek looked toward Yami and said, this isn't gonna work. Got any better ideas? You stay here, we run away. He will most likely hit you and we will be safe, said Sek. Not happening. If I die here, I'm making sure to bring you with me. Hey? Why do I have to die, just because you weren't able to break your limits when you were in need? Don't argue with me, just die when I die. Seeing the black bulls ignoring him once again, Licht started getting visibly angrier. Again and again and again. How is it possible that you two keep ignoring me when I am seconds away from killing you? Deleted Licht. Meh, that's a problem for the me 10 seconds from now to deal with, said Yami as he shrugged his shoulders. Sek shrugged his shoulders as well and said, I am the Dark Lord, I will come up with a way to get out of this situation and kick your ass sooner or later anyway. Hey, you have a way to get out of this situation? Asked Yami as he looked at Sek. Yeah, though I am not sure that it will work. What are the odds? 10% chance that we will survive. Yami puffed his cigarette and said, 10 hui, well, better than 0. Seeing that they started another conversation, Licht gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The three of you, you truly don't deserve to live in this world any longer. Light magic, divine judgment cannon. Calling out the name of his spell, a beam of concentrated light magic that was quite faster than the swords and witty enough for any of them to dodge, the three black bulls stared at it. Sek narrowed his eyes as his grimoire started flipping and mana started gathering around him. But before he could even use his spell, Ghosh appeared in front of them, with a huge mirror beside him. Mirror magic, full reflection. The light spell hit the mirror as it bounced back towards Licht, who widened his eyes as his spell came flying back at him. Well, that's one way of countering that. I wasn't expecting him to come back on time though, said Sek. Well, looks like I haven't fucked the plot that much, thought Sek as he sighed and deactivated his spell. He was a bit down since he wanted to test something out with that huge ass light spell, but just let it go as he could try that with luck some other time. Chapter 84, The Other Half. Seeing Licht get hit by that spell and fall, the Black Bulls sighed in relief and walked toward the now fallen leader of the Midnight Sun. He is still alive, hey, muttered Sek as he looked at Licht. Probably resistance towards the same magic affinity, said Yami. Saying that, Yami's grimoire started flipping as he soon found the restraining spell that he was looking for. Dark restraining magic, Dark Bind. Restraining the two members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the Black Bulls took a seat on a nearby rock. They waited for Finral's mana reserves to get up to a point so that he could open a portal while Sek just waited cautiously. I can give him some mana, but knowing what is about to happen soon, I don't think that it is a good idea to take this fight in some crowded area, thought Sek. While Sek was lost in his thoughts, the duo of Yami and Ghosh made sure to rile Finral up. Asta just remained silent, making Sek look at him. Asta, anything wrong? Asked Sek as he thought that it was weird that the grey-haired shorty was this quiet. Sek, just what is it that I am lacking? In the last battle, I barely did any of the work. It was mostly you and Captain Yami who took care of the enemy. Hearing him, the rest of the Black Bulls turned silent and looked toward Asta. Sek stared at the grey-haired muscle twerp for a while before he smacked his head. Wah! What the hell was that for? That was for thinking this much shit. You think that you can surpass the likes of the Dark Lord or that captain of ours only after a year of getting your hands on your power, then you stop dreaming. I have trained my power and body for more than 10 years. Yumi-san and the others have even more experience under their belt. So if you are thinking that just because you trained your body from quite a young age and just a year of training with your anti-magic will make you stand at my or other strong mages level, then just give yourself a damn hard slap and wake up to reality. Train harder and learn new skills and then try again. You got that? Yelled Sek. Asta looked straight into Sek's eyes for a while before a determined expression appeared on his face. He then stood up, took a deep breath and without holding back slapped his cheek with full force. Ouch! That hurt like hell, said Asta as he winced a bit from the pain. I will train like hell and surpass all of you. And after that, I will become the Wizard King. Oh! And marry Sister Lily. Just wait and watch, Sek. Ha ha ha, declared Asta as he started laughing. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Like hell you can surpass me. Maybe you are still dreaming. Slap yourself once again, said Sek. Like hell, a short dumb ass like you can surpass me. I knew that you had some screws loose, but I didn't know that you were such a gone cause, said Yami as he looked at Asta with pity. My screws are not loose. I will show you the results of my training and surpass you too, yelled Asta as he pointed his finger at Yami and Sek. Met. While you work hard or something, I will just surpass 1 or 2 of my limits and become super ultra crazy strong, said Yami as he just shrugged his shoulders. Well, I am the Dark Lord, I have no limits. I am already super ultra crazy strong. I am just not accustomed to controlling all that strength, said Sek as he shrugged as well. Seeing the two people whom he wanted to surpass just casually saying that they were stronger than him, made Asta pissed at them and started arguing. But as soon as their argument started, all of them felt the mana/ki around and turned towards the location where they felt the disturbance. Spatial, magic, muttered Asta as all the Black Bulls turned towards Voltos, the zombie-faced dude. Nope, not that one, said Sek. Reinforcements probably, said Yami as he looked back toward the spatial magic portal. And soon 3 figures appeared out of the black portal. Yawn, well, this definitely doesn't look good, said the guy with black hair as he started looking around. His eyes then fell on Licht and Voltos. Looks like Lichtkun and Valchan are in trouble. I'm usually pretty lazy, but I gotta save my friends, saying that the guy with black hair emitted a bright light and moved just like how Licht was doing in their previous fight. Already expecting that move, a bronze sword appeared in Sek's hand as he slashed down at the spot where he felt the ki of the guy. And just as Sek predicted, the guy appeared in front of Yami and immediately widened his eyes in shock as he saw the incoming sword. Not wasting a moment, the guy moved back with the same spell, but still was not able to dodge the attack completely. Yami-san, don't drop your guard in front of enemies, said Sek as he saw blood spill out of the guy's torso which he was able to hit. Ow! Man, you are annoying, said the guy as he winced from the pain and landed beside the other two. But this should be easy to fix, so whatever, said the black-haired dude. Light magic, healing light particles. And the same healing spell that was used by Licht appeared in the guy's hand as he started healing his wound. That magic, it's the same as round eyebrows, said Asta with a surprised expression on his face. Ignoring Asta, Licht started talking to his teammates. Sek noticed that and was about to interfere, but Yami moved his hand in front of him, stopping him from taking action. Is it alright to let them do that? Asked Sek. It's not, but unlike before, we are outnumbered by them, not to mention their ki and mana, you can feel that as well, right? Asked Yami as he continued to look towards the eye of the midnight sun. Sek nodded and then looked in the same direction as well as he noticed Licht floating in the air covered in flames. These flames, they are similar to that of a phoenix, said a deep voice as Sek's eyes widened in shock as he started looking around only to notice that no one was there, not to mention no one other than him seemed to have heard that voice. They can't hear me, it's only you that can hear me, at least for now. My other half. Hearing the voice once again, Sek narrowed his eyes and thought, only I can hear. And what is this other half? It is precisely what I say, there is no deeper meaning to it. I am part of your soul and reside within you in what you call sacred gear. I am the prison dragon King Vritra, said the voice, who now identified himself as Vritra. Widening his eyes in surprise, Sek stopped focusing on the eye of the midnight sun and shifted it towards the important matter. Vritra, hey, I guess introductions are in order. I am Sek Bronzaza, the Dark Lord, thought Sek. I already know, although I got the ability to talk to my host quite recently, I have been conscious for a while. I keep a track of the world through your senses, and I would have to say, much like you, this world is also quite different from the world that I know of, said Vritra with a slightly colder tone. Chapter 85, vs the Third Eye. Different from the world that you know of, thought Sek. He knew that they were not in the DXD world from where the sacred gears originated, but he thought that his brother would have done something about that. Yes, although this world mainly circles around mana, which is both purer and concentrated than the world that I know of, there isn't any speck of demo. Look out, said Vrita in Sek's head, making the Dark Lord snap out of his thoughts as he noticed the black-haired dude in front of him as he casually touched his grimoire holder, successfully touching his grimoires. Ho, 2 grimoires on a single man, aren't you quite the player? 2 timing is not good, you know, said the black-haired dude as Sek immediately tried to punch the guy, only for him to move away at light speed. Hey, no hitting faces, said the guy as he stood beside the other two. But soon his eyes widened as he looked at his hand and said, got nothing at all. He then looked back at Sek, who looked back at him. Let's talk later, Vritra, thought Sek as he focused back on his enemies. You tried something with my grimoires, hey? Asked Sek, though he already knew what the guy tried to do. I don't know what you are talking about, said the black-haired guy. Trying to copy my magic? Well, bad news for you, I keep my grimoires in a transparent cover so that they don't get dirty, thought Sek as he internally smirked. So, are they done with their introductions? Asked Sek, making the black bulls look at him with confused looks on their faces. Oi, dumbass! Don't tell me you were spacing out in front of the enemy, asked Yami. Why else do you think I was not able to respond in time? Asked Sek back. Hey? And you dare tell me not to space out in front of the enemy? I saved your ass, so I got the right to do so. Hey, I would have taken care of him on my own. You just stole my thunder. Oi, are they seriously arguing at a time like this? Asked Finral with a horrified look on his face. Seeing the 2 black bulls arguing amongst themselves once again, the injured Licht frowned and said, to have the audacity to ignore not only me but also the Third Eye. These foolish creatures. Sek and Yami looked toward the eye of the midnight sun. You should be more serious, you know, the third eye surpasses me in combat, said Licht proudly. Well, considering how weak you were, they better be stronger than you if they are acting as your reinforcements, said Sek as he looked toward Licht, making the said light magic using elf angrier. Oi Sek-kun! Don't make the situation worse, scolded Finral as he panicked a bit. And he must be bluffing, about them being stronger than him, said Finral. Yon, it's too much trouble to bluff. If you don't believe it, then I'll just show you. Even though it's a pain in the butt, Yon, said the black-haired dude with a katana covered in dark magic in his hand. That's the same as Captain Yami, said Asta. Your kingdom uses the clover leaf as its symbol, right? With each leaf representing faith, hope, and love. Well, the name of these three is the opposite of that. And as if on cue, the black-haired dude moved with the speed of light and appeared closer to the group. Copy magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. Ryu the disloyal. The dude named Ryu then swung his blade and the black bulls and fired the dark magic slash at them. TCH, don't go using other people's magic at them, groaned Yami as he fired a counter of his own. Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya slash. The two slashes intercepted, cancelling each other out but not even giving Yami a chance to think. The burly-looking dude approached him. Veto the despair, commented Licht. Beast magic, bear claw. Pay attention, yelled. Same goes for you, dude. Bronze creation magic, giant's fists. Hearing Sek's voice, Veto looked toward him only to notice a giant fist made of bronze heading toward him. Shit, thought Veto as there was no way to dodge that in mid-air. Crossing his hands to guard his body against the full force of the attack, Veto got sent flying as his body crashed against the wall. Well, seeing that the light show is giving introductions, let me introduce myself as well, said Sek as the giant fist hovered above him. Sek Bronzeza, the ass-kicker Dark Lord. Oi dumbass! How dare you act cool in a situation like this, said Yami as he pointed his katana at Sek. Sek looked toward his squad captain and shrugged, I don't act cool. I am cool. I hate you. I'll never forgive you, said the pink-haired girl as a small creature similar to a dragon appeared on her shoulder. HOH, I am sensing some draconic aura from that thing, though it's mostly a spirit. A spirit dragon, said Vritra as he commented on feeling Salamander's presence. And last but not least, Fana the hateful. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. The spirit started charging mana, feeling which Sek's grimoire started flipping as well. Careful there, even though small, that thing is still a dragon, said Vritra. And I am the Dark Lord, thought Sek back as his sacred gear appeared around his limbs. Sacred bronze magic gear, prison dragon's roar. A draconic helmet appeared around Sek's head as the cables from his sacred gear attached to his helmet. Fana, being the one who started first, fired a huge stream of fire toward Sek. And just a moment later, a huge amount of mana gathered around Sek as the month of the helmet opened. A stream of similar-sized black flames shot forward. The two flames clashed and fought for supremacy, only for the dark flames to turn out superior and overwhelm the normal flames. Never thought someone would be able to use my flame breath without any backlash, commented Vritra. What can I say? I am built simply different, thought Sek as he stopped channeling mana, knowing that the spirit's flames were taken care of. I will crush you like an ant, suddenly yelled Veto as he appeared above Sek, who just looked up at the burly dude. Beast magic, bear claw. Detaching the absorption line from his helmet, Sek shot it toward Veto, who just swatted it with his magic-covered hands, only for the whip-like cables to wrap around his body. Hey! Using his full strength, Sek threw the giant man away as the line retracted back. Phew, oi Yami-san! Deal with some of them as well, said Sek as he looked towards Yami, only to see him fight against the copy magic dude. Never mind, looks like I will be busy with you guys, said Sek as he looked towards Fana, Licht, and Veto. Veto looked back at Sek with a crazed smile on his face and said, I will make you scream in despair. Saying that, Veto got back in action and started to run toward Sek. Beast magic, Cheetah charge. What the was all Sek could say before he noticed the guy running faster with magic surrounding his feet. Seeing the surprised look on Sek's face, Veto smirked, thinking that Sek was surprised because of his speed, but soon that smirk turned into confusion as he noticed the smile appear on Sek's face as well. That form, that speed, you really know how to make a hunter excited for his hunts, said Sek as he remembered the days he used to regularly hunt in the forests. All right, a hunt it is, said Sek as the two giant fists appeared over his body. Bronze creation magic, Giant's Fist. Ignoring Sek's words, Veto started focusing on the giant fists that attacked him earlier and noticed one of the fists heading toward him. That won't work twice, said Veto as he started running haphazardly, trying to confuse Sek. Mosquito Slammer. And immediately the first that was above Veto opened its hand and smacked the ground below it, trying to squish Veto like a mosquito. Seeing the incoming hand, Veto dodged it and started rushing toward Sek once again as the blonde just smirked and gestured to the beastly man to come and get him. Veto grinned his teeth and focused on the other giant fist that was above Sek, only to notice it move up in the air. Don't look away from me, or you will be the one who will be in despair. Hearing that, Veto got surprised and looked in front of him only to notice Sek near him with his fist aimed at him. Bronze magic, bronze body. Beast magic, rhinoceros armor. And just as the name suggested, an orangish translucent rhino-like armor appears around Veto that protected him from the attack. The fist still connected, which sent Veto a few meters back, but Veto took the opportunity of Sek being out of stance and lunged at him. Beast magic, bear claw. Attacking the blonde magic knight in front of him, Veto smirked, seeing that Sek didn't even have the time to block the attack. Clank. But just as the sharp claw connected with Sek's body, a metallic clank was heard as close to no damage happened on Sek's body. Try harder, said Sek as he too took the opportunity and punched Veto, who was the one out of form now. Planting his fist in his opponent's gut, Sek made the man move back a few meters as the man who got hit wiped the saliva that came out of his mouth. Not as strong as I expected, said Veto as he smirked and lunged back toward Sek. Seeing that Sek got back into stance. Damn, shouldn't have made that whole show about hunting, well, gotta deal with him in this way now, even though he has the advantage, thought Sek as he got a bit more serious about the fight. Beast magic, cheetah charge and bear claw. And just as Veto got close to Sek, he sped you with his magic, making Sek a bit surprised but still crossing his arms to block the incoming attack. Grinning after seeing Sek being the one who went to defense, Veto struck him and sent him flying in the air. Damn, that packed some punch, thought Sek as he felt some pain from the recent attack despite using his bronze body. Talking about punch. Sek, who was now up in the air, gathered his mana as the two giant fists that he made earlier came towards him and caught his body. This is going to be a bit of a challenge, said Sek as he felt a shift of ki in his surroundings and immediately punched to his right without even looking at who it was. Rhea, who appeared near Sek with a dark magic katana, was punched away even before he could do anything. Veto looked back towards Sek with a crazed smile and said, but it will only end with you being in despair, and similarly punched Yami as Rhea was punched earlier. Alright, things are going to get crazy. Yami-san and others, make sure to maintain some distance from me and that guy if you don't want to get hurt. As for you, my dear prey, just try to keep up, said Sek in a cold tone as both of his grimoires started flipping. Now you will understand why you shouldn't entice the Dark Lord to hunt, said Sek, a malicious smirk spread across his face. Chapter 86, vs the Third Eye, 2. A huge amount of amna started gathering around Sek. You revere that light show of your leader a lot, right? Then let me see how you deal with his way of fighting, said Sek. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Get to, who was looking at Sek with a challenging smirk, soon turned surprised as he saw the sheer number of swords present in the air. Just by guessing he could say that there were more than 100 swords up in the air. Sek smirked as he raised both of his hands as the swords that were in the air gathered around him. Let's take them for a spin, said Sek as he started moving one of his hands in a circular motion. He started slowly, and just as if following him, the swords around him started revolving around him. Sek smiled and started to increase the speed of his hands and thereby increasing the speed at which the swords were revolting around him. And now add the flavor, said Sek as his other grimoire started flipping as well. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. And a reddish aura appeared around the swords making a revolving circle of glowing swords around Sek. I wanted to add more debuffs, but on this many numbers of swords it might be a hassle, thought Sek as he looked towards Veto and smirked. They might not be at light speed, but they won't stop once they start coming at you, said Sek as he looked towards Veto. Veto looked at Sek for a while and then said, "So, is that it? Overwhelm me with numbers. Can you even hit me with all those swords? I don't think that you have enough of them." Sek stared at Veto for a bit before he sighed. "Ha, you think too highly of yourself, mongrel," said Sek like a certain golden-haired red-eyed king as the giant palm he was standing on moved to make the giant circle of glowing swords surround him. Veto turned serious as the swords that were moving around Sek at great speed started to lower down a bit. "I am Wei," said Veto, but immediately stopped as he instinctively felt the attacks aimed at him. Immediately jumping back, Veto dodged the first sword that appeared at the place he was standing before. He looked at the sword which was now stuck in the ground with caution, but he did not have much time to think as the swords, just like Sek promised, started to rain down at the man. Beast magic, cheetah charge. Veto, who now had cheetah glowing legs, increased his speed as he started dodging the swords that were not stopping to come towards him. Sek, who saw the desperate man run around, had a small smile on his face as his grimoire started flipping pages. Combination magic, Dark Lord's chilling barrier. And a circular barrier appeared around him, giving out a chilling sensation as he got engulfed in a stream of fire. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. The stream of fire soon died down as Sek, who was surrounded by his barrier, appeared without a scratch on his body. "I won't forgive you," said Fana without a change of expression. "Okay," said Sek as he just ignored the girl and focused back on Veto. "Aren't you going to do something about that spirit dragon user?" asked Vritra. "One prey at a time, during a hunt, never divert your focus on different prey," replied Sek. He then focused back on Veto, who was running around with a few slash wounds around his body. Sek could also notice some burn wounds and just smirked. "Ha! Is that the best you can do? You must be running out of mana pretty soon as well. Just wait, once you are out of it I will show you what true despair is." "Well, I have a considerable amount of mana, but if you are that worried about me," said Sek as he looked towards Fana, who was looking straight at him. His sacred gear appeared around him as he pointed one of his gauntlets toward Fana and fired the absorption line at the pink-haired girl. Fana raised her hand to block the incoming attack, but the whip-like thing just wrapped around her hand. "Absorb," said Sek, making Fana's eyes widen as she felt her mana being sucked forcefully out of her body. Fana tried to free her hand but was not able to even budge the whip. Fana soon fell to the ground as Sek sucked quite a bit of mana out of her in a short time, making the girl a bit exhausted. "Phew, I am full. Thanks for the meal, Fana-chan," said Sek as he simply retracted the absorption line and started back at Veto. "Now where were we?" "Yes, you asked if that was the best that I could do, right?" asked Sek with a smile on his face. Veto, who was busy dodging the swords, could not see Sek's expression, but if he could have seen his smile he could surely say that the smile was not of amusement, but that of malice. All the swords that were around Sek stopped firing all at once. Seeing the swords stop for a moment, Veto got surprised but still took a deep breath, feeling a bit relieved. "What happened?" "Done Alria," said Veto, but as soon as he lifted his gaze his eyes widened in shock as he saw the swords that were revolving around Sek earlier, now revolving around him. Now, don't get that surprised, this is just the beginning," said Sek as a pair of hands made of bronze suddenly came out of the ground and held Veto in position. What they? But before he could even register what happened, all the swords around him started firing at him. Beast magic, rhinoceros armor. Making an armor of magic around him to block off the swords, Veto looked at the swords with caution. "These swords are not normal, not only cutting, they are burning me as well, thought Veto as he focused on maintaining the armor, as he could see that the swords were starting to crack it. I just need to hold on for a bit longer, thought Veto as he could see that the number of swords around him have gone down quite a bit. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. Hearing Sek's voice, Veto's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a new batch of swords revolving around Sek. Soon the swords merged with the old batch, refilling the circle. Don't worry Veto, you can play to your heart's content. In fact, let me get you more toys. Sek's grimoire started flipping as another pair of giant hands appeared in the air. Sek raised his fist in the air, making the fists go up as well, making Veto widen his eyes in horror as he realized what was going to happen. You really like to make your opponents miserable, said Vritra. Hey, it's not my fault that they mock me despite being weak, thought Sek as he slammed his fist down, making the giant fist go down at full speed toward Veto. Shit, was all that Veto could think before the giant bronze fist rained down on him, breaking down the already chipped off armor and smashing him into the ground. Sek lifted the giant fist of Veto and felt his ki. Feeling that Veto was finally out of commission, Sek moved back on the ground. Not going to kill him? Asked Vritra. I would like to do that as well. But handing him onto the kingdom will give me more merit and chances of promotion, thought Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze restraining magic, bronze shackles. Restraining the huge man in front of him, Sek relaxed a bit. But soon he felt 3 people approaching the cave with a considerable amount of mana and focused towards the entrance and saw Nozel, captain of the Silver Eagles, Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose, and Jack, captain of the Green Mantis. Well, seeing that they are here, let's take this guy to them, thought Sek as he looked toward the unconscious Veto. My, ain't this troublesome for us? We are seriously outnumbered now, said Rhea, who appeared from a portal beside Sek and kicked him, making Sek block the kick and move back, only to appear at a different location as he fell into another portal. Did that guy just steal my prey? Muttered Sek as he looked toward Rhea and saw him carrying an unconscious Veto toward Licht and Fana, who was recovered from the mana drain. Sigh, they never let me use the peaceful way now, do they? Muttered Sek. What are you going to do now? They are pretty much going to retreat now, asked Vritra. Give them a parting gift, thought Sek as he finally took out Extace from his sheath. Extace-chan, full power, said Sek, and the sword started glowing as if responding to Sek. He raised the sword in the air as mana started gathering up in the sword, making all the people, even the captain who just arrived, look towards Sek. X, yelled Sek as strong gusts of wind moved around him, pushing the dust and debris away from him. You are the second person to get away with stealing my prey. So rejoice, said Sek as he knew that getting Veto back in this situation for not possible. So he too is a being who is loved by mana, muttered Licht as he saw the mana gathering around Sek. Caliber, shouted Sek. He swung his sword, firing a strong concentrated beam / of mana toward the eye of the midnight sun. Seeing the bright light from the attack, all the people closed their eyes shut as Sek just continued to look at his target, who immediately started to move away through the portal. TCH. That wasn't even my best shot. If only I could have gathered more mana, thought Sek as he noticed the beam of light die down, revealing the eye of the midnight sun had already gone away. Although I don't think that they got away scot-free. That attack must have passed through their portal as well, said Vritra. It better be, I am pissed at them after all, thought Sek as he sheathed his sword back. Chapter 87, Talk with Vritra. Giving an annoyed sigh, Sek walked back toward the rest of the magic knights. Seeing that all eyes were now on him, Sek looked back at Yami, who just looked back at him. So, they got away, hey? Asked Sek. Kakik, can't even catch one of them? Looks like you are getting rusty, Yami, said Jack as he looked at Yami with a mocking expression on his face. Hey? If it wasn't for you all storming in here and alerting them, we would have caught them. How are you going to pay me for that? Asked Yami. Excuse me, last time I check it was me who defeated my opponent, not you, said Sek as he raised his hand. Yami looked at Sek for a while before he clutched his head in his hand and said, and that was possible because of my excellent guidance. gh. Don't crush my head, you brute, complained Sek as he tried to free his head off Yami's grasp. The other captains then started talking to Yami, who finally let go of Sek's head. Sek himself sat somewhere away from the group, but not that far away. So, should we talk now? Asked Vritra. Ask away. Continuing from where we left off, I noticed that this world doesn't have any energy other than mana. Demonic energy, divine power, holy energy. Are any of the terms familiar to you? Asked Vritra. Never heard of them. Only used mana and learned ki today. Mana is all that this world has, or so I know of. What about the beings that live in this world? Only humans, or are there other species like devils, angels, yokai, dragons, and gods? Asked Vritra, with the last two being a bit hesitant. As far as I know, only humans live in this world. Devils, angels, yokai, never heard of them. Though there are dragons around the strong mana regions, they are scarce. About gods, we do have churches in this kingdom. I don't know if there is a god or not, replied Sek. Seeing that he isn't questioning about my reincarnation and all, I suppose he isn't able to look into my mind, or at least not able to access those memories. Meaning no need to inform the dragon about this, and his world is that of fiction, thought Sek to himself. By the way, considering that you are talking in my thoughts, are you able to look through my memories and hear all my thoughts? Asked Sek, just to make sure if his theory was correct or not. And if the dragon was able to do that, he would not make effort to hide things from him, since it would just be a pain to do that. Well, I can do that, but only when both of us have consent for that. Since if I can look through your thoughts, you would be able to go through mine as well, replied the dragon. Is that so? Then you won't mind if I keep my thoughts to myself? I would like some sort of privacy, even though we are going to be fighting together from now on, asked Sek. I have no problem with that. You are my other half, and I respect your decision of keeping your thoughts to yours. Thanks for understanding. Any other questions? Asked Sek. There are many, but I will ask them as I experience the world for myself. This world, as far as I can think of, is different from the one where I am from, said Vritra. Feeling depressed? Asked Sek. Slightly, since I don't think that there won't be many challenges to face in this world, considering there aren't many dragons and no gods at all to face. Though I am more excited to see this world as well. I don't think many get the chance to experience a world different from the one that they belong to, replied Vritra. Sek remained silent as he just let Vritra to his thoughts. Although he felt that he too had the same thought when he first came to this world. Enjoying a world different from the one he belonged to. Sek soon smiled and thought, don't worry, I will show you the best of this world. We will explore the edges of this world, although, I will prioritize being the best in this world. Hearing him, Vritra laughed out loud in his head, making Sek groan a bit. Sorry about that, my other half. But still, I am counting on you to show me this world. As for being the best in the world, you can count on me to achieve that goal. A dragon without the aim to achieve the best is no dragon after all, replied Vritra with a slightly excited tone. Yet, I will show the world that the one who stands at the peak is the far Lord Sek Bronzaza, thought Sek. I have been thinking about this for a while, but what is this Dark Lord? Asked Vritra. It is the title that represents me, and in the future will represent the one true strongest being of this world, replied Sek. So, it is a title you earned? Asked Vritra. No, I have it to myself. So how do you know that it will represent the strongest person in the world? I will become the strongest person in the world sooner or later, and will make it customary for this title to be passed down for generations. Though I will be the first Dark Lord of the world. And why Dark Lord specifically? For a title that is to be passed around, doesn't it sound quite villainous? Asked Vritra. It's cool, replied Sek. So it's that phase of a boy's life, hey? Well, not like it's a bother, said Vritra with a sigh. Hey, your title is Prison Dragon King. Sounds quite villainous to me. Unlike you, who gave the title to yourself. My title was earned by the battle that I fought. The dragons and gods that fell against me after the legendary battles, gave me my title. I just took this title to show my respect to those valiant warriors that fought against me, said Vritra. Sek blinked his eyes for a while before his eyes started shining, making Vritra a bit surprised by the sudden change. That was cool. Almost as cool as me, thought Sek. I'm excitement. Thanks I guess, said Vritra, a bit speechless from his host's sudden change. You are welcome, but let's talk later, thought Sek. Yami-san. How much longer are we going to stay here? And if you are going to take more time, can I go back? Asked Sek. Hey, like hell I will let you go back before I am free of this shit. You are staying here till I am done, replied Yami. I am going, said Sek. Try it, you bastard, said Yami as the two of them continued to stare at each other. Cough, you foreigner, just let your squad go back. We will talk just between the captains, said Nozel as he looked at Asta and the other black bulls. Yami clicked his tongue as Sek just smirked and walked towards Finral and the others. Sek, Asta, Finral, and Ghosh then said their goodbyes to Yami, who was just pissed at his squad members who were allowed to go back while he was stuck with the idiots. Yami-san, do your job properly, all right? See you later. Enjoy, said Sek with a smile. I will kill you once I come back, said Yami as he fired a dark magic slash at Sek, who just dodged and jumped into the portal. Chapter 88, Talk with Vritra, 2. Appearing in what seemed like a medical ward, Sek looked around in confusion. He spotted quite a lot of healing mages and a grandma lying on the bed being healed by the said healing mage. Where are we? Asked Sek as he looked towards Finral. We are in Nairn, replied Finral. Any specific reason for us to be here? Asked Sek. Well, the kids that we rescued earlier are all from this town. I don't think that leaving them here before the mission is officially declared over will be a good thing, replied Finral with a nervous laugh. Good thinking, said Sek in an appreciative tone, feeling that the spatial mage from his squad actually had some experience. Thinking this far after the battle was just over was not something Sek or the other newbies would have been able to come up with after all. Sek looked at the healing mages and then looked towards his own body. They are not that serious wounds anyway. The granny needs treatment more than me, thought Sek. Despite being quite a durable fighter, it wasn't like Sek didn't have any injuries. The light swords caused quite a few scratches all over his body, not to mention the few blows from Veto did pack quite a bit of strength behind them, so he felt a bit painful from them. Where is Noel? Asked Sek as he looked around for the royal tsundere. Seeing that he didn't get any response, he just sighed and walked out of the room. Need to find a water source, thought Sek as he walked out of the medical ward. I have been meaning to ask this for a while, but why are the mages of this world only using a single attribute? And why do all of you all carry grimoires around? Won't it be better if you just remembered the spells from the grimoires? Asked Vritra. Well, we are all born with a single attribute of magic that we can use. It's determined from the day that we are born. Looks like that is not the case in your world. As for grimoires, it's not like we learn magic from them. We all receive grimoires of the attribute that we can use at the age of 15. Although being the great Dark Lord that I am, I received 2 grimoires on the day of the ceremony. Anyway, the grimoires have the basic spells of our attribute that we have either learned or can use at that level. As we get stronger or get creative with our mana, the grimoires pages started filling up. It also allows us to use stronger spells. Replied Sek. I see, quite an unusual setting, but can't you just collect more grimoires from others and use them? Asked Vritra. No, a grimoire can only be opened and used by its wielders, replied Sek. These grimoires are somewhat similar to sacred gears. Not usable by others, and grows along with the user, said Vritra. Never thought about it like that. Well, you could say that they are somewhat similar. Sek, who was talking with Vritra, soon spotted an empty bench and just sat there. He took off his robe and his upper clothes and revealed his body, which had some bruises where Veto had hit him earlier. Well, water would have worked better since I could have cleaned my body, but that can wait for later, muttered Sek. Forming a piece of bronze in his hand, Sek placed his other hand on top of the piece of bronze and a chilling air came out of his other hand, turning the piece of bronze cold instantly. Placing the cold object over his bruise, Sek felt the bruises sting a bit, but he just laid down on the bench. Didn't you just say that the element that a person can use is defined from their birth? And as far as I remember, I saw you use fire, ice, and metal magic earlier. So what's the deal with you? Asked Vritra. I am just amazing, replied Sek. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. I am quite amazing, you know. You see, I was born with 2 types of magic, which in itself is quite amazing. But aside from my bronze magic, the metal magic that you mentioned earlier, I can also use another type of magic. I call it debuff magic, though sometimes even I am not sure if that grimoire is about debuff magic. This debuff magic of mine is a bit special, like how that copy mage from earlier was able to use different types of magic. Yeah, that guy was able to use the same magic that the man you refer to as Captain used as well, and the light magic from the guy before, not to mention space magic, said Vritra. Yeah, as the name says, he can copy other people's magic. I presume that he does so by touching other people's grimoires. That guy touched both Yumi-san's and my grimoire before battling us. Though unlucky for him, I use a transparent cover to keep my grimoires dust free. Could be a possibility. So what's the deal with your magic? Well, unlike that guy, I cannot exactly copy other people's magic, I can use some sort of derivative magic. His trigger was touching the grimoires. My trigger is seeing those magic in action once, to learn their respective magic, said Sek. That is indeed an amazing thing, especially in a world like this. Wait, you mean to say that you learned magic each for all the magic that you saw there at the cave? Flipping his grimoire open, Sek checked and said, I learned 3 spells there, for light magic, cure, for copy magic, copy debuff magic, limiter, and beast magic, beast debuff magic, berserk. I already have fire magic, so that's that. Interesting, said Vritra. Right, and as you can see, for light magic it's not debuff magic, that's why I say that sometimes I am not sure whether it is a debuff magic grimoire. Though I mostly get debuff magic, thought Sek as he just closed his eyes and continued to apply the cold bronze over the bruises. Haven't you got any healing spells? Nope, Sek simply thought as he waited for the mission to be officially over. But all of a sudden Sek was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a familiar voice. Sek! What happened to you? Are you all right? Hearing the voice, Sek opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the voice and saw a grey-haired bespectacled man running towards him. Sliding and stopping in front of him, the man took deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Klaus? You okay? Asked Sek as he looked at the Golden Dawn mage. I am all right. But what about you? I heard that you fought against the Eye of the Midnight Sun's leader. Are you all right? Asked Klaus in a worried tone. Deciding to sit up instead of lying down, Sek looked at the man and said, I am fine, just some scratches and bruises. Hearing his words, Kaluz frowned, which only deepened as he noticed the scratches and bruises all over his body. Sek sighed seeing Klaus's frown and said, Who told you about my fight though? Klaus adjusted his spectacles, which shimmered and reflected the light falling on them, and said, You know, Mimosa, and I got the message about the sudden attack and came here as soon as possible. But apparently, we were late. We then came to this town on being ordered by the captains there. We then met Asta and the others who told us about your fight. You know, and Mimosa are there. Mimosa is treating Asta. I came to find you as soon as it was possible to check if you were all right or not. Well, I am fine, so there is no need to worry, replied Sek, and immediately got scolded by Klaus, saying how can he say that he was okay, and immediately put him in his steel chariot and took him to the place where Mimosa and the others were to get Sek healed. Your friend really is worried about you, said Vritra. Well, not that it is necessary, though it is a good feeling, replied Sek. Yeah, keep this feeling in mind, it helps humans get stronger. Nah, the things that makes a person strong are grind, talent, and will to rise to the top, said Sek. Well, can't argue with that, said Vritra with an amused tone. Mimosa. Heal Sek immediately, yelled Kaluz as he dragged Sek back into the healing ward, gathering everyone's attention. Mimosa looked toward Klaus and Sek and immediately widened her eyes in shock and rushed toward them. Klaus was about to say something, but Mimosa just pushed him away and started panicking seeing Sek. Sek-san. Where does it hurt? Wait, it must be at those bruises, right? Or is it those scratches and cuts? Asked Mimosa. Seeing the panicked ginger head, Royal Sek sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Mimosa. I am not that bothered by these. So don't worry that much. Anyway, how have you been? Of course, I would worry. It pains me to see you hurt. Hurry up and lie down, please. I will heal you, said Mimosa in an unexpectedly pushy tone as she made Sek lie down on the bed and started healing him. But why would she worry this much? They are not that deep anyway, thought Sek. Keeping the fact that you have some internal bleeding and a cracked rib, for stating all those things about you being awesome and all, you are not quite aware of your surroundings, said Vritra. What does that mean? Asked Sek. My other half, it's not my place to say. You will have to realize this on your own. Not to mention this seems amusing, said Vritra, confusing the Dark Lord who just ignored the dragon and focused on Mimosa, who was asking about his well-being and if he felt pain somewhere specifically. Chapter 89, He is going to make me faint once again. After Mimosa was dome healing Sek, she sighed in relief and then looked at Sek, who was talking to Asta, and the others for making excuses for not telling them that he was that injured. She just smiled seeing Sek a bit troubled by the others' worries. I don't remember all of it, but I still know that he was kind back then as well. Helping others without even being asked to, thought Mimosa. But soon her gaze fell on Sek's body, which wasn't covered by his clothes, and it was now that she realized that Sek was lying bare-chested in front of her the entire time. Her face started turning red and her vision started going hazy. Ah! Mimosa, called Noelle as she saw her fellow royal stumbling a bit. Hearing Noelle, Sek turned towards the ginger head and saw her falling toward him. He opened his arms and caught the ginger head and looked at her with worry in his eyes. She hasn't lost too much mana. What happened to her all of a sudden? You all right, Mimosa? Asked Sek. Hey? Sek-san? Asked Mimosa in surprise as she saw Sek's face directly in front of her. She then noticed herself being held in his arms. Q was all that came out of Mimosa's mouth as her head fell on Sek's chest and she fainted. Looking at Mimsa for a while, Sek looked toward the others asking what happened. He noticed that most of them were as confused as him, but both Noelle and Finral were giving him a stink eye. You idiot, said Noelle as she slapped Sek's shoulder, who was unable to defend himself as he was holding Mimosa in his hands. What? Asked Sek, genuinely confused by the sudden situation. But soon he realized something and looked towards Asta and thought, some way or other this shorty chick magnet embarrassed her more than she can handle and she fainted. He sighed as he just scooted over a bit and laid Mimosa on the bed before getting off it. He then covered her with a sheet and asked, Is there somewhere where I can get something to eat? Surprised by his unbotheredness about the sudden situation, Noelle was a bit pissed at her fellow blonde rookie. But suddenly, both his and Asta's stomachs growled so loudly that it could be considered a bestial roar. We have been fighting for the whole night. So no doubt we will be hungry, said Sek, making the others understand where he was coming from, but Noelle still felt a bit pissed at him. Oh! We can go to Rebecca's place. She makes great food, said Asta with an excited tone, making Noelle's attention immediately shift from Sek to Asta as he praised some other girl. Dash! Why the hell am I the only one who is left behind? Wasn't I the hungry one? Muttered Sek as he took a bit from a loaf of bread. He sighed and looked toward Mimosa, who was sleeping peacefully. If you are asking, then, that shirt brat named Asta suggested for everyone to go and eat at some place. The others left while you were changing your clothes, leaving you behind with this unconscious girl. You felt it was wrong leaving the girl and just stood back, said Vritra. No need to remind me, I know what happened. Who knew that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord is such a big softy, said Vritra. Well, she healed me when I was injured, so leaving her behind alone was not something someone as great as me could do, replied Sek as he just sat back on the chair and ate the bread that he had kept in his storage. Next time I will make sure to keep some of Charmy's dishes in my safe, thought Sek as he continued eating the bread. Better do that, after all, we need to go on a journey soon, said Vritra. Why and where? Asked Sek in a confused tone. To improve your use of my sacred gear and incorporate your grimoire magic with my sacred gear too. And if possible, the balance breaker, said Vritra, making the Dark Lord turn serious as well. True, I can surely use a training montage, thought Sek as he finished eating his bread and started making plans for his journey. Hearing the groan beside him, Sek looked at the ginger-head royal who somehow had hair on her face. Sighing and then chuckling at the girl's action, Sek moved the hair from her face and said, well, ain't you a cute creature? Well, I never got to know whom Asta ended with at the end. Was it Noelle, Mimosa, or the most unexpected sister Lily? Or did the creator go out of his way and did a harem ending, thought Sek to himself, not noticing the girl's ears which were bright red from embarrassment. Oh wah! I can't wake up now. How can Sek-san say such embarrassing things, complained Mimosa, who woke up when Sek was fixing her hair. But she snapped out of her thoughts when all of a sudden a sound came out of nowhere. Growl. Looks like the bread wasn't enough, said Vritra. Sek sighed and said, can't leave her here, and looked towards Mimosa, who was still pretending to be asleep. Hearing his words, Mimosa, who was pretending to be asleep, felt bad for making Sek stay behind with her. Deciding to stop her act, she slowly opened her eyes and then turned towards Sek. Sek-san? Asked Mimosa in a confused tone. She felt so glad that she was good at faking her expressions, those noble gatherings were not such a waste. Oh, Mimosa? Are you fine? You fainted all of a sudden after healing me, asked Sek with a small smile, feeling glad that he could finally go out and eat. Unaware of his thoughts, Mimosa just sat up and said, yeah, I am fine. Sorry for causing you trouble. Where are the others? They all went out to eat. Or at least that was where they were heading to, replied Sek. And you stayed behind? Asked Mimosa, tilting her head a bit. If that growl was any sort of indication, then even the boy in front of her was hungry as well. Well, I felt like leaving you behind all alone was not a good idea. So I stayed behind, said Sek as he looked at the ginger head. Mimosa turned silent and just blinked her eyes in surprise before she looked away to hide her embarrassment. She held her hand over her chest and felt her heart pounding faster. What should I do? He is going to make me faint once again, thought Mimosa as she felt both happy and angry at Sek. Chapter 90, I am going to feel like an idiot. After Mimosa calmed down, Sek looked at her and asked, if you are fine now, can we go out to grab something to eat? Ah! Yes, let's go, said Mimosa as she got up from the bed and fixed her hair and clothes. The two of them got out of the medical ward but soon faced a problem. They didn't know where Asta and the others went, and because of the recent incident, no shops were opened. We are going to the neighboring town, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. He got on the motorbike and then looked toward Mimosa and said, come on, let's go. Mimosa looked at Sek's bike and then asked, you behind you? Well, if you want to be the one in control, I don't mind, said Sek as he gestured for her to get in front of him. And no, I am fine with sitting behind you. But what about the others? I don't know where they are, and I am not gonna search the whole town just to find those guys. So, it will be just the two of us? Asked Mimosa as she twirled her hair with her finger. Well, that's what I was thinking, but if you want to go and meet with the others, I will help you with that, said Sek as he sighed, thinking that he had to find the others with empty stomachs. And no. I am fine with this. It will probably be sooner to get to the neighboring town than to find the others, said Mimosa as she sat behind Sek. Looking at the ginger head who sat behind him with a determined look on her face, Sek smiled and said, "All right. Let's go," declared Sek as he channeled mana through the bike, making the bike roar out loud. The bike rushed forward immediately, making Mimosa yelp in surprise as she grabbed Sek tightly to not fall off the bike. Sek-san, slow down a bit. It's my first time riding something like this," said Mimosa. Hearing such misleading words as two soft mounds pressed against his back, Sek's body flinched a bit but was ignored by Mimosa with the shaking of the bike. The Dark Lord doesn't get swayed this easily, especially by girls who like someone else, thought Sek as he just steeled his resolve. The thought of just seeing him taking advantage of someone who likes someone else made Sek feel bad about himself. "I am not like that bitch Lisa," thought Sek as he turned serious all of a sudden. "You alright, my other half?" asked Vritra with concern as he felt the sudden change in his host's mood. The mana that was inside Sek was always shining and excited, but it suddenly turned violent, making Vritra question whether his host was alright or not. "Yeah, I am fine Vritra," replied Sek, though Vritra was not a least bit concerned as the mana was still violent. "I know we just came to know each other, but just remember this, my other half, the two of us stuck together till the end of your life. We are going to be together for the rest of our life, from something as trivial as having lunch to facing the whole world as an opponent. I am going to be by your side. So if there are times when you want to open up, don't hesitate." "I am just a thought away," said Vritra. "This violent mana is not good for him. If exposed for a long time, it can corrupt him." "Ha! It's always the case with mana-sensitive beings," thought Vritra as he tried to calm down the violent mana. Feeling his rage subside a bit, Sek sighed deeply as he emptied his mind of the thoughts of the girl from his previous life. Seeing the violent mana subsiding, Vritra sighed and looked at the world around him through Sek's mindscape. Mimosa, who held Sek's waist, just rested her head on his back with a small smile on her face, ignorant of the boy's inner turmoil. "I can see the town, we will be there soon," said Sek as Mimosa just hummed in response, enjoying herself. Soon the two of them entered the town as they got off the bike, much to Mimosa's disappointment. She wanted to just rest a bit longer. "Wah! What am I even thinking?" Mentally scolding herself, Mimosa snapped out of her thoughts and looked around her. "This place is really crowded. Well, the merchants just started setting up their shops, so they are busy with that. Meaning we will get mostly fresh items to eat. What about you, Mimosa? Is anything catching your eye?" asked Sek with a small smile on his face. It has been a while since he visited a marketplace like this. Mimosa looked around with a confused but excited expression on her face. She never visited marketplaces like these before, so it was a new experience for her. Seeing that, Sek chuckled but still stopped by a stall as he noticed a man was cooking something that looked good. Tapping Mimosa's shoulder, making the royal look at him with a confused look, Sek gestured for her to follow him as they moved towards the stall. Taking a closer look at the man's stall, Sek noticed that he was selling some kind of meat-filled wrap. Buying one for himself and one for Mimosa as she looked at the wrap with an intriguing gaze, he offered it to the ginger head. "Here you go," said Sek as he handed it to her and paid the stall owner. "You don't need to buy this for me," said Mimosa with a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, just consider it my treat for accompanying me here," said Sek as he started walking. Wait. Following Sek, Mimosa soon started walking beside him as Sek just ate the wrap and felt pure bliss spreading inside his mouth. Hunger is the best seasoning after all, thought Sek as he looked at the ginger head beside him and said, "Better eat it before it gets cold." But I already paid for this, Mimosa, so if you don't eat it will go to waste, so better use that mouth to eat, said Sek as he just smirked, making the ginger head unable to argue any further. She soon pouted and said, "You are a very mean man, Sek-san." Yes. Now eat it," said Sek as he took another bite, encouraging the royal to do so as well. She looked at Sek for a while, but soon gave up and took a bit herself and soon widened her eyes. "Wis Delvius," said Mimosa with food still in her mouth. "Yup, that's the expression of a rookie," said Sek as he just chuckled seeing the royal's expression. Mimosa blushed realizing what she just did but soon glared at Sek who was laughing at her. Don't make fun of me, complained Mimosa as she begrudgingly ate the wrap, much to Sek's amusement. The two of them then walked around the marketplace as the vendors called out to the two of them, magic knights were mostly loaded, after all, not to mention with one of them was from the Golden Dawn. This also kept the troublemakers stay away from the two of them. Although some brave ones tried to hit on Mimosa, but either a polite rejection or a strong glare from Sek kept them away. Sek bought a few more items for them to eat much to Mimosa's annoyance as he paid for all the things. But still, she enjoyed as Sek showed her around the marketplace. Is this what people call a date? Thought Mimosa as she felt a bit embarrassed realizing that she was on a date. She then glanced at Sek and then looked down with an embarrassed look on her face. Look out, said Sek softly as he held her shoulders and moved her out of an incoming cart's path. Feeling Sek's hand on her shoulders, Mimosa flinched a bit and then looked at Sek with embarrassment. Thank you, said Mimosa. No problem, said Sek as he just continued leading the girl around the marketplace. They soon took a seat under the shade of a tree. Here, said Sek as he passed a cup of juice to Mimosa and took a seat beside her. Mimosa took a sip from the cup and then looked toward Sek. She stared at him for a while before resolving herself and scooted a bit closer to him, at a distance where their shoulders touched each other. Glancing at the girl beside him who just looked down with an embarrassed look on her face. She stole a few glances at Sek making Sek stare back at her for a while before he got stiff as if he realized something. So, he wasn't as dumb as I thought he was, thought Vritra as he looked at the situation his host was in. The two continued to steal glances for a while which made even the great Dark Lord a bit embarrassed. What the hell is happening? Wasn't she in love with Asta? Thought Sek as he tried to remember some instances to clear his doubts, but soon started realizing that there were such developments between her and Asta, at least not in front of him on the other hand. If even half the things that I am remembering are correct then I am going to feel like an idiot, thought Sek. Chapter 91, Let's get ready to grind. So, how does it feel knowing that you are an idiot? Asked Vritra. Not now, Vritra replied Sek in annoyance as he started back at Mimosa who drinking her juice with an embarrassed expression on her face. There is no misunderstanding here, thought Sek as he stared at the blushing royal. Me Mimosa? Asked Sek making the royal yelp in surprise. Why yes, asked Mimosa as she started at Sek. The two stared at each other not being able to say anything for a while embarrassed to talk about the matter at hand. Ugh, this is really nerve-wracking, thought Sek as he took a deep breath. Said both of them at the same time. You can go first Sek-san, said Mimosa as she offered Sek to speak first. No, you go first Mimosa, I am not sure what I might say right now, said Sek. Seeing that the boy she considered reliable and strong was being embarrassed about something that she might have a clue about made Mimosa feel a bit happy. Taking a deep breath, Mimosa looked at Sek and then calmed herself down. Sek-san, thank you for taking me out on a date, but please let me sort out my feelings. Right now, I am not sure about what I feel towards you, so please let's discuss it some other time. Sek looked at Mimosa for a while and blinked in surprise. Ah! He is shocked by my words. But please Sek-san. Give me some time, I cannot handle myself right now, thought Mimosa. Sek on the other hand just mentally did guts pose and yelled, hell yeah, I didn't make a fool of myself. I was right. I am not dense. Mentally cheering for himself, the Dark Lord looked at Mimosa and soon sighed. All right, I understand, said Sek. Hell yeah, I do. I am not dense, thought Sek without any change in his expression. Mimosa sighed seeing Sek being calm and said, I am sorry, and thank you for understanding Sek-san. Nodding his head, the two took some distance and sat comfortably as the two of them talked for a bit longer and then decided to go back to the town where they came from. After reaching the town, they were asked where were they as the others were worried about them. but Sek just scolded the rest of them for leaving the unconscious Mimosa behind, as he knew that Mimosa was way too kind to do so herself. Feeling ashamed for leaving behind Mimosa when she was unconscious and letting the tired Sek stay behind, the group apologized to the two of them. The Gold Dawn members soon left after that, and after that, the captains came back to the town declaring the mission officially over. The Black Bulls then said their goodbye to the town folk and got back to their HQ. "Ha, finally, some proper rest," said Sek as he came to lay down on his bed. After taking a bath to wash off the dirt, blood, and sweat off his body, Sek felt refreshed, but soon fatigue came over his body. "Rest up, my other half. Breaks are as important to recover the bodies. Human bodies are quite fragile after all," said Vritra. Yet. I know that you are a great dragon," thought Sek as he yawned. But soon Sek felt a weight on his chest as he looked towards the object that landed there and saw Sikray sitting on his chest with her usual expression on her face, though Sek somehow felt that Sikray was glaring and interrogating him. "Why is there a woman's scent all over your clothes?" thought Sikray as she glared at her partner. Ignoring that feeling, Sek just caressed the bird as the bird made some satisfying sound, making Sek feel happy as well. He didn't know why, but seeing Sikray's satisfied expression always makes him feel relieved. "Don't tell me you are inclined to mating with birds and animals?" asked Vritra, feeling a bit weirded out. He knew that the world was different, but he never thought that it would be this weird. "What? Fuck no. What the hell do you even think I am?" asked Sek in an angry tone. "Some guy who spouts delusional things. Not to mention not being able to get the girl's signal," said Vritra. "Like hell I am delusional. And as for the second part, well, I am not used to it. I never had that kind of feelings for anyone. Not to mention, well, let's leave it at that," replied Sek. "Okay, won't bring that up. Anyway, shall we discuss important topics now? Tell me all the ways you have used my sacred gear. I will think of new ways to benefit us based on those," said Vritra. "All right," replied Sek as he started explaining how he fights using his sacred gear to the Dragon King residing in the sacred gear. Sikray, who was unaware of her partner's thought, just sat near his head and slept beside him. Sek sighed seeing the stubborn yet clingy and cute bird beside him and just let her sleep as he slowly drifted to sleep as well. Later in the evening, Sek woke up. He soon got refreshed and then went downstairs. Once in the common room, he noticed that the other members were doing some kind of eating competition. Leaving his squad mates aside, Sek turned his gaze toward Yami and walked toward him. "Sup brat, want to join the competition?" asked Yami as he gestured towards the table. "No thanks, anyway. Yami-san, I would like to apply for a leave," said Sek. This made all the people stop whatever they were doing and look toward Sek with surprised expressions on their faces. "What? Already tired after just one battle against the Eye of Midnight bastards?" asked Yami. "Nope, they were challenging, but not something that tires me out. I want to go and focus on my training. There are quite a few things that I have planned out and I would like to do is solely on those for a while," said Sek. The other looked at Sek and then turned toward Yami, curious about what their captain would say about it. Yami took a puff from his cigarette and said, "You have got a week to do that. Give me a written application. I need to submit it to the HQ." Smiling and giving a nod to Yami, Sek went back to his room to pack his stuff and write the application. "Well Vritra, let's get ready to grind." "Yeah. Counting on you to do your best." "Yeah, but first. Charmy-san, please make me a lot of food for the trip," yelled Sek as he ran towards Charmy, who just gave him a thumbs up while gobbling up pies one after the other. Chapter 92, Training with Vritra. "So this is where we are going to train, huh?" said Vritra as he looked at the scenery in front of him. Sek nodded with a smile on his face as Sikray, who was sitting on his shoulder, looked at her partner wondering if the guy was insane. "Oh, he is an idiot," thought Sikray as she sighed and then looked back toward the huge landscape in front of her and once again thought, why is this idiot deciding to do his training in a strong magic region and that too at a desert? "Do you want to die?" mentally scored Secret as she smacked Sek's head with her wing. Oi! Don't hit me, said Sek as he got hit by Secret. Well, anyway, ain't this an impressive sight? Not to mention the mana, said Sek. Yup, the mana in this desert is even more concentrated and violent than the normal high mana regions of this world, said Vritra as he felt the mana in his surroundings, and he had to say the energy concentration in the strong magic region was similar to some god's domain. This is a great place to train. I can experiment and try all kinds of strong and dangerous spells without worrying about destruction. Not to mention the strong magic region itself will make it harder for me to use mana, said Sek as he explained to Vritra and Secret. Though Secret still didn't agree with Sek about training at a dangerous location such as this. Not that she could do much about it, she just sighed and decided to follow her partner. She may not be of much help, but there was no way she was going to leave him all alone. He is a reckless idiot, who will jump into dangerous situations. It is up to me to stop him as much as possible. Sigh, what all I do about this idiot, and yet he goes after other girls. If only I had my real body, thought Secret as she looked at Sek and just sighed. Not knowing about the thoughts of the bird on his shoulder, Sek took out X-Dace from his sheath as it got bigger and got covered in bronze. Jumping on top of the hovering sword, Sek and Secret went deeper into the desert, and soon Sek could feel a lot of strong energy signatures from his ki. Mana sensing is quite difficult here, thought Sek as he looked towards Secret. What about you, Secret? Able to feel all those things? My mana sensing is not that great, asked Sek, to which the bird closed her eyes and focused to feel her surroundings. Soon her eyes opened as she gave a nod, gesturing that she could use her mana sensing. Anti-birds really are something. Alright, counting on you to keep a check on the surroundings, Secret. I can sense them with ki, but I might miss them if I focus on something else, said Sek as Secret saluted and turned serious. Sek smiled seeing the bird and focused back on the path while making sure that he can still see the edge of the desert so that they can go back. Landing on the ground, Sek soon found himself near a huge rock that worked as a shade to keep Secret and him a bit cooled. He then took out a small container, one of the size that could be tied around Secret's neck, and filled it with water for the bird to stay hydrated. I have enough water to last us a year, so don't hesitate to ask for more, is that clear? Asked Sek as he sternly told Secret, who just nodded her head. He nodded and then looked toward the huge rock in front of him. Making a sword from his magic, Sek fired the sword toward the rock as it got stuck in it. Go and sit there, make sure to be safe and avoid any enemies or my misfired magic. Nodding her head, Secret flew off his shoulder and landed on the sword that was stuck in the rock. Don't you care a lot about that bird? Asked Vritra. Secret is my partner. Of course, I will worry about her. She is my familiar and my first follower. Not to mention she cares a lot about me and takes care of me. It's only right that I respect and care for her, replied Sek. My god, if she was an actual girl she might have fallen for you. Not to mention you are a dragon now as well. What about it? Dragons are crazy strong creatures and attract a lot of attention from the opposite sex. Anyway, let's leave that aside, and focus on the training, said Vritra. Alright. So what's the thing that we are stating? Asked Sek. Why, of course my sacred gear, is what I would like to say, but before that, we need to work on a big flaw of yours. Hey, the Dark Lord does not have any flaws, complained Sek. You have many, but let's leave that aside and focus on the major one. You might or might not know about this, but you are a mana-sensitive being, meaning not only can you feel mana quite easily, but also have large reserves of it in your body. But from what I have noticed for quite a few days, your output when considering your huge mana pool is quite low, about 15 to 20%. We need to work on that. 15 to 20%, are you sure? I mean, I don't want to brag, but I am quite strong. You definitely are my other half, but that is considering the normal populace. They don't have reserves as high as yours, so your being on the same level as them only means that their output is higher than yours. You are strong because despite your low output your reserves are vast. What should I do? Asked Sek seriously, he was not going to argue with the dragon despite feeling pissed at his words. Good, you have that Midas touch spell, right? Use it, said Vritra, feeling happy that his host didn't argue much. He knew that he was prideful and strong as a dragon should be, but he also knew what is beneficial for him and was ready to improve himself without his pride interfering with it. Nodding his head, Sek's grimoire started flipping. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Sek's hand got covered in blue mana as he asked Vritra about what to do next. Start turning sand to bronze, as fast as you can of course, said Vritra. Sek nodded as he crouched down and started turning the sand to bronze. Sek looked towards the ground and noticed the mana spreading in the ground, turning the nearby sand to bronze as well. Faster, yelled Vritra as Sek turned serious and pushed all the mana that he could into his hands. Faster than that? Are you even trying? Gritting his teeth, Sek tried to force more mana into his hand, making it a bit painful for him, but the speed of transformation increased noticeably. Just like that, the dragon continued to scold Sek to turn the ground into bronze, to which the blonde boy just heard him without any complaints. A few hours later, Sek was now at dangerously low levels of mana, to the point that Sikray was worried about him and was pecking his head to make the guy stop. But Sek didn't even flinch. If he could feel pain, then he can continue. Stop, yelled Vritra, making Sek stop. He took deep breaths to calm himself down, and even though he could not feel his hands as they were numb, he could sure as hell feel pain. He then looked around him and noticed that the whole desert, as far as he could see from his spot, was now turned into bronze. Aren't I impressive? Asked Sek with a small smirk, feeling proud of himself. Yeah, impressive for an average nobody, that is. Your current output is at 22%. Get back to work, yelled Vritra, making Sek groan in annoyance. I have no mana left. Then use my sacred gear and absorb, stated Vritra, leaving no room for argument. Taking a deep breath, Sek stood up, much to Sikray's relief, thinking that he was finally going to rest. But contrary to her thoughts, Sek summoned his sacred gear as various tentacles shot forward from his gauntlet and penetrated the ground, and started absorbing the mana from it. What is the output limit that we are aiming for? Asked Sek. Taking this world's average from what I saw during the fight in that cave, let's aim for 40%. Though I doubt you can achieve that in just a week, replied Vritra. And that was the moment Sek snapped. Oi, you shitty lizard, you don't dare underestimate the Dark Lord. 40%, looks like I need to show you what the great Dark Lord is capable of. Be as much of an asshole as you can be, and I will show that I can overcome all that and still surpass the standards that you have thought of me, said Sek, feeling a bit pissed from anger, heat, pain, and mana deficiency all combined. Unknown to Sek, Vritra smiled, seeing Sek's reaction, as he knew that the youth would respond like that. Ha, looks like acting like a harsh trainer will do the trick. Though for some reason he is making the urge to train him like I used to train the dragons back then come up, thought Vritra as he saw his host drinking water from his storage, waiting for his reserves to fill back. Chapter 93, Training with Vritra 2. Merry Christmas to you all. Dash. The night soon came as the Dark Lord was still in the middle of his training. Sikray looked at her partner with worry evident in her eyes. She knew that Sek was an idiot and did all sorts of weird and dangerous stuff to get stronger, but the current Sek was scaring even her. Sek, who was done depleting his mana reserve for the 9th time in a day, fell on his knees and started panting heavily. After his breathing stabilized, he looked around him to take in the scenery that he created. Is it just me, or I covered more area this time? No, your reserves are increasing as well. Since the training started, your reserves went up by 5 to 6%, which might not seem much, but considering your already huge mana pool, that's a considerable amount. By the way, your current output is at 27%, said Vritra. Sek sighed and then sat down on the ground and touched the hardened bronze ground below him. I can't even feel my hands now. Why am I using this kind of spell when I can use better spells? Asked Sek. This is the spell that gives the least output out of all your spells. So it's easier to map out the progress. Not to mention, once the output of this spell reaches a higher value, the output of other spells will increase automatically, explained Vritra. Nodding, Sek looked at his own body only to find himself covered in blood, not his but of the monsters that came to attack him. Looking towards the side where a pile of monster bodies lays lifeless, Sek stood up and walked towards them. There are some good ones, I will give some of them to Charmy-san. The others can be sold, said Sek as he started absorbing mana using his sacred gear once again. Once he got back some sizable mana back, he opened his storage and tossed the monsters in a separate space and then closed it before opening another space that looked more like a room. He then looked towards Secret and said, "Secret, let's go." Seeing that Sek finally stopped, she sighed and then followed her partner and got inside the safe. Once both of them got inside, the safe's gate closed and the safe disappeared from the desert. Once he was inside, Sek took off his dirty and blood-covered clothes and tossed them to the side. Secret, whom Sek most probably forgot was still there in the room, was looking at Sek's naked body without even blinking. "I am just checking if he has any injuries," thought Secret as she tried to justify herself. Sek, on the other hand, looked at his hands, which were paler than the rest of his body, as he couldn't feel his hands. "Don't worry, this world may be different, but mana concepts of this world are mostly similar to my own. Your hands will be back to normal after a while," said Vritra as if reassuring his host. Sek just nodded at the dragon's words as he picked up a pair of clean clothes and walked towards the bathroom, which was just another space that was connected to the space they were in. After he was done washing himself and his blood-covered clothes, Sek came out of the bathroom looking visibly refreshed. Secret, who was resting, immediately flew and landed on his shoulders, making the blonde boy look at the anti-bird with a small smile on his face. Walking towards another wall, a transparent display appeared in front of Sek as he fiddled with it. Soon some food appeared out of nowhere and landed on a table made of bronze beside him. Looking at his hands once again, Sek noticed that some color came back, but still it looked pale. "Don't worry. It will get back to normal in due time," said Vritra. But Sek didn't reply to the dragon and just made a block to sit on as he and Secret started eating. It replenished their energy. Once the two of them were done eating, Sek looked back at his hands and remained silent and motionless. He suddenly got so silent that even Sek looked at him with confusion, wondering what her partner was thinking. But out of nowhere his grimoire, which was lying somewhere else, came flying towards him and started flipping. "Time debuff magic, fast forward." A bright light came out of Sek's hand, but nothing significant happened, which made Secret confused. "4x," muttered Sek, and it was now that Secret and Sek noticed his hand color visibly change. Soon his hands were back to normal and Sek stopped using his spell. He moved his hands around and soon smiled. He could finally feel his hands and there was no pain left in them. Right, who was watching from inside him, was speechless. He never knew that his host had such a spell, and was about to ask him. But before he was able to, Sek's grimoire started flipping once again. "Time debuff magic, fast forward 8x." And just like before, a glow enveloped his body as Sek's actions became visibly faster for those seeing him. Sek smiled and in an instant over to the bed and lay down. "Debuff magic, sleep." In an instant, Sek fell asleep, leaving behind a speechless Secret and Vritra. "This bastard!" were the thoughts that the dragon and the bird shared as they soon understood what the blonde boy was planning. And just like the two assumed, Sek woke up an hour later refreshed and full of energy, though his mana didn't recover as he was using magic all this time. Deactivating his magic, Sek stretched his body and got ready to grind. "You are a crazy man," commented Vritra. "Should have thought that before provoking the Dark Lord," replied Sek as he got ready to go out. Secret sighed, seeing her partner already going out to train, and flew towards him. Seeing the anti-bird coming towards him, Sek gave a wry smile as he realized the Secret hadn't rested enough. He patted the bird's head and asked her to wait here and rest, only for Secret to shake her head in denial. Sighing at her antics, Sek just gestured for her to sit in her pocket, to which the bird immediately agreed. "Just sleep for a while, all right," said Sek softly as he got back to the desert and started the grind once again. Chapter 94, Town Safe. A week has passed since Sek went on his training journey. During this time the Black Bulls were sent on a mission by the Wizard King to retrieve the magic stone present in the underwater temple where they fought and defeated Veto, one of the third eyes from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. And currently, in the Magic Knights HQ, Yami along with Asta and Charmy were giving their report and the acquired magic stone to Julius. After they were done with the job, the Wizard King was conversing with them when all of a sudden a projection appeared in the room. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Wizard King." "Mushroom Head?" asked Yami as he looked at the projection. "Who are you calling Mushroom Head?" "No, now's not the time for that," said Marx. "What's the matter, Marx?" asked Julius as he looked towards the projection as well. "The border town of Khitan, which has a history of skirmishes with the Diamond Kingdom, is under attack by a Diamond Kingdom squad," said Marx with a slightly panicked look on his face. "That's Sek's home," said Asta as he remembered about his blood squad mate whom he hasn't seen for a week. "They couldn't have chosen a worse time," said Julius with a grave look on his face. Marx then proceeds to show the live footage of the situation using his magic, which only made the others a bit more serious since quite a few of the elites from the Diamond Kingdom were in the squad as well, with their numbers already being quite huge. Asta and Charmy got even more worried as Yami and Julius started explaining about the members of the Diamond Squad, but out of nowhere Asta noticed something in the footage and pointed at the projection. "Hey, isn't that town of Khitan, Sek's hometown? I come back to visit after such a long time and they chose to attack. Such unfortunate people," said Sek as he looked toward the incoming mages from the Diamond Kingdom. "Just hold back properly, you still haven't adjusted to your gains," advised Vritra as he just pitted the unfortunate idiots who were going to fight against his host. "Relax, it won't be that bad," said Sek, which immediately earned him a wing slap from Secret. "Tell that to the ecosystem you destroyed in the strong magic region," said Vritra sternly. He knew that his new host was a delusional idiot. But never in his wildest dreams, he thought that he was a downright crazy training maniac who just had to be talented enough to show off the gains that people take decades to reach. Last I checked, his current output rate was 69%. If not for his stubbornness in having that noise number, he would have progressed even further, thought Vritra as he still recalled the mocking smirk the idiot had on his face when he surpassed the 40% at the beginning of the third day. "Aren't you two the glass half empty people?" said Sek with a pout, but soon a grin appeared on his face as he grabbed a broom from a nearby magic knight post and went in front of the enemy. Seeing that someone was approaching them, the Diamond Kingdom army halted their advance as they waited for the person who just looked like a young man coming towards them. Looking at the army in front of him while standing on top of the broom, Sek stopped at a reasonable distance away from them and glanced through their ranks when suddenly his eyes fell on a man sitting on top of a car made out of black smoke. "Oh! Lotus-san. Long time no see," greeted Sek with a cheerful voice. Hearing his greeting, both the Closer and Diamond Kingdom people got shocked and looked at Sek as if he grew a second head. "Oh! Dark Lord Kun, long time no see. How have you been?" greeted Lotus back in a casual tone. "I have been good. So you got back to your kingdom, hey? But why are you here again? Shouldn't you be spending time with your daughters?" asked Sek. "Ah, I wanted to, but my daughters just don't like to do that. Not to mention the orders from the kingdom are to be followed or they will cut my salary. I need to feed and provide for my daughters, you know," said Lotus. What the hell are these two doing in the middle of the battlefield, were the thought that all the mages from Clover and Diamond Kingdom had in their minds as they saw the two people converting with each other. "Ah, yeah, I can understand. But you know, Lotus-san, this is my hometown and it would be for your good if you retreat right now. I would not like to, well, do things the hard way so that this town remains safe," asked Sek nicely. "Ah, Dark Lord Kun, that request is a bit difficult at the moment, you see. I just want to laze around in my home and spend time with my daughters, but these guys are just not willing for that," replied Lotus. "Well, can't be helped. Don't say that I didn't warn you guys," said Sek with a shrug as his grimoire started flipping. "What the hell, are you sporting, you bastard? We will crush you," said a guy with red hair riding on a red magic made boar. "Just who is this unsightly person?" asked a blue-haired guy from Diamond Kingdom sitting on top of an eagle made out of electricity. Kukuku kids these days don't know their place, hey, said an old man from Diamond Kingdom sitting on top of a cloud made of slime. Well, not the first time someone does the mistake of underestimating the Dark Lord, said Sek. Oi! Don't use that spell. They all will die, said Vritra as he noticed what spell his hostess going to use. Okay, them being alive gives me more merit anyways, muttered Sek as his grimoire started flipping once again. Bronze creation magic, giant reverse magnum cannon ball. A huge amount of mana came out of Sek's body almost instantly as Sek looked at it with an excited smile on his face. The diamond mages who felt the amount of mana were shocked for a moment, which made them unable to react in time as all of them got engaged in a huge orb made out of bronze magic. So that's your big plan? Trap all of us in a shell, yelled the blue-haired diamond mage. But as if responding to his question, a lot of miniguns appeared all around the orb pointing toward the diamond army mages. Nah. Just weeding out the weaklings first, said Sek with a shrug as he passed his mana into the orb. And almost instantly the minions started rotating and started firing at the Diamond Kingdom mages. High output is great, you know, said Sek nonchalantly as he saw the diamond mages trying to dodge the bullets to the best of their ability. Though almost 1/4 of them were already down in the initial attack and more keep on falling as well. Yeah, I know, that's why I told you to focus on that. But controlling it is as important as well. Well, at least we have our next task planned, said Vritra. Sek nodded as he sat on top of the orb while he continued passing mana into it while ignoring the shrieks of panic from the diamond victims. They were so helpless that they were not even able to use any spells to counter the incoming attacks as the mana bullets were raining down on them without stopping. Oh! Geld-san! Long time no see, said Sek with a happy tone as he saw a middle-aged man from Green Mantis on top of the wall. The man just sighed seeing Sek act so carefree while all the panic going on below him. He is even crazier than before, thought Geld as he looked at Sek. He knew Sek from the time he was a kid as he was mostly stationed at this border town and Sek was quite famous from quite a young age. Sek soon spotted the familiar faces from the town Magic Knight squad and greeted all of them. It had been a long time since he met them and he was indeed happy to see that all of them were doing well. Well, let's get this over with, said Sek as he looked down in the orb only to notice that only the 3 squad leaders along with Lotus and a few of their men were left. Half releasing his magic making the remaining people fly out in freedom, Sek lowered the rest of them to the ground. But because of the huge mana, Sek had to focus on them so that they didn't fall and die. And taking advantage of this, the 3 diamond general rushed toward Sek while Lotus just watched from the side. Sek, who was done with placing the defeated diamond mages on the ground, sighed in relief. I seriously need to make my control better. But before that, Sek took out X-Dace from its sheath and held it in his hands. X-Dace, extended key blade. Immediately the sword glowed and its blade extended. But instead of going straight, it moved around Sek like a snake and cut off all the spells that were aimed at him before rushing towards the 3 diamond generals and stabbing their things like a sewing needle. Sek looked at the 3 of them with a smirk, and not even giving the 3 of them time to speak, Sek's other grimoire flipped as he pointed his finger towards them like a gun. Debuff magic, sleep. Firing mana bullets covered in debuff magic, Sek saw as the 3 generals fell unconscious and started falling, only for the Clover Magic Knights who were already there to assist Sek in catching them. Sek smiled at his work before turning towards Lotus, who was already far away from the town, retreating shamelessly without even looking back. Well, the town's safe, muttered Sek before he flew back. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Knight HQ. Marks. Let me go. I want to see his magic in person, said Julius as he protested. You have more important work to do, you idiot of a wizard king, said Marks, who was already back in the HQ to stop Julius from rushing to Chiton, knowing full well that the man would try to do so after seeing the battle. Chapter 95, Back Home. Walking through the streets of Chiton with a nostalgic look on his face, Sek smiled a bit. The people who recognized him were happy to see him back in town. Many were thanking him for saving the town just now, but most were just happy to see the blonde boy back in town. Sek greeted the people as well who were asking about how his life was after joining the Magic Knight squad. They didn't even bother to ask about him joining Black Bulls, as according to them if Sek joined the supposedly worst squad of the kingdom then it must have been for a reason, though many of them thought that it was only a matter of time before Sek changes the squad's reputation. Soon reaching in front of his house, Sek knocked on the door. "Aren't you quite the popular man?" said Vritra. "Well, unlike you they know the Dark Lord's majesty and charm," replied Sek as he waited for the door to be opened. Soon the door opened and Sek smiled widely seeing the blonde-haired woman who was in front of him. But soon his smile started to fade as his mouth started opening and soon it was wide open. "Se-chan," cheered Sek's mother Elaine as she saw her son in front of him. She ignored his shocked face and just went in for the hug which seemingly snapped him out of the trance as Sek hugged her back and said, "I am back, Mom." Feeling her emotions raise, a few tears came out as she kissed Sek's cheek after Sek bent down to her level. Sek smiled and then the two broke the hug. Not waiting for a moment later, Sek said what was bothering him for a while and asked, "Tell me that I am wrong, but you are not just gaining belly fat, right?" "Hey! Is that the way to talk to your mom after coming back after so long? And no, I am not getting fat. Se-chan is going to become a big brother soon," said Elaine as she smacked Sek's back before gesturing for him to come inside the house. Entering the house, Sek looked around and noticed that his house was mostly the same. "What happened to the old sofa?" asked Sek. It got old so we decided to change it," said Elaine, but Sek could see her blush and fidgety body with a knowing smile on her face. "Ew, they fucked there and broke it," thought Sek as both he and Secret cringed. Secret, who was now out of his pocket, flew towards Elaine, who was happy seeing the anti-bird. Secret landed on her shoulder as Elaine petted the bird with a soft smile. Sek looked at his mother and his familiar and soon said his thoughts. "Yup, can't handle it. Mom, rest up. I will do the chores," said Sek as he walked towards Elaine and moved her to sit down as he started doing the cleaning when he noticed that his mom was in the middle of it. Elaine immediately started protesting, saying that it was her job and that Sek should rest since he came back after such a long time. But Sek didn't relent this time, as there was no way he was going to let his pregnant mother do chores. She might be fine and young to do so, but he just didn't want her to strain her body. "We'll have to get a helper to do the chores," thought Sek as he made a mental note in his mind. He earned enough and he still had all the loot from the dungeon. What was he even going to do with all that saved up money anyway? He would mostly be out of town on his job. If his parents lived well, then it will just give him peace of mind. "Done with the cleaning, what's next?" asked Sek. Elaine looked around the house, which was just looking very sparkly, and pouted. She was happy that Sek cleaned the house, but seeing him do it better than she made her pride hurt a bit. "Just rest. Or better tell me how about your days at the Magic Knight squad," said Elaine as she wanted the seat beside her. Sek smiled as he took a seat beside her and told her about all the things that he did, though he still kept a few things secret from her. Elaine was just happy listening to Sek's story, but soon she noticed something and asked, "Se-chan, do you have a girlfriend or some girl that you are interested in?" Yes, she didn't hear him talking about any girl. The only thing that Sek focused on was a promotion, work, training, getting stronger, and the Dark Lord this and that. Getting caught off guard, Sek just closed his mouth and turned silent. Secret and Elaine looked at Sek, who just turned silent, and wondered what was he thinking. Soon Sek shook his head and said, "No, there isn't anyone like that, at least not yet." "Oh, I sense foreshadowing," said Elaine as she turned curious. "Who knows," said Sek with a shrug, which made the lady pout at her son's response. She wanted to hear about any potential daughter-in-law. And this son of hers was keeping the information away from her. She immediately looked at Secret and asked, "Secret-chan, is there any potential daughter-in-law in Sek's life right now?" Secret looked at the woman who asked her the question and simply pointed at herself. Both Sek and Elaine blinked in surprise as they looked at the bird. But Secret didn't fall under their gazes and stood proudly as she continued pointing at herself. Chapter 96, back home too. The mother and son continued talking for a while with Elaine using all the tactics she had to ask Sek about his love life. But Sek, being the great Dark Lord, already knew of all those tactics, as he had seen his mother use those tactics to get information out of their neighbors. Seeing that it was already quite late, Elaine was about to cook dinner for him, but Sek tried to stop her and said that he will get something from the town, but was immediately refused as she wanted to cook for him since he came after such a long time. Failing to stop her from cooking, Sek just went to take a bath and got refreshed. "It's nice coming here after a long time," said Sek as he looked around his old room. He then started looking around, and once he was sure that Secret was not there, he immediately went to his desk. Mana then gathered around his hand as the tabletop shimmered a bit and soon opened up, revealing quite a bit of research books. Smiling at the books that helped him for such a long time, Sek looked at all of them. "All right, let's add the new ones to my collection." His grimoire started flipping as Mana gathered in his hand. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. But instead of the huge safe, just the transparent screen appeared on his arm. He fiddled with it for a while and then a few books landed in his hands. Placing those books in the hidden compartment as well, Sek sealed the compartment with his magic and then went down. Seeing that his mom was still busy cooking while humming, Sek decided to go out and sort out his business of getting a helper for the time being while his mom was pregnant, and if she wants to, then for much longer. "Mom, Secret, I am going out for a while." Okay, but come back for dinner. "And don't you dare eat out," said Elaine as she warned her son. She was preparing a feast for his welcome and she didn't want him to not eat properly just because he doesn't have any appetite. "All right. Secret, stay here and look after Mom." Secret gave a nod as she heard Sek's request and just watched Elaine cook. She was making sure to learn how Elaine cooks so that once she gets back her body she can cook those for him. She was collecting magic stones for the same but was not very successful, and now even the Clover Kingdom and the elves were after the magic stones. She just needed some magic stones, maybe 3 or 4, but the job was getting difficult for her. "So far I have 2. One with me and one with Sek. I might be able to turn back after just one more stone," thought Secret. Walking around the town, Sek was once again swarmed by the people who were happy to see him back in town. After making some small talk with them, Sek walked around for a bit but soon reached his destination. "Is that you, Sek-kun?" asked an old man. "Yup, good to see you, Father Ralph." Greeting the old man who was cleaning the entrance, Sek smiled as he entered the orphanage. The old man smiled as he saw Sek enter. "Good to see you as well. How's Magic Night Jib going?" asked the old man. He was very fond of Sek. Since the Dark Lord was a kid, he regularly came to the orphanage and offered meat of the animal that he hunted so that the kids there could eat well. Not to mention he also helped them financially. "So what is it? A new job?" asked the man. Sek helped the orphanage financially by asking around the town for any odd jobs that the older children who got their grimoires or were about to get their grimoires could do. "Well, there is one. Is there any girl who could help around the house with chores and stuff?" asked Sek. An odd request? Who is asking?" asked the man. "Me, Mom's pregnant and I was thinking of getting someone to help her around the house," said Sek. Nodding, the old man gestured for Sek to follow him. The two of them entered the orphanage and immediately Sek noticed quite a few of the familiar faces. The children and the sisters looked towards the two who just entered and immediately quite a few of them get excited to see him. "Sek and I-chan," yelled the kids as they ran towards him. Not even a moment later Sek was surrounded by the kids who started asking him a lot of questions. Sighing at his popularity, Sek just let the kids have their fun as he answered their questions. Well, he had lots of great stories about himself and he was not shy to spread his awesomeness around. If people liked him, then he would make them admire and like him even more through his sheer awesomeness and charisma. "Alright kids, you can play with him later. We are busy right now," said the father as he clapped his hands to get the attention of the kids. The kids groaned as they looked at father and then towards Sek with pleading looks on their faces. "Well, sorry, but he is right," said Sek. He was not for long in the town, so he needed to deal with the job. The kids, although saddened, still followed Sek's request and left him alone. The older kids were then called and were explained the job, and soon a girl who still didn't gotten her grimoire was selected. She was good at chores and, as Sek remembered, had a good nature as well. After discussing the pay with her, Sek played around with the kids for a while and soon left, though he gave them some mana beast meat, making the kids dance around in joy. "Aren't you too famous in this town?" asked Vritra. The Dragon King was shocked to see his host's popularity in the town. Young, old, kids, toddlers, everyone he met simply adored the boy. "Well, what can I say? I am simply amazing, that's all. Plus, I have been in this town for as long as I can remember and helped around too. Most people know me. And this being a border town made people close to each other, as the only way to live happily in a town susceptible to attacks is by sticking together," said Sek as he looked around the town with a happy smile on his face. Sure, his family was not the most wealthy and they had quite a few ups and downs because of many attacks on the town, but this town was a very important place for Sek. The people cared for him and he cared for the town. So you are normal in some aspects, hey? Good, said Vritra as the two talked for a while. Oi! Sek! Suddenly hearing the loud voice that Sek recognized very well. Asta! Called Sek as he noticed the familiar grey-haired shorty. Charmy and Finral too. And what the hell happened to your arms? Asked Sek. The trio then told him about their adventure in the underwater temple. I missed such a fun opportunity, thought Sek as he felt a bit saddened by that, but soon sighed. He gained quite a lot from his training, so it wasn't like he was at a loss. So what are you guys doing in Khitan? Asked Sek as he and the others walked around the town. We were at the Magic Knights HQ reporting about our mission to Wizard King. But then the Mushroom Head gave the news about the attack here. We saw how you defeated all of them and we were sent by the Wizard King to deal with the aftermath. Though the Golden Dawn is here as well and is doing just that, said Asta. Well anyway. Since you all are here, come to my home. Mom will be happy to see you all, said Sek as he greeted another lady who was running a stall. The trio just nodded as they saw Sek greeting almost everyone in the town. Soon the Black Bulls reached Sek's home and Elaine was pleasantly surprised to see Sek coming back with others. But she was happy to know that they were Sek's friends and she was excited since it was the first time that Sek brought friends home. Needless to say, the food prepared by Elaine alone was not enough to feed the gluttons like Asta and Charmy, who was more than happy to cook and share recipes with Elaine. "Ba ha? What's with all this ruckus?" asked Zook, who entered the house and saw quite a bit of people in the house. "Yo! Dad, long time no see. You good?" asked Sek as he carried dishes and placed them on the table that he created, as the food that Elaine and Charmy prepared was simply too much. Ba ha! Sek!" exclaimed Zook as he rushed towards his son. The father and son shared a bear hug as the two grinned, seeing each other. Later that night the Bronze Aza family and the Black Bulls partied, which was a welcome change for the Black Bulls as they were busy with their missions or training. "Where the hell are those dumbasses? I need to take a dump," asked Yami, who was left all alone after he went to talk with William. Chapter 97, Permanent Effect. After the party was over, Sek's friends returned to the Black Bulls HQ, leaving the Bronze Aza family behind. Sek then started to clean up after the party, as Zook was pretty much wasted from drinking and there was no way he was gonna let Elaine work after that. He also told her about the girl who would come from now on to help her around the house. And even though she was surprised by the news and was happy that her son was thinking this much about her, she openly tried to reject his offer. Money, while not huge, was always an issue for their family and she didn't want Sek to spend money on such a trivial thing. Though Sek argued about that and told her not to worry. He also played some emotional cards about her not trusting his capabilities, and all of which in the end made Elaine stop her small argument with Sek. She was a mother, a loving mother. And mothers can't not believe in their children's capabilities. She was the one who brought up the kid and knew full well how he was. When Sek was young, others used to say that Sek was arrogant and that it was not good for someone from the common realm to aim that high. She and Zook always believed in Sek. The boy had always claimed to be the one who will stand at the top and showed great determination and hard work for that goal. She knew how hard Sek trained and how some of the things that he went through when he was a kid were quite dangerous for someone his age to experience. But seeing him return with a bright smile after his progress made her not stop her son. She warned him from time to time to not do anything reckless and also ground him whenever he got injured a bit seriously. She never doubted Sek even once. She just looked at her son's back and teared up a bit. Her son grew up kind and strong, and even though she knew he was a bit arrogant, she was proud that her son. Now you just need to bring me a lot of grandbabies. Turning to look at his mother, who said that out of nowhere, Sek just looked at her weirdly and got back to cleaning. I will try, though I can't promise anything soon. I am quite busy making the world realize how great the Dark Lord is. Not to mention soon I will be busy with the little one who is going to have the privilege of calling me Big Brother. He will get the finest upbringing from the Dark Lord. Saying that, Sek envisioned his brother or sister playing with him and later fighting a mighty battle alongside him. The image of him training his sibling in the same way he did, which might or might not involve being turned into mana beast bait, dungeon exploring before even getting their grimoire, and lots of exciting adventures to learn and grow from. Yet, you should hold back on that plan. Your sibling will surely die if they are at least half as talented as you, said Vritra. Vritra, sure, talent may help in the long run, but in the initial stages, it's the hard work that matter. I can't decide whether my sibling will be talented or not. But I can make sure that they ain't a slacker who just gives up, replied Sek. The dragon and its host talked for a bit longer after Sek was able to make Elaine go to her room and rest. He just covered the already passed out Zook with a sheet and got back to cleaning. So where were we, Vritra? This world's magic. Yeah, so as I was saying, even though this world's mages have their affinities fixed since their birth, the magic of this world is kind of permanent. Permanent as in? You see, in my world we have many different kinds of being who uses different kinds of energies, but there is one thing that is common in all of them: a higher level being can usually just break out of the effect of a spell. Like, most strong dragons and phoenixes are not burned in ordinary fire, or how weaker people who have time-stopping powers cannot stop or restrain stronger beings. But that is not the case in this world. The rules of magic here are absolute. No matter how strong you are, if the spell has an effect on it, that is going to work. Your flame debuff magic, Blaze Touch, is going to burn dragons and phoenixes alike if they don't have fire immunity. Resistances are nothing for your debuff spell. Restraining magic is going to restrain beings like gods and all if they don't have a counter against it, explained Vritra. That's interesting. It is. Your debuff magic is kind of a game changer for most of the strong beings in my world. You can just poison them or turn them to sleep. No matter the gods, dragons, devils, or angels. Not sure about Great Red or Off-Eyes though. They can't be placed in your usual power scale. People in this world might not be strong, but they are dangerous, said Vritra. That's an interesting fact, muttered Sek as he took out the red grimoire from his holster and smiled. It was something he felt happy about, since that was meant to be his original grimoire. Sure, both the grimoires belonged to him, but the bronze magic grimoire belonged to the canon Sek. The other grimoire though, he didn't have any knowledge about that and believed it belonged to him. Soon he kept it back in the holster and went to sleep. He had to wake up early as he had to go back tomorrow. The next day, in front of the house, Sek was saying goodbye to his parents, who were sad that he was leaving so soon but still tried to hold back their emotions. After he was done, he looked towards Finral, who came to pick him up, and went back to the Black Bulls HQ. Later that day, Yami returned with a bag filled with meat for a barbecue to reward his team. The Black Bulls got excited because of that, since it was Yami treating them, and Yami never does that. Leaving that aside, while everyone was laughing and singing, Sek, who was standing beside Noelle, was crying. My little girl finally learned how to use attack magic. I am so proud. Stop that. You are not even my father, yelled Noelle as she blushed in embarrassment. But I taught you to magic how I teach little kids. It's very emotional for me, said Sek as he wiped his tears. Ugh! Noelle groaned hearing Sek's words. She then felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Sek looking at her with a proud smile. Good job, Noelle. You outdid yourself. I am proud of you. Thank you, not that I want to be praised by you or anything, said Noelle with a blush while I'm her head. A chibi Noelle was jumping around with joy on being praised. Leaving the royal alone to get over her embarrassment, Sek walked towards Asta, who was strangely less energetic. You okay, buddy? Asked Sek. Oh, Sek. Check this out, I can eat with my legs, said Asta as he showed Sek how he could hold the skewers with his toes. Stop that. That's not hygienic. Here. Snatching the skews from him, Sek held it in front of Asta, who just are from it, thanking Sek with his mouth full. So, what did the doctor say about your arms? Seeing that they are not healed means there's some issue, right? Hearing that question, Asta turned silent as he chewed on the food that was in his mouth. After he was done eating, he retired Sek to come with him. The two of them excused themselves and walked into the forest. Soon they found a clearing and the two of them sat down on the ground. That doctor where Captain Yami took me today told me that an ancient curse is used on my arms. They can't be healed. I won't be able to use my hands from now on, said Asta. Sek's eyes widened a bit. He forgot about this event, but he soon remembered about the witch's forest and all. The memory is not that accurate anymore, only important bits are left behind. I don't even know the whole thing since I only read till the introduction of the Black Triad or something, thought Sek. Looking at Asta's hands which were inside the bandages. Show me your hands. I got a cure spell recently, maybe that will help. Sek just told Asta. He got the cure from light magic. Sure, he might fuck the cannon. But when was he ever afraid of that? Asta's body immediately jumped up at Sek's words. He had lost all hope of ever using his hands, but the words his friend just told him made him regain that hope. Unknown to them though, the other Black Bulls were already discussing what Finral secretly heard at the doctor's place and were feeling sad for Asta. Opening his bandages, Sek made a table from his magic and let Asta rest his broken hands on it. Damn, they are broken badly. What the hell did you even do? Asked Sek. He had his fair share of broken hands and all, but the condition of Asta's hands was something he never saw. What type of curse is it anyway? Asked Sek. Don't know, replied Asta. Let me examine it, said Vritra as Sek gave a nod. If there was someone knowledgeable about curses, then they would be the dragon who raised to the position of Dragon King through his might and mastery of curses. Sek's sacred gear appeared as a small thread-like tentacle that came out of the gauntlet and wrapped around Asta's hand. A simple yet effective curse. It's been centuries since I saw this type of curse being used. That guy must be desperate to stop this kid to become a threat in the future. What is it? It's a curse where the user uses half of its life force to not allow external spells to be used on the area where it is used. The body's natural healing is also stopped by this curse. Most people only use this spell when they are about to die. It is kind of a sacrificial curse, said Vritra as the thread unwrapped from Asta's hand. Well, unlucky for them there is someone who deals with effect magic, said Vritra, as he told him earlier that permanent effect magic users are a pain to deal with. Sek smirked as his grimoire started flipping. Light magic, cure. A faint glow came out of Sek's hand as he channeled his mana towards Asta's arms. The two boys looked at Asta's hands for a while, but there was no change. But soon the curse marks started to fade a bit, making the two of them smile. Seeing the curse being lifted, Asta got excited, but soon Sek stopped using his magic, making the maneless kid look at Sek with a questioning look. No use curing it right now, we can't heal you. I will do it in front of the doctor tomorrow. Not to mention the curse fights back. Sek pointed at Asta's hands as the two saw curse marks appear once again. It either means the only way to make it go away is to cure the whole curse, or your hands will be cursed forever and can't be immediately healed. You will need someone to lift that curse while you are being healed, said Sek as he stood up. But that's still better, right? Asked Sek. Yeah, exclaimed Asta as he jumped up on his feet as well. Sek just laughed as he bandaged Asta's arms once again as the two of them walked back to the HQ unknown to the reason the other squad members made. Chapter 98, You really are an unpredictable evil man. Happy New Year guys, confetti ball confetti ball. The next morning after the two rookies of the Black Bulls had a chat, Sek woke up a bit late as he was telling Yami about the strong magic region where he trained and asked Charmy to help him sort out the edible mana beasts from the pile that he defeated in the strong magic region. Done with his morning routine, Sek came down only to find Yami reading a newspaper while the rest of the HQ was eerily quiet. How the hell is this place so quiet? Am I dreaming? Asked Sek. The others went out to do something. They were talking about finding a way to fix that brat's hands and went out, said Yami as he turned the page. What? Didn't Asta tell you guys? Asked Sek with a confused look on his face. Hey, replied Yami, which gave Sek the answer. Sek then heard a creaking sound and looked to his side only to find the familiar skeleton looking at him. To be honest, I forgot that he was here as well. He mostly just stays in his room, thought Sek. Long time no see. Long time no see as well, Sek. Sek, who heard a voice, was shocked as he never expected that the skeleton in front of him could speak. But as if understanding his confusion, shook his head as Sek heard a flapping noise and looked up only to see a parrot flying towards them and landing on In's shoulder. Your familiar gave me an idea to interact with others, said Ins as he gestured at Sek and Secret. Sek nodded, feeling a bit impressed by In's idea. Any idea where Asta and the others might be? Finral and Noel came by with Zell and company, kidnapped Asta and flew away, said Ins. Sek sighed at the information. He could guess where his friends were and were at a loss. He didn't know where the Forest of Witches might be and was worried a bit. The best case scenario would be everything going canonically and everyone returned back without any injuries. And the worst case was that he fucked up the plot and they die. Yeah, I am not taking chances, thought Sek as his grimoire flipped and a translucent screen appeared on his arm. He checked his storage and soon found the thing that he was searching for. Taking out a device that had a gem placed on top of a handle, Sek passed mana through it. It was a transmission device given to him by Finral, which he used to ask him to get him to and from missions. Finral, where are you guys? Asked Sek. Sek-kun. Come here soon. We need help. We are in the Forest of the Witches. Hearing that his guess was correct, Sek gave a nod, not noticing the sudden flinch in In's body. Open a portal in the common room, said Sek as Finral nodded. A moment later a portal appeared in front of Sek, who jumped in followed by Ins. Sek, whose surroundings changed all of a sudden, saw some witch bitch pushing her heel against Vanessa's cheek, Asta, who was fallen on the ground, and panicked looks on others' faces. Sup, exhibitionist, greeted Sek as he looked at the red-haired dude who taught Asta how to wield a sword without any clothes on his upper body. And you, witch bitch? Get the hell away from Vanessa-san right now, said Sek in a threatening tone. Another imperfection, much less a man, said the witch bitch as she looked at Sek. Her mana reserves are something else. It's even greater than yours. Well, nothing less to be expected from a human who can surpass a century without any signs of visible aging, said Vritra. You can tell her age? Asked Sek. I am a sacred gear. My hosts have mated with all sorts of women. You get experience soon, replied Vritra. Sek just mentally nodded and made sure to find a way to block Vritra when he decides to have sex. Seeing that the witch had no intention of letting go of Vanessa, Sek decided to start acting. Mana gathered around him as Sek's grimoire started flipping. I am still not that good at controlling my new powers, so keep that in mind, warned Sek as the witch continued to look at him impressively. Bronze creation magic, Giant's Fist. The giant fist appeared above Sek and immediately rushed toward the witch, who just jumped up to avoid the attack. Not that Sek was aiming for that, as the giant fist simply grabbed Vanessa and brought it back to him. So with that done? You all came here to heal Asta's arms, right? asked Sek as a bronze sword appeared in his hand and he cut through the birds that came attacking him. Yes. The Witch Queen has a lot of ancient spells and we think that she might have a way to heal Asta as well. Vanessa-san was here even before us and the Witch Queen told us that she bargained for her freedom for healing Asta's hands, said Noel. Sek nodded as he cut through the last bird and looked at the witch bitch. Can you actually heal him or you are just a sham? Asked Sek. I don't think that I am obligated to answer an imperfect being, but yes, I can heal him. Not that I will, said the Witch Queen. Bitch, there isn't a person more perfect than me. And Asta, come here, said Sek as he gestured Asta to come near him. Ins, give us a cover, said Sek, to which the skeleton who was ignored till now gave a nod. Sek opened the bandages wrapped around Asta's hands, revealing the curse-ridden broken arms. Light magic, cure. A bright flow appeared around Sek's hands, one far brighter than what he had shown yesterday. Asta closed his eyes because of the bright light but was confused as to what was Sek doing. They didn't have a healer right now, so what was the point of curing the curse? It took a whole minute for Sek to get rid of the curse around his hands as a malicious smirk appeared on his face. He looked towards the witch bitch who just stood silently at what the imperfect beings in front of her were doing. You said you can heal this, right? Asked Sek as his grimoire started flipping once again. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. A green light enveloped Asta while a red one enveloped the witch bitch. And not even a second later Asta's broken hands were healed. Screamed the witch bitch as she felt immeasurable pain in her arms, which were now completely broken. There you go, heal yourself when you are done screaming. Oh, better heal Vanessa-san as well, said Sek as he used the same spell on Vanessa. Her injuries disappeared as well and the same injuries appeared on the witch bitch. Nodding at his work, Sek looked back at others who were looking back at him with their eyes wide open in shock. You really are an unpredictable evil man, my other half, said Vritra. He never thought his host would do something like that. All right, Asta is healed now, let's go home, said Sek, but none responded as they were still processing what the hell just happened. The witch bitch was rolling on the floor, not able to bear the pain at all. Well, it was a case of broken bones even Sek hadn't seen, it sure was painful. Asta on the other hand was flexing his muscles and was happy to be able to work out once again and immediately started doing push-ups. Sek just looked at the chaos around him and shook his head. Well, he can't expect everyone to keep up with his great mind. Secret just looked at the scene for a while and simply ignored it as her gaze fell on the magic stone that was used as an earring by the witch bitch.